Hey guys, my name is Jess. I'm here with Callie, and we are very excited to be interviewing you guys from Ben Studios. John and Jeff, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having us.
As I said to you when I saw you first, you guys have one of the biggest games of the show. Days Gone is huge. I mean, we've seen it for 2 years running now. And how excited are you to be bringing this out somewhat soon?
Oh, dude, we are so excited. We've been working so hard on this game.
Yeah.
And I know we haven't said a lot in the last year, but the whole team has been sort of nose down.
Yeah.
Just really doing our best to make the best game we can.
How long have you been working on it now?
For 4+ years.
4+ years.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. All right. So where did it come from? Where did it birth from that you wanted to make Days Gone?
Kind of a mishmash of things, really. But I mean, John had a vision for kind of the apocalypse, and a lot of the ideas came from just looking out our windows at the office, in Central Oregon. So that kind of inspired the environment, and a lot of the situations came from, what would I do if I were stuck in this parking lot down here when the apocalypse happened? What would I do to survive? What would I do to get home? And just kind of that kind of grounded our premise in a reality that we've maintained. That kind of, I think, makes it relatable for people, and I think kind of something that they find believable, even though it's a video game.
Yeah.
We want to do an open world. Right?
Yes.
So, because that's, because we're all gamers, we love those games. And then we were trying to think, okay, what can we do that other games haven't done? So then we hit on the idea of having a motorcycle as like the primary way of getting around, and not having it be disposable, but having it be something that you really care about. And then we were like, okay, well, who would really care about their motorcycle? We're all fans of Sons of Anarchy.
Absolutely.
And so just the kind of the idea, it all just kind of sort of seemed to come together where you've got like a guy who's tough enough, can use his fist, weapons, rides a bike.
Yeah.
The kind of guy that would survive in a post-apocalyptic world.
So I want to ask about this apocalypse because I think I'm a big zombie fan. I really like zombie fiction. What are these zombies like? Because in the trailer we saw there's lots of hordes, and I'm curious, like, what's the origin of what happened to the world?
So we call them freakers. And the reason is because they're still alive. So it's a virus. And there was a pandemic 2 years ago. So we call it the event. We don't really talk about that yet. There's going to be a lot more information about that coming up.
Okay.
But yeah, it infects not just human beings, which we introduced this year, but last year you saw the horde, which is hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of swarmers. And when they band together like that, they all kind of move like one. They think like one. They behave like one. They're made up of individual swarmers, which are adult males and females. And then we have newts that we showed last year, which are adolescents or kids.
Yeah.
And this year we're introducing the Rager Bear, which is an infected bear, the Runners, which are infected wolves.
Wow.
And on the media showcase demo, you saw them chasing after Deacon. Now, had they caught up to him, had he not shot them, it would have knocked him off his bike.
Right.
So that's just one of the dangers in the world. So that's what we try to do with all the freakers, is make them as dangerous as we can, and they come for you.
Yeah, and we have the most dangerous creature of all, man. Laying away for the player.
Yeah, we saw a lot of combat versus other humans, like aren't infected, right? I'm curious how combat versus like a horde will work. Well, can you talk a little bit more about the combat?
You saw it last year. In general, it's just run. I mean,
it's just not possible.
It's possible, but you have to get distance. You have to get separation.
Right.
You have to have a lot of ammo. You have to have a lot of stamina. You have to be at the top of your game. You have to be almost a fully built character in order to barely survive that. But what we have is we also have these smaller swarms in the world, which are definitely more manageable. But I mean, if you get overwhelmed by one, you get overtaken by all, and it's pretty much game over at that point.
And one of the things this is a term that Jeff came up with. It's called weaponizing them. So one of the things we showed off in our demo is it's not just you run from them. You can use them against other enemies because everybody has their own faction.
Right.
And the great news about swarmers is they don't want to just eat Deacon. They want to eat everybody.
Yep.
Right.
So so you can use them against marauders.
Yeah, that's cool when you like send them into that camp when you're at the end of that demo. Yeah, that was cool.
I mean, I think this is a good point. I really like to talk about Deacon because he's a really interesting character. We get. I don't know whether I would go towards calling him an anti-hero yet. I don't know if we know that, but you get a lot of heroes. You get a lot of valiant people going out into the apocalypse, saving the world, finding a cure. Deacon's not really that guy. What can you tell us about him?
Yeah, so I totally agree. And what I try to do, because when I write stories or when I write period, I really want it to be about change. And to me, you got to have you start with a character who's broken in some way. And like you saw in the trailer last year, Deacon suffered a great loss, but everybody has. So what makes Deacon different than everyone else? So that's kind of one of the things we're going to explore during the course of the game is the question we always ask ourselves is, number one, what would you do? If you were in this world and you had to do whatever it took to survive or to save your family or friends, what would you be willing to do? And so we explore that.
Yeah.
And as far as just Deacon, it's like, yeah, I just think he has a super interesting background, and that gives him a lot of texture. And so the answers aren't obvious. Like,
Yeah.
what would Deacon do?
Does he have an overarching goal? Is he just a dude trying to survive? I mean, how does that play into the overall story of the game?
He does have an overarching goal, and again, we're not talking a lot about the details of
Yeah.
the story, unfortunately.
That's all right.
But I can just tell you there is a huge story, and it's all about Deacon's journey. And you get a hint of that at the start when Copeland, who's the leader of one of the encampments, so these encampments are where the law-abiding survivors are band together for protection, and they've been hit. So Copeland, who's the leader of that camp, goes to Deacon. And he's, hey, we got to get some men. We got to go out and get these marauders. And Deacon's like, not my problem.
Yeah.
Right? And if that were the whole story, you'd be like, wow, what a douchebag.
Yeah.
Why would I want
Not
to
his
play as
problem
that
until
guy?
he needs something, which is he's the bike mechanic.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
So even though he rescues man, he says and it is his friend, but he tries to kind of play that off a little bit, like, hey, I'm not really here to try to rescue you. I just need you. So
Yeah.
there's always this kind of interplay between motives, which I like.
So is it fair to say we can expect him to evolve as the game goes on?
I hope so, or I would hate to do that.
You just be one of those games where your character just stays the same person the entire time.
Exactly.
No, I play that. That's cool. I'd love to talk about you guys as a studio. This is the first time you've been back in the home console market for 15 years?
2007,
Yeah.
when we had the Omega strain.
Yeah. What's that like?
It's pretty
Being
cool.
back.
Well, nobody expected this out of a studio this small. We're still.
Well, exactly. I
Right.
mean, you've come in swinging. I mean, you got a lot of Siphon Filter fans. You got a lot of. I've got my coworker back there. Dan is a huge fan of Siphon Filter series. He will be very happy that I've relayed this. But yeah, I mean, now you've come out swinging. Absolutely.
Well, here's the funny thing.
Yeah.
So if you played Uncharted Golden Abyss, it was a full console game. It just was on a
Yeah.
Vita. So the
Yeah.
Vita is as powerful as a PS3 almost.
So it's
And
similar.
so we had Chris Reese, the studio director, technical directors. I mean, all these guys were building next gen technology, and we'd been working on it since 2010. So even though it was on the Vita, it was still a full console game.
Yeah.
And one of the things about our studio that I've always taken pride in as an employee there is that we wear a lot of hats. We work really hard. Like
Yeah.
everybody who comes there is passionate and is not content just doing one thing for 4+ years. They
Yeah,
really want to get in
absolutely.
and help in as many ways possible. And I think that's what allows us to make something so much bigger than kind of the sum of its parts.
Yeah. And in a related sort of question, what is it like to be back on your own IP? I mean, obviously you guys have been hard at work, working with your own creative ideas with other bits and pieces in the meantime, but now you're out with something completely brand new.
Yeah, that's honestly the best part of this is that
Yeah.
we get to, we're sort of the masters of our own destiny now.
Yeah.
And it's amazing to be able to create something that from the early stages, it was very, very rough. We had a lot of ideas. Just
Yeah.
having the time, and that's the other great thing about Sony, is that they give us the time and the resources to do it right. So
Yeah.
so we're not in a rush to get this thing. We want to make it an awesome IP that'll be around
Absolutely.
for a while.
For the record, I loved working on all those other Sony franchises.
Yeah, so did I. Actually.
Oh.
Because we made
And you
those
guys
games
did a
our
great
own
job.
too.
Yeah.
It was,
You definitely did.
Yeah, it's certainly more
Yeah.
liberating to kind of have our own thing to play with. But it was a lot of fun. I take great pride in what we did with
Yeah.
Resistance and with Uncharted. for sure.
Yeah.
I guess
Excellent.
bouncing off of the console questions, what about PS4 Pro for Days Gone? I know there's going to be some enhancements. Can you talk a little bit more about what we can expect there?
Yeah, the biggest thing is if you've seen the demo that we did last year, it's HDR, which is supported on PS4 as well as PS4 Pro, and then the 4K resolution. So we're dynamic 4K, and if you haven't seen it, we're running our alternate demo right now on the floor. If you get a chance, swing by and look at it in 4K on a 4K monitor because it's amazing.
Yeah, what's
just
it-
the detail is just stunning.
Yeah.
What's it like to balance something so like getting the beautiful world, but also a very harsh world in the highest of definition? Because it's it's hard to appreciate the beauty of something so grim. I
So
guess?
brutal.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was kind of the whole idea, was we chose the high desert not just because our studio is there,
Yeah.
right, which it is in the middle of Central
That must
Oregon.
be nice.
It's awesome. But it's because it is so beautiful. And so the thing about the high desert is it's also in the real world, it's very extreme and very brutal.
Right.
It can be sunny and then 5 minutes later it can be snowing. We've seen it snow in July.
Hmm.
And the whole place is scarred by volcanoes. So the Cascade Range, the mountains that you see, those are all dormant volcanoes. They're not,
Wow, yeah.
they're just dormant. Like Mount St. Helens erupted in 1980. That could happen again.
Right.
So all the valleys, the lava tube caves, the river basins, everything is is shaped by this, and it's all very compact. And it's beautiful. And so we thought, okay, what better way to show off the brutality of the action in our world, except against a backdrop that is just amazingly beautiful.
Yeah, wonderful. Well, I hate to ask you a bunch of questions you probably can't answer, but
Let's start.
you have teased a very interesting wildlife selection in the game, and we got a little taste of it with the zombie bear. Is it safe to say, was that what we saw?
Freaker Bear?
Freaker bear.
We're actually calling it a Rager.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
All right.
Ah.
Can you go into any more detail about the beasties we're going to run into?
We can list off the ones that we've shown.
There you go.
So we have
Do
the,
that.
the runners, which
Yep.
are the wolves.
Yep.
And those, like I said, those will chase you down. They will knock you off your bike. You can run into them. They're part of our open world dynamic system, so that all these animals that you do run into, you never know when you're to expect them. And that's, I think, the biggest thing about the animals in our game, like the human enemies, like the ambushes, is that it's all about bringing the danger to you. So
Yep.
you could be on a job or a mission, minding your own business, just trying to get somewhere, and then boom, suddenly you got runners chasing after you. So that's kind of the way we approach the development of them, is like
Yeah.
what do they offer in the world in terms of making it seem alive, but also making it seem dangerous.
Yeah, the runners are my favorite, are kind of typical of my favorite part of the game, which is the player's going to be doing one thing.
Yeah.
He's going to forget about this part of the world because it doesn't happen all the time, but when he least expects it,
Yeah.
boom,
Right.
there's something like the runner. Because we saw a successful outcome of the runner encounter.
Right.
If the player would have failed and there wasn't a clothesline there,
Right.
the runner would have effectively done the same thing and knocked him off his bike, and then it would have been a showdown. You know, he
Right.
tumbles off his bike and then he's face to face with this infected wolf.
Yeah.
And one of them is going to live, one of them is going to die, and
Yeah.
it's like, that is the game, and it's just really exciting how those moments can kind of punctuate the silence that builds over time and just really keep the players on their heels.
Yeah.
It's really exciting.
I'd love to talk about how much of a threat are the zombies in this game, because I feel like every one of the zombie games, not yours are freakers, that comes out has a different kind of level. It's a different sort of threat. It's a different kind of danger for every single one of these games. I mean, you said it's difficult to face a horde. Does it depend how well equipped you are? Can you get to a point where you can face off a horde?
Yeah, absolutely. There's an end game scenario where you pretty much have to, and
Wow.
the player has to kind of build toward that. Along the way, I mean, every creature is dangerous, and
Yep.
so we got our just rank and file, the normal swarmers. I mean, they're fast. They're not shamblers. They don't just kind of like this, and there's a lot of them. So
Yeah.
if the player gets surrounded even by 3 of them, it could be game over real quick if he's not leveled up enough, if he
Right.
doesn't have enough health, if he doesn't have enough stamina to get away.
Yep.
So it's something where the player has to manage his resources and
Yeah.
manage his approach to everything, just constantly be mindful. And it creates a lot of tension, I think, for the player to, even when things aren't actively happening, in his mind they are, because it could happen, and when it happens, it goes bad really
Absolutely.
fast.
Speaking of, how dynamic are the zombies like popping up and coming around? I mean, obviously the demo we saw at E3 this year, it appears like, it's quite convenient there was that whole horde around
Yeah.
at the time that we could unleash. Is that a scripted event, or do they just appear and disappear
So
dynamically?
the world has a set of rules to it, which is an ecosystem. Things
Yep.
behave the way we would expect them to behave, kind of like a watering hole. It's where some animals in nature go to drink and others go to eat. There's just there are patterns and routines that develop that you can learn to recognize and
Right.
understand. Places are going to be more dangerous than others, and given our time of day system and our weather system, those factor into the movement and the appearance of creatures and humans across the world.
Alrighty.
Yeah, and the thing to keep in mind is that swarm outside the Marauder camp wasn't there just by chance. There's this huge garbage pile there. And so there are things that you see in the world, like there are mass graves.
Yep.
There's these huge garbage piles. There's places where, there's wrecked vehicles. Any place there's food, that's where you will find swarmers. So the player can begin to recognize these places, and again, they'll come out at certain times of day. And so the Marauders had obviously built up that huge fence to keep the swarmers away from them. And as long as they have their own food source, they don't want to come into the camp.
Yep.
It's also why they hang what we call the meat walls. So they'll
right,
hang
yeah.
up dead freakers.
Oh, I was wondering
Yeah,
about
and
that.
then
okay.
when
Yeah.
they stop there, they don't come into the camp, right? Or they will take a single dead freaker and they'll put a bear trap under it, because that if it attracts another freaker, snap, they've got another one.
Yep.
So
Or they'll chain them to live ones to trees.
exactly.
Wow, okay.
So to act as kind of like an alarm.
Can you yourself do that too? Can you set traps?
Oh, absolutely.
So I could, if I wanted to, hang up a freaker and use it as bait.
You can set snare traps, yes.
Ooh,
Excellent.
interesting.
Well, you did mention earlier about the bike. So do you keep the bike with you the whole game? There are other vehicles you can
Oh, the player has one bike. He's a biker. Part of his identity is wrapped up in that bike before the apocalypse and afterwards. And mostly in this case, just because it's a machine that he's custom made. And
Oh yeah, I wouldn't want to abandon my bike either.
It's got a lot of supplies that he carries on it to help him kind of persist out in the field. And it's something where people in cars died. And all over our broken road, you see pileups where cars tried to turn when they hit a road jam, and they all died.
Yeah.
Whereas people on a bike could just cut through, could split a lane or go through cars and just go off road and escape and survive. So it's vital. It's super important. You don't whistle for a new one. You can't just lose it in the lake and then kind of go find another one.
Yeah.
You have to watch it at all times.
You got to
have to know
take
where
care
it
of
is. And
it.
if you-
I love that.
You could have to hike across a large swath of the world if you don't.
Wow,
handle
that's
things
fantastic.
properly, and it's exciting.
Yeah.
People thought it was going to suck at first, but it's one of the coolest feelings where I should have taken care of this. I should have taken care of this. And the
That's
same
so
thing
cool.
with the fuel. And
Yeah.
if you don't
Yeah,
maintain
I was
it,
gonna
if you don't
ask
keep
about
it-
fuel.
If you don't keep it filled up, if you don't know if you have enough scrap or materials to repair it, it could break down on you and
Yeah.
you're stuck. And like I talked about the watering hole earlier, one of the cool things about our world is that when you need gas, there's a few places in the world where there's gas, and that's where some animals go to eat. Some human animals go to get their next meal or their next booty.
So do you, is the world filled with like caches and things like that, or do you really need to know the places where you might find specific resources to be able to get them there?
Yeah, you got to read the terrain. You look, the game is built around if you think that you're going to need some gas, you start to think about, well, what if I look inside garages, or if I look near lawnmowers, if I look at the back at gas stations, where would fuel be? And then you go there and it'll pay off more often than not. Same thing with food and other resources the player needs. If he needs, I'm making this up, but salt, he's going to go look in a kitchen or somewhere, and he's going to, more often than not, it's going to be there. So that's what we want the players to think. We don't want to make anything up. We want to just kind of play into the context of the world and let the players use that as their guide.
Yeah, cool.
So do you say the survival elements are really resource management based then? Because it sounds like the bike is its own kind of resource management, and then you have additionally, finding tools and finding supplies, right?
Yeah, we think of it as survival light. Because first and foremost, we're an action game.
Right. It's action
So
survival.
so you have all these tools that you have weapons, you have an arsenal of weapons, things you can craft, and we wanted to sort of balance the things like fuel management for your bike. We don't want it to be so frustrating that that's what the game becomes
So
about.
you don't have to drink water or eat.
No,
Right.
Yeah, we're not doing that.
Yeah.
Manage your temperature. or
You
anything
become a
like that.
very
Yeah, we
different game.
Right, we just don't want to do the stuff that feels more like work.
Yep.
Right.
That's fair.
You want chores, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, good point. Well, you did bring it up briefly. What's the weapon system looking like right now? What kinds of things can we get our hands on? How broad is it?
Well, like I said earlier, we're trying to keep the game believable and hyper-related, so there are things that could realistically be found in this environment before the apocalypse. And part of our earlier scenario when we talked about what would I do if I was out here and the apocalypse went down, to a man, we're thinking, well, I'd go to the weapon store and I'd kill everybody there and take all the weapons. and take all the food and things like that. And so that's what happened in this world is, there's people who have hoarded things. People have all these resources, and the player has to kind of work to earn them. For the ones that he's finding in the field aren't great. They can kind of get them by. They'll do for a while, but they're not going to allow him to really kind of build up and take on a horde with those weapons. So he has to work to get a hold of the better weapons that other people have taken and modified and kind of customized for the apocalypse.
Right.
And so is there crafting then? Can you upgrade your
Oh
weapons?
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, you saw some crafting in our alternate path demo.
Yeah.
A lot of things I call it the do-it-yourself mentality, the MacGyver mentality, just where it's things that we find in here, and if we had to find something to barricade a door, it wouldn't look pretty, but we'd find something to do it with. And if we had to build a weapon out of those tripods over there, we'd build some pretty gnarly-looking weapons so we would get it done.
Good one.
We're not doing anything that crazy, but it's something where it's all pretty believable things that the player can kind of find and convert and just get by the skin of his teeth.
Excellent. Well, I mean, personally, I've always thought a katana would be a real good weapon for the zombie apocalypse. It doesn't run out of ammo, very sharp, and
Very
you keep your
sharp.
distance. What do you guys think?
That would be awesome.
I'd cut myself.
What's your favorite weapon in real life or in the game? Not in real life. Like in real life for the zombie apocalypse that hopefully won't happen.
My favorite weapon that we showed off in the demo last year was we call it the lollipop internally. So you take a saw blade and you craft it onto a baseball bat.
Oh
and
yeah.
Then
It's
it's
a
kind of a one-hit kill.
Yeah, it swings right through things like butter. I mean, like a knife through butter is great. It's,
Yep.
That sounds like
That's
something.
distance
I
as
would-
well. That's great. See, we're on the same wavelength.
Yeah.
Do you think about this stuff? I mean, is that
Oh,
the
yeah.
things you think? I mean, you already said it's kind of like, what would you do in the zombie apocalypse?
Yeah.
Did you have these conversations and then that went into the game?
Yeah, in a lot of ways, and it's something where there's people ask why zombie stuff and why this post-apocalyptic why is it so big, and it's because my theory is that we use entertainment for fantasy, wish fulfillment, escapism. But who wants to escape to a world where your family's gone, where they're dead, and everything's out trying to kill you? Like that doesn't sound like a great place to be. It's not very romantic or sexy. But I think that why we like it is because it's a test. It's something where it because we all think, well, the first thing I would do is I would get to the roof of this building, and I would like barricade all the doors, and I'd kill everybody and take their weapons, and only let the nice people in, or whatever. Whatever we're running through our head, we're idiots for thinking that would actually work, but we all think that we have a game plan that would work. So that feeds into, that kind of what would I do, feeds into everything we're doing, and we're actually calling this game kind of a brutal test of survival, kind of test your choices, because we're really not scripting a lot of our encounters. We're scripting victory conditions, not methods for getting there. It's a story, and it's liberating because we say, here's your tools, and you can use any of them. We're not prescribing specifics in most cases, and the players are free to do what they want in the spirit of a brutal test of survival. Play it your way.
Yeah.
And story-wise, I think it's the reason why like The Walking Dead is so popular is because the best stories are all about conflict and drama, and how you can't get more conflict than, hey, if I step outside, everything wants to kill me.
Yeah.
So just on a sort of primal level, just that, like Jeff said, that it's not just the test though, it's the everybody wants to live. It's that's almost universal.
Yeah.
Everybody will fight for their last breath.
Right.
And so if you threaten that, and that becomes like on the hierarchy of needs, just the the ability to breathe and live and eat. That's pretty basic. Everybody can relate to that.
Yeah, and like you said earlier, the greatest threat of all is other people.
And I think that's totally true.
Yeah, that's a big theme in The Walking Dead too. It's like
absolutely.
The encampment sequence we saw during the conference reminded me a lot of like going into to find the governor or something like that. Like just kind of taking over what somebody else has already established. How is the balance between like fighting the freakers and fighting like actual uninfected people?
I think if you take all of our demos together, that gives you a pretty good idea.
Yeah.
So I don't know if we've ever actually sat down and figured out the exact ratio of how many freakers versus how many marauders.
It's pretty well balanced. I mean,
it's pretty balanced.
Yeah.
Because they're very different, right? And that's what we're really looking for, is making sure the experience never gets boring, never gets repetitive. And so we use these ingredients to mix that up as much as we can.
Right.
Yeah. I'm sure you've heard this question a billion times, so excuse me. But what is it like, entering the market at a time when there are quite a few games that are featuring the undead at the moment? Like, how do you see Days Gone like fitting in that realm?
We never really worried about it, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's
Really?
like because when we pitched it, we were, again, I'm a great believer in using whatever tropes to help you tell your story.
Yeah.
And it's just funny that in games we get asked this, but nobody else is ever going to get asked that in any other
There are a lot
media.
of action movies right now.
Yeah, exactly. It's like,
it's summertime.
It's like, well, the Schwarzenegger movie uses guns. I'm not gonna see that movie. It's like, to us, it's about, can we do something original with it?
Yeah, and I believe we are. I mean, the thing is it's everything we're describing today is it's as realistic as a game can be, and still have a story and be an action-centric game. But we really kind of use that tone as a guard against zany ideas and crazy things. So we really cautiously guard that, even internally, for features and ideas we want to do. But also, I think that we just we don't think about those other things. We have an original idea that that's made of things that games are made of, so that's what you're responding to.
Yeah.
But at the same time, we also have the Horde. No other game has that, so we didn't try.
Absolutely.
The setup to that feature was the right thing to do, but it's over 1,000 enemies moving at the player in real time.
Yeah. Really?
They're fast. We saw it last year. I killed 1,000 of them.
Yeah.
It's no big deal.
Great.
So
But it's a real thing. I mean, it's a tidal wave that keeps coming at you, and we've seen games with lots of zombies out there, but none where there are that many moving at the player constantly, and the player must stay ahead of it. And it's so we didn't set out to make that our distinguishing feature, but if you to answer your question, it's like we've got our realism, our tone, the relatability, and then we have this really killer feature where there's over 1,000 guys just coming at you nonstop, and it's terrifying.
And the other thing we have is just AAA production values.
yeah.
It's one of the reasons why it's taken so long to make this game.
Absolutely.
It's like, because we started out, we wanted to make a console game, but we didn't want to sacrifice the way the characters looked or the way the world looked, just because we were building such a big world.
Yeah.
And a world that's filled with so many freakers. And I think that's it's, hopefully you can see that in the cinematics that we've shown, that they really kind of help draw the player in, so that when you're playing the world, I think you kind of forget at least I hope you'll forget that. Hey, this is a game set in a post-apocalyptic world. How
Right.
original.
Yeah.
Because lots of fiction, not just games, are set in that environment.
Absolutely.
Right.
But I hope ours will draw you in.
Well, it certainly seems to be doing that already. I know a lot of people are excited about it. And you know what? Even if people are asking the question, oh, another zombie game, I think there's a very big awareness. As you've said, you've a very unique take that you've got. And it seems like the concepts and themes that you want to talk about sort of transcend that sort of simple like genre. Like there's a lot more going on beyond that level. I'd love to ask, when are we going to be able to see more? I know you guys have the game coming out late December this year. Do you have?
Who told you that?
Is it not coming out December this year?
We're not talking about release date.
Oh, okay. All right. Well,
I
then
can
the
tell you that
internet
one
lied
is-
to me.
I can tell you that one is inaccurate.
Okay, then the internet lied to me, and this is terrible. All right. So,
The internet often does that.
anyway, oh, you know what? It must have been one of those placeholder dates that was like, oh, we don't know, it's coming out this year. Have you announced any kind of idea, 2017 or 18, or it's just
No, again, we've been really lucky because Sony's just going to give us the time to finish the
that's
game
great.
and just do the best job we possibly can. So that's, we're grateful that we're not talking about release date right now
Yeah.
because we still have a lot of work to do.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's going to be awesome.
But I can't wait to play it. So
Can't wait to play it too. And before you go, I would love to ask you about the tech. I know you've got what you call internally Horde tech for that. How has that been managing that and building that as a process?
Just a talented team of engineers.
Yeah?
Yeah, seriously, it's like, because we're using the Unreal 4 engine, and we have engineers that are building on that, and they have the physics to get that many enemies on the screen at once is a huge task, not just for engineering but for design, to figure out how do we make a game out of that. I mean, honestly, that was the bigger challenge.
and for the character.
It was,
team.
and the character
and
team, and the
technical-
animation team,
yeah.
and the audio team. I mean, it's everybody.
Yeah.
But really, the real challenge is how do you turn that into a game? How do you make it fun to play?
Yeah.
And it has been a challenge.
Yeah, we've been really fortunate with our talent. I mean, that's just something where it was never in doubt that it could happen. So
Yeah.
I wish we could say there was a secret formula to it or a process, but it's just some great people.
Yeah. Well, that's fantastic. Thank you so much for coming to talk to us. We can't wait to see more about the game. Jeff and John, thank you so much.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
You made a very interesting looking game, and whenever we do get it, which is not at the end of this year, I'm looking forward to hearing more. So thank you so much for joining us. Do stick with us. Next up, we've got No Kuni 2. Hey guys, I'm Jess, back with Callie, and we've got Dennis Lee here from Bandai Namco to talk about Ni no Kuni 2, The Revenant Kingdom.
Yes.
How exciting. Okay, I have to tell you first off, Ni no Kuni 1 made me cry within the first 10 minutes. I think it made most people cry.
A lot of people cry.
Yeah, a lot of crying.
It was a really emotional game, but we do have a live demo today, which is really exciting as well, so you guys will be able to watch that. But you're kind of going in a different direction this time around. Can you tell us a bit about just like set it up for us?
Yeah, so the story of Ni no Kuni 2 follows a young boy named Evan. And so he is a young boy, prince boy king of Ding Dong Dell.
Yep.
And so Ding Dong Dell, yes, very familiar if you played the first game. But so he had just assumed the throne because his father had just passed away. And so even though his father was really well loved by all his townspeople, but the subjects of Ding Dong Dell, they weren't really sure or confident that Evan could be a good ruler.
Right.
And so, you know, he is young, he's inexperienced, he's actually not that confident in himself.
Aww.
And so because of that, the mice people, they stage a coup. And so they seek to take over the throne, and they do.
Yeah.
And Evan is just barely able to escape with the help of some friends.
Yeah.
And so he escapes, and so at that point, Evan needs to go on an adventure to learn how to be a good ruler and a good king, but then also to earn the right to become a king.
Right. So about how old is he in this game?
So Evan, he is a preteen, so he is very much not so young or not so old.
Cute.
So yeah, what you're seeing here is in the field map. There's little chibi versions of the characters.
Oh, wow.
So when you're exploring on the field map, it uses the little chibi characters, and then the battles, it will still have kind of a symbol battle system where you'll see little symbols of the enemies, and then when you touch them, you'll jump into battle. And then when you jump into battle, it'll be very much the kind of the animated, looking style from the original game that everyone knows and loves.
Great.
Speaking of that, actually, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding that Studio Ghibli is not as involved with Ni no Kuni 2. Can you tell me a little bit about the animation?
Yeah, so for Ni no Kuni 2, what is great is that the kind of the what we call the dream team of developers is back for Ni no Kuni 2. So of course, starting with just the gameplay and the story, there's Level 5 Studios, which they've done so many great RPGs over the years. But then returning for Ni no Kuni 2 is also Yoshiyuki Momose. And so Momose-san is a former animator and character designer from Studio Ghibli. So he did Grave of the Fireflies, he did Spirited Away, so
Wonderful.
he worked on the character designs for all of those for those movies.
Yeah.
And so he did work on the character designs for Ni no Kuni 2.
Okay, so we got an alum this time.
Exactly. So you will see that a lot of the characters, they look like they could have been transplanted out of different, Ghibli movies, and that's because of his work and his, what he's done in the past.
Oh, that makes me so happy. The animation nerd.
And in addition, as far as sound, because it's not just all about the visuals.
Yes.
And so Joe Hisaishi, who is he's a composer, musical director, and he's composed the scores for a lot of Studio Ghibli's movies. So Nausicaa, Kiki's Delivery Service, My Neighbor Totoro, just to name a few.
Yeah.
He
Wow.
composed the score for Ni no Kuni 2 as well. So we do have that feel of a Studio Ghibli film.
Right, so you can still expect that
yes.
Studio Ghibli charm from it.
Exactly.
And just a slightly different way to get that charm.
Yes.
I
Yeah.
read that you've also taken some of the thematic sort of elements of. Sorry, we say Ghibli in Australia.
Oh, you said Ghibli?
I know. Is that true as well for the sequel?
Yes, definitely. So with the story and the character, basically it's like the story and the character building for storytelling, I guess, for Ni no Kuni 2. There's very much a lot of similar themes to Studio Ghibli films.
Yeah.
And so with Evan and his story, it really is kind of that coming of age story.
Yeah.
And that is it's very reminiscent of a lot of Studio Ghibli movies. And what the players will see when they play the game is that the storytelling and the character development, even though that sounds very not theatrical, is all done very similar to that of a Studio Ghibli film. So people, when they're either playing or they're watching someone else play, it will feel like you're watching a Studio Ghibli film. This is just an interactive version of one.
Yeah. So can you tell us a bit about what we're seeing on screen right now?
Yes. So right now, Evan is in battle. He is trying to complete the Trial of Justice, and he needs to do this. I'm Trial of Courage, actually.
Okay.
In order to, he needs to defeat Thog, who's this big kind of gorilla-looking character, and he needs to defeat him in order to earn the right to rule a kingdom.
Wow.
And so once he does this, he will basically earn a Kingmaker, and Kingmaker is kind of like a guardian of a kingdom.
Right.
So, the ruler of a kingdom, I guess, so the king or the ruler of a kingdom and the kingmaker, the two of them together, they will basically rule and protect a kingdom. And so Evan, in order to be worthy of being a ruler of a kingdom, he needs to pass this trial.
Ooh. And I assume there's going to be a lot more of this kind of thing, of like him trying to prove himself.
Yes. Throughout the story and throughout his adventure, he is going to be, of course, he's going to be learning a lot, but it's a lot about proving himself.
Yeah.
So because again, just like the people in Ding Dong Dell, he's very kind of unassuming. He has a very pure heart.
Yeah.
But when you have different kingdoms or you have different people like the Sky Pirates, they may not want to support him right away because they're like, oh, you're just a boy. So why would we lend you our help? And so he definitely needs to prove himself. And prove himself worthy of getting the support of other people and of course being a ruler.
Yeah. So the story of the sequel is, I would say, almost completely separated from this first game. Is that correct?
Yes.
What was the decision making behind that?
So there's a lot of different, I think a lot of different reasons and a lot of different ideas that Level 5 had when they were looking at like, okay, what do we want to do with Ni no Kuni 2?
Yeah.
And so one of the things they definitely wanted to do was they wanted to make sure that no matter who picked up Ni no Kuni 2 and was watching it or was playing it, that they would be able to enjoy it and they wouldn't be forced to have played the first game or experienced that story beforehand. But then also they wanted to make sure they wanted to tell a different story with different characters. So what they did do is they created brand new story, brand new characters.
Right.
It's not the same world.
Yep.
I guess one way to describe it, the Ni no Kuni from the first game was Oliver's Ni no Kuni, even though he came actually from the other world.
Yeah.
But technically,
we get it.
And this is Evan's.
Yeah.
This is Evan's world.
That's awesome.
And so yeah, we have his story.
Yeah. Well, the story's not the only thing that's changed. There's quite a lot of combat changes as well. Can you speak to those?
I can.
Probably good timing.
Good timing since that's what everyone's looking at. So one thing, so with the combat system, it was completely overhauled.
Yeah.
And so Level 5 didn't want to just do the same thing as far as, even though the original Ni no Kuni was, very well received and the fans loved it.
Yeah.
But they didn't want to just say like, okay, well, we're just going to do the same thing, put in a new story, new characters, new maps, and here you go.
Yeah.
So they wanted to overhaul the combat system. And so what they saw was, in the original Ni no Kuni, because of the systems they had with the familiars and everything else, it was a hybrid of kind of real-time action.
Yep.
But then also you used a lot of menus to issue commands to your familiars, and it kind of pulled you in and out of the combat.
Right.
And so with Ni no Kuni 2, they wanted to do a full real-time combat that had a lot of different sensibilities of kind of more Western, not Western games specifically, but of different styles of games. So like from adventure games and even like little cues from fighting games. Just because the action is always, you get so engrossed in the action in those types of games.
Yeah.
And role-playing games, it kind of is a mix. Sometimes it's really engrossing, but sometimes it's more tactical. And so they did a nice hybrid of, there are strategies and different things you can do, but it's a full real-time action.
Right.
And so you have full control. There's very few menus, but there's nothing that takes you away from the action. So you always, when you're in battle, you always feel like you're right there in battle the whole time.
And these little buddies you've got on screen are the Higgledies.
They are the
correct?
Higgledies, yes.
One, They're adorable, and I need a plush one
I would
immediately.
love a plush one.
But can you explain how they function?
Yes. So so the Higgledies are they're spirits from in the world, and they're born of all kinds of different phenomena. So so like there's fire ones and water ones and wind ones. You'll see those denoted by kind of the different colors and the different styles here. And so they will help. They will lend Evan their power throughout his adventure. But in battle, what we've shown off so far is that they have two very distinct kind of uses, let's say, in battle.
Okay.
And so, of course, they're going to do their own thing and they're going to attack the enemies, which you see there. They have kind of their own little, they have their whole mind, set of what they're going to do. But then at different times, they also, they will kind of gather up together. And then as the player, if you go, and it's denoted by kind of a little light circle, like right there. And then when that happens, if the player goes in there, issues the command to them, then they will give the party different buffs.
Wow,
So
okay.
they will do things like increase the party's defense or their offense. The fire ones in these boss battles, they will give you a fire shield that will block basically all fire attacks.
Right.
Or they might heal you. So they have all kinds of different buffs that they can do. But then also when you have different skills you can use, and so while you're charging up your skills, like what was happening right there, then all the Higgledies that are close to you, they'll kind of jump in and they will join and they'll augment your skill. And so they will add their elemental powers to those skills. So you might do a sword slash, but then with the fire Higgledies, if they jump in, then you'll do like a fiery giant sword slash. So so it definitely helps. It definitely helps a lot in battle.
Yeah.
They're just so cute. I love like strength in numbers, those little helpers. And going in, right, like what the buffs are going to be, so there's that element of strategy.
Yes, exactly. So, and even with a lot of the kind of actiony real-time elements. So of course, you have your traditional, you have like long-range attacks, you have like melee attacks. The way that you build up your meter in order to perform your skills, that's denoted by landing attacks on your enemies. But then if you do melee attacks and you get up close, then it'll fill up a lot faster than if you kind of just stayed away and just kind of shot at them from far with your projectile weapons. So that will help kind of go back and forth between you. You just can't spam skills nonstop and just kind of get through battles. But then even like little nuances in battle, like the when you're defending, of course you could just hold down defend, and you can defend, and most attacks it'll reduce the amount of damage that you take. But if you can like just at the right timing just tap that defend right before you're gonna take an attack, similar to some fighting games where you do a parry. It's not exactly a parry, but you can actually negate a lot of damage, like all the damage, by using that skill and timing in battle too. So it's not just about leveling up, getting stronger, and then kind of going through and spamming.
It's not just about stats.
Exactly.
You can actually, get better even if you don't have particularly high stats.
Exactly.
In combat. That's great. I also read there's character switching in combat.
Yes. So because everything's in real time, and so in real time you're able to switch characters to switch who you control in your party at any time. So, like for example, here in what we're going to start is going to be the Long Fang battle, and Evan is going to be the character that you're going to control. But at any time you can switch and you control your other party members. So for Roland or for Tawny, you can switch to them and control them, and they have slightly different attacks and skills, and so you can utilize their abilities in battle as well.
So it looks like we're watching a boss battle here.
Yes.
How do these conflicts differ from your everyday
So
baddies?
yes. So
You have to be very careful.
You do. So definitely. So this battle here. So this is a battle with Long Fang, and so Long Fang is the kingmaker for a kingdom called Goldpaw, and we just mentioned a little bit about Goldpaw during E3. But so of course the kingmakers are supposed to, they're supposed to guard and defend a kingdom, but for some reason, and we didn't exactly say why, because that would spoil some things, he does end up attacking the kingdom instead. And so Evan and team will go and try and defeat him in order to help save that kingdom. And so in this battle, there is a lot. Basically, this one compared to the previous battle that we just showed, it is a little more difficult. So the battle takes place in basically on a crater that is surrounded by lava, and so so Longfang, of course, where he's at, he is so large, he actually doesn't stand on the actual platform that the party is on. So you have to definitely worry about the environment and the area and the spacing of where you're at. But then here, of course, because you're not in a volcano, but you might as well be in a volcano because you're in a lake of lava.
Right.
That fire shield that the fire higgledies have definitely comes in handy.
Yeah. All right. Cool. I've read quite a few things about obviously. It's a JRPG, but I know how important it is to the team to bring it to Western audiences. Are there things that you've been conscious about sort of perhaps altering or just the things going on in the game that you need to be conscious of to appeal to Western audiences? Or do you think it's an across-the-board thing? I mean, I know Western audiences have very much embraced JRPGs.
Right.
But it sounds like, from what I've read from your team, you'd also quite like to be seen as just an RPG.
Yes, exactly. So one of the things that Level 5 has been working on, and what they really thought about a lot when they worked on the planning for Ni no Kuni 2, was really it sounds kind of bad, but so it's not exactly that. But they don't consider themselves a developer of just JRPGs, because JRPGs in some ways very limiting, and they create role-playing games that they feel will appeal to everybody. And so of course there are certain kind of sensibilities for Eastern or Japanese role-playing games that are kind of more traditional, like that's what the fans expect when they play those games. And a lot of that is usually it's really strong characters and story development and character building. And so when you have that, then a lot of the really great Western RPGs, the kind of what you can do there is it's a lot more customization. And so with that, it is difficult, and a lot of people do it, and they do it really well, of kind of blending the two of you want to have a lot of customization, but you want to tell a strong story as well. And so with what Level 5 did, they kind of mixed both sensibilities from Western and Eastern role-playing games and kind of put it together. So that's where I think a lot of the action battle system, they by getting rid of all the menus and issuing commands and making it less tactical from a menu standpoint and making it more visceral, they felt like that was something that more role-playing gamers would embrace, and even non-role-playing gamers, but just the gamers in general. But they continued to have a really strong storytelling, and so that's kind of one of their core focuses.
Yeah, that's wonderful.
One of the additional things, so as far as customization goes, of course, there's always, in every role-playing game, there's always equipment, and you can customize your character and your party by what equipment they have in general. But one of the extra elements that they added in was something that we just announced here at E3, which is the Kingdom mode. So the Kingdom mode is a mode where once you get up to a certain point in the story, then at that point, Evan needs to basically build his own kingdom. And while he's building his own kingdom, the player is actually building that kingdom, and you're able to customize it. So throughout the game, you'll be recruiting different townspeople from different kingdoms, and some from non-kingdoms. And then you can recruit them to come into your kingdom, and then you can give them different tasks to like research technology or build buildings and open stores, and then you can kind of customize that kingdom of your very own while you're playing. So that customization is something that they knew just role-playing gamers would really like, that they'd enjoy doing that, and that kind of became the while there's a lot of other features we haven't talked about yet, that became like one of the kind of metagame things that, similar to the first game, had the familiars and the familiar raising and evolving them and collecting all of those. The kingdom building is what they feel is one of the elements that kind of helps expand out the gameplay much more than just playing through a story.
Speaking of familiars, actually, I wanted to ask what's changed with that. So it's my understanding that things are a little different this time around.
Yes. So unfortunately, the familiars are not back for Ni no Kuni 2. So the higgledies kind of becomes part of the familiars, as far as you do have the different kinds of higgledies, and you will find different ones and recruit them, and then they will support you in battle, and even outside of battle they'll help you traverse into different areas as well. But then that, in addition with the kingdom mode, is kind of the element that really kind of expands a lot more of what the players can do as they're playing through the game. So the familiars and kind of that whole concept of they're the different I guess monsters in the world, and then you would try and recruit them. So that got removed with the kind of the spirits and the higgledies.
Yeah.
And I mean, personally, Kingdom Mode sounds exactly like my kind of thing. I'm very, very excited to check that out and see more.
That's very
about
cool.
that.
I mean, it does sound massive as well. It sounds like there's a lot you can do. I mean, the last game was huge. Is this one even bigger?
This one is just as big.
Thank goodness.
In some
I don't have that
yes.
many hours in a day.
Yes. In some ways it's bigger, and in other ways it actually is a little more tight.
Cool.
Because all the battles are, again, done in real time. And one thing that we're not showing it here at E3, but we have shown a little bit in the past, where when you go into a kind of a dungeon area, or technically in a town as well, in those areas it is kind of one big place to adventure.
Right.
And so you can see all the enemies. You have full ability to kind of run in and out of combat. You don't have to, kind of a lot of traditional role-playing games where you kind of have to jump into battle, basically, like either whether they're random battles or whether there's a symbol. But once you're in dungeons, basically, there's just one big area to explore.
Yeah.
And so that makes that kind of, not so much speeds up, but that gives you the ability to kind of fully explore and not have to like navigate menus, jump around, load in and out. So you don't have to do any of that.
Yeah.
So a lot of the experience has been made a lot tighter. But at the same time, the amount of content from the story, cutscenes, the general amount of gameplay as you're playing through the main game is very similar to the first game.
I like that. That's a good answer. You guys are working on a PC version, is that right?
We are. So for the first time,
That's
Kuni
really
will be
exciting.
available on
That's
PC.
huge. As a PC gamer who would drag out my rarely used PS3 to play the first game, that's really exciting. What was the thought process behind deciding to bring it to PC?
So when we initially talked to Level 5, and Level 5 had their idea of what they wanted to do for Ni no Kuni 2. One of the things they really wanted to do is they wanted to bring the game to as many gamers as possible.
Yeah.
And Hino-san, who is the head of Level 5, he's actually a really big PC and Steam fan. So he was really excited. He's like, yeah, I really want to make a game on. I want to bring Ni no Kuni to Steam fans and PC fans. So that was a couple other reasons, but but we really wanted to, we know there's such a big PC gaming community out there, and we wanted to make sure that PC gamers were able to play a game as as beautiful and as fun as Ni no Kuni.
Has it been difficult to bring to PC?
I would say, of course, I'm not on the development team.
Yeah, of course.
But yes, from what I know and from what I've heard, it's not that it was difficult. It was just more of making sure that that it's developed with PCs in mind, and of course, on a console, it's kind of it's standardized. Here are your specs, and that's what you work with. And then on PCs, you do have to worry about kind of different configurations. But outside of that, I think Level 5 has they jumped right in, and they've been doing a great job in working on the game for PC and for PS4.
Yeah.
Now I have to ask: is there any chance the first game would ever come to PC as a port? Because I mean, there's just a shortage of games like this on the PC.
We know there's a lot of fans that have been asking about the original Ni no Kuni coming on other platforms, and PC being one of them. And so right now the team's working really hard on making sure they get Ni no Kuni 2 out. So we don't really know what's going to happen after that, but right now,
I can dream.
right now they're really excited to bring Ni no Kuni 2 and put all their efforts into working on this game.
Well, before I let you go, I do want to ask you, you finally got hands-on happening. It's on the show floor. Is this the first time that you've had a fan hands-on?
Yes, this is actually the first hands-on worldwide that that we've had for Ni no Kuni 2.
Yeah.
So no one outside of basically the development team and us have really had hands-on time with the game yet.
And what's the reception been like?
The reception's been phenomenal.
Oh, really?
So
That's awesome.
people, they, once they get into once they see the visuals,
Yeah.
and hear the music, that, they're amazed there. But the response to the battle system and the changes that have happened
Yep.
has been really, really good.
Fantastic.
In our booth, we have like 3-hour-long waits to play the game,
Yeah.
and so, the reaction has been great.
That's so fantastic
that's
to
great
hear.
to hear.
Well, I know we're both really excited about it. The game is absolutely gorgeous. Thanks so much for joining us.
Yeah,
Dennis.
thanks for having me.
And thanks for being around, Kelly. And we will be back with Far Cry 5 in just a minute. Hey guys, we're back. It's the last day of E3, which is exciting, and just thankful for those of us who are very, very tired. Probably everyone at this table. I'm back with Callie. My name's Jess, and we've got Dan Hay here with us.
Hey.
You're here to talk about Far Cry 5.
Indeed.
It's absolutely one of the biggest games that we've had to talk about this E3.
Cool.
I know we're both super pumped for it. I mean, every time you announce a new Far Cry, setting a new Far Cry game, it's like, oh, that was a really good idea.
Oh, cool.
It looks really cool. And I don't think I've ever felt that way more than this time round.
That's great to hear. We're hearing tons of great feedback. I think, everybody was saying, where's the next one going to be?
Yep.
How are we going to make it fresh and different? And I think nobody was expecting Montana.
No, absolutely not.
And I think, people typically think, we put you on a plane, we take you 6,000 miles away, we drop you in the middle of the jungle somewhere. And this time we wanted to bring it to the States. We wanted to make it feel like it was real and interesting. We wanted it to be something that people would explore the frontier of a Far Cry experience, but they could do it almost close to home. And I think people are loving it. They're playing it here at E3. And obviously, Boomer's the big standout. Everybody loves the dog, so it's super cool to see.
I would really like to talk about the dog for a second,
Sure.
because when I played the demo, of course I picked Boomer.
Okay.
You can pet him, if you did not know
Yep.
that. What was the thought process behind adding Boomer? Was it just like, people do love dogs?
You know what? It was interesting. We were actually in Montana, and we were hunting, and it was kind of it was the end of the day, and it was kind of cold, and we were hungry, and everybody's like, okay, let's get back in the truck. And then all of a sudden, the guy that we're with says, hey, listen, don't move. And we're like, okay, right? And we watch the dog. He goes, look. And the dog that he has with him is a pretty cool, interesting looking dog. And he goes, just watch the dog. So we watched the dog for what felt like an eternity. Right? And we're like, okay, what is this dog going to do something? And at the last minute, it barks, and this bird goes and gone, and then he goes to shoot at it. And it was like, always trust your dog.
That's awesome.
And that feeling of, this companion you know, when Boomer runs up to you and he drops that gun off that he's just taken off somebody, and he looks at you like, "I'm a good dog, right?" And you're like,
Yes,
"Good dog."
you
That's
are
perfect.
good boy Boomer. Yeah.
So, I mean, I unfortunately haven't gotten a chance to play the game yet, but I assume you can't lose your companions completely. I just want to know the dog's not going to
Everybody
die.
says,
Yeah,
"Do
that's all
you-
I want
And the
know.
dog
Do
dies.
you kill Boomer?" We don't kill Boomer.
I swear, every time a massive game comes
Yeah.
out with a dog, it's like,
Yeah.
is he going to die?
Yeah.
There's a whole website dedicated to that actually.
Yep.
Does the dog die? Yeah.
Does it? Really?
But
Wow.
yeah, so I guess expanding off of Boomer, I love him, but we should talk about other things. You have this guns for hire system, and he's one of them.
Yep.
Can you talk a little bit more about that? There's 3 available in the demo that I got to see. Are there more? Do you gain them throughout the
So
game?
there's stuff I'm supposed to talk about, stuff I'm not supposed to talk
Okay.
about.
That's
of course,
good.
you know, we built this big, you know, guns for hire system. We have fangs for hire, we have friends for hire with co-op as well. And so we just want to be able to make it that you go out into the world and you see somebody like Boomer or somebody like Grace, and that they all have their own unique skills, right? I
Yeah.
mean, Boomer's going to be somebody who's very much like almost like a bio drone. He can go out into the world, and because the cult doesn't recognize Boomer and isn't worried about him,
Right.
he can go in and tag people.
that's
But
great.
if Grace is going to be somebody who's got your back.
Yeah.
You put her up high. She's basically got the sniper rifle, and she's going to be there to protect you in case stuff goes down.
Yeah, I really, really liked Grace. I picked Boomer, of course, but I do like sniping, so I was like,
Okay.
I'm going to be the one sniping.
Cool.
Boomer's going to be taking care of the guys on the ground. But yeah, it's an interesting mechanic. Can you talk about co-op a little bit more also?
Yeah, I think, you know, a lot of people were asking us, you know, because the DNA of the brand is definitely coming from a single player experience.
Yeah.
And so we want to make sure that we keep that sacred and that it's people who want to be able to play it that way can. Same thing with guns for hire, same thing with fangs for hire, that if you want to play with them, you can, but you don't have to. And then when it comes to co-op, on Far Cry 4, what we did is we had it so that you could play it out in the open world, but a lot of folks were saying, well, can we do it in missions? Can we get it in quests? And for Far Cry 5, absolutely want to be able to give you that.
That's so exciting. When did you decide, like, this is something we're going to do? Because, I mean, there are not loads of co-op campaigns out there.
True. You know what? I think it's a natural evolution for us.
Yeah.
You know, we're a big game, we're a big brand, and what we wanted to be able to do is make sure that people can play it the way they want to play it. I think that when you think about what makes Far Cry great is that we've built this anecdote factory, right? And when we were first figuring out kind of what we had at the end of Far Cry 3, we looked at the game and we said, okay, what's really cool about this is that you can go out into the world and you can find an outpost and you have the ability to take that outpost from 360 degrees, right?
Yeah.
And then you have the freedom and the opportunity and the surprise of looking down and maybe there's a bear in a cage and you know that once you kick that off, it's going to go crazy, but you don't know how. We thought we would take that freedom, opportunity, and surprise and apply it to the entire game for Far Cry 5. So we drop you in the middle of the world. You can go in any direction, meet anybody you want. You can have a completely different experience than somebody else is playing. Go down south, go north, and it's all about freedom.
Yeah.
And that's a good opportunity for co-op too, because if you can attack something from multiple sides, you can say, okay, I'm going to go over here and
Exactly.
do this. You're going to let that bear out of the
Exactly.
cage. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of it's just cool to see that people are playing it the way they want to play it, and the game is responsive. Even on the floor, we're watching people play it. They're playing it completely different.
Right.
And candidly, we're watching them do stuff that I didn't even know was possible in some cases. So
Oh
it's-
yeah, that must be fascinating. Like, do you have an example of that?
Well, the thing is that we were playing the demo and we're like, all right, people are going to go and they're going to attack Falls End. And then, you know, we're watching people go, you know what, I'm just going to go meet Nick. I'm just going to go meet another character. What happens when you walk up to Nick and you have a conversation with him and then you decide mid-conversation to just leave it, right? What does he do? How does he react? And as a normal human being, he goes, all right, you know, I'll talk to you later. And then when you come back, he goes, here's where I was. And so it feels very real.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I always feel bad for like virtual characters, so I'm like, I can't walk away. You're talking to me. I'm too
Yeah,
polite. But
right,
so
absolutely.
you get the opportunity when a bunch of people are playing your game
Yeah.
on the show floor
Exactly.
to
Or
see how different people
maybe
react.
Nick is in the middle of a conversation with you and something, you know, the cult drives by. It doesn't feel real if he doesn't react. It doesn't
Right.
feel real if he doesn't stop and look around and is careful and cautious. And so we built the system to be able to do that so that they feel real.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you're taking on so many things that Far Cry doesn't seem to have really touched before. I mean, you're in a very different setting. It's weird because it's quite familiar because you're in
Yep.
America, but very different than what you've done before. Did you do a lot of research into the themes you were dealing with? What was
We
that
did.
process like?
I think that, you know, from the standpoint of this game, we've been working on this game for about 3 years, 2.5 years. And I think the key thing for us is to do our homework. So we actually went to Montana. We were actually there, and the one thing that we really wanted to be able to do was, was it believable that you could go to this and have this situation happen where a cult could take over a space and you would feel like you were cut off? And
Yeah.
so we were in Montana. We were there for about 24 hours over the course. So first 24 hours, we were there for 14 days total. But in that first 24 hours, we're like, okay, how isolated do we feel?
Yeah.
So we're in these vans and we're kind of driving along. And then we go through this mountain pass, and our cell phone signal drops.
Oh,
And we're like,
gosh.
it's okay, it's gonna be back in 10
Okay.
minutes.
Yeah,
15
yeah,
minutes.
yeah.
No, it doesn't come back.
Really?
You realize you go a couple days without your phone. Yeah. And you realize nobody has a clue where you are.
Oh my
You
god.
haven't talked to your friends in a while.
have no
You're
GPS.
completely cut off,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And so for us, it was a really interesting feeling to get that feeling of being cut off, and then make it feel like, well, what happened if something went down here?
Yeah.
How would we get that message out? What happened if somebody closed the roads, or what happened if somebody cut us off from the outside world? How believable would it be? And within 24 hours, we knew it was completely believable.
Wow.
One of the things that really excites me about Far Cry 5 is you're dealing with things that are hitting really close to home kind of in the world right now. And it makes, I mean, Far Cry 5 has always had threatening settings, but for me, it makes me like uncomfortable and threatened in a way that I didn't really expect to be. I mean, what is it like writing about a dystopian setting that is so close to home?
You know, when I was a kid, so where the idea comes from is like when I was a kid, I was a child of the 80s, and so I was about 10 years old in 82, and what I remember is the pressure and sort of the weight of the Soviet Union and America locked in this Cold War, and I remember this feeling as a kid that it just felt like, you know, everything could go south really, really quickly. And as a kid, you don't know how to handle that, right? And it created this feeling of, you know, this heaviness. And so basically what happened was that, you know, in 89 when the wall came down, I think globally everybody kind of went, okay, we're safe. for a
Yeah,
time, right?
wow.
But then what I noticed is that in the last 10, 12 years, that feeling's starting to come back.
Oh, it absolutely is.
And
Oh,
I'm starting
yes.
to get this feeling like, and so what was interesting about that is building a character who had that feeling, building a character like, you know, because we know we have the pedigree of making great characters like Voss, or like
Yes.
Pagan Min, but now apply that feeling to the father.
Yeah.
Apply that feeling to the father and have him have a mandate of basically trying to, in his own way, save as many people as he can from this collapse that he believes is coming.
Yeah.
And it creates a really powerful character.
Yeah, I mean, there's that excellent quote. I want to say it comes from Joss Whedon, but I can't say if that's particularly true. About villains, and the best villains are the ones who believe that they're the good guys.
Yeah.
Do
Yeah.
you think that applies?
For sure,
Yeah.
absolutely. This is what he believes. He
Yeah.
believes that the end justify the means, and that what he's doing is, when he takes you, right, he's basically saying, I know you don't want me to save you from what's happening, and I know you don't believe me, and I know you don't trust me, but the truth is that after the calamity happens, after this collapse happens, and when it's all over, you will say thank you.
Yeah.
And he believes that, which means that he's a really complex character, and we get a lot of great stuff from him.
Yeah.
There's a lot of potential for nuance there. I do
Yeah.
want to ask, I don't know if you can answer, so forgive me, but about the player character. You play this like
Okay.
sheriff's deputy. Can you
Yes.
tell us a little bit more about that?
You know, what we did, and it's one of those things that's kind of a pet peeve of mine. Whenever I'm playing a game and I have a moment where I'm like, I freak out or whatever, and I basically say something that it should be my voice or what I want to hear or what you guys want to hear when you play the game. It annoys me when you end up getting a character that says something that you don't think, right?
Oh, the chatty characters.
I
yeah.
don't, like,
Absolutely.
I don't like that at all.
Yes.
And I also don't like the idea that you go from 0 to hero in 10 seconds.
Yep.
Like, and so what was interesting is to be able to make you this sheriff's deputy and make it so that it was believable that you had a little bit of experience with a gun, but you didn't have, you know, you had a 6-shooter or something.
Yep.
And that you basically were heading out into the world, and then that this character was you. So we built an avatar system that basically you can make it you, so that it is your game and it is your expression in the game.
And then, I mean, going back to the setting and how that interconnects, I mean, is it a game where you feel more vulnerable as a result of that, as a result of who you are and where you are?
It's a good question. I think that people will definitely feel like they're in the space. They'll feel like they're, and that's something that's the benefit of making a first-person game, is that whenever you make an interesting character, a nuanced character, they can get into your space,
Yeah.
right? They can get into your personal space, and that makes it really, really interesting in terms of the play that you can get and the characters that you can get and the moments that you can have with these characters, and even your guns for hire, right? That's the other thing that we want to do is that, yes, we built a great character with the father, and yes, he has a family that's with him, which makes our cast larger this time, but we also wanted to make it that your guns for hire and that your fangs for hire had personality, even down to Boomer or even down like to Nick and his story, or Grace or Casey or these different characters you meet. We wanted to make sure that these people felt real. They weren't just characters in the world waiting to give you missions.
Right.
They had a life,
Right.
they had a mandate, and if you didn't help them, they were going to help themselves.
Right. And you showed that off with those character vignettes that
Exactly.
came out a little while
Yep.
ago.
Yep.
Ahead of
Yeah.
E3, we get to
Yep.
see like Mary May,
Yeah,
Nick
Pastor
Rye.
Jerome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All that stuff.
Yeah. Are there lessons that you reckon you've learned in the process of making Far Cry for so damn long now
I
that
think
you
so.
would have applied to this game?
Yeah, I think there's two things. Is that like whenever you finish a game, you always leave cool ideas on the cutting room floor.
Yep.
It's heartbreaking, right? And so
Yep.
with this game, we wanted to take the right amount of time to be able to get everything that we wanted in. And the second thing is that when you're working with writers and actors and whatnot, it's really important that the process allows them to be able to, it can't just be what's in your head. Yeah, it has to be, it's alchemy, right? So whenever you get into a room with an actor and you're making a great character, it's not something that you have on a page, it's something that you find together. And so we're learning a lot of stuff about letting the actors run certain things and what feels natural, what feels right. And we've got some great actors. I mean, Greg Brick's amazing as the father. He's spooky as hell. But, but it's fantastic to get these performances. And then the other thing, too, I would say is that's different for us is because we're building a world where you can go in any direction and you can meet anybody and have these action bubbles, we built a writer's room. So we have, it's not just one writer penning a story, it's a whole bunch of different people who are owning a character or owning a section, and it feels very organic, and I think that you end up getting that reflection in the game.
Right, you get that individualism from different people collaborating on one thing, right?
Yeah.
I do want to hear a little bit more about the rest of the cult. So we've seen the eldest, the youngest, Faith. I'm very curious about Faith in particular because I feel like with the father, if he believes that he's doing the righteous thing, even though he's, to us, he's not.
Right.
Faith seems a little more ambiguous to me. She makes me the most nervous, I think, because she's the one who kind of appeases everyone, right? Right.
Well, I think that, we did a lot of research on cults. And without giving too much away from the game, because there's a bunch of other stuff that we'll be talking about soon.
Of course.
But what was really interesting about cults is that typically, I think when you get an idea of what a cult is, people have this sort of flash in their mind of what it is. But what's really interesting is just that is the different personalities involved, right? And so from the father's standpoint, he surrounds himself with a chorus of people who have jobs. They have roles to play. And so one of them is perhaps the person who goes out and gets people and brings them into the cult. The other person is the one who protects the cult. And then there's somebody who pacifies everybody and keeps them quiet and keeps them calm, and that's definitely Faith. And I think what's really interesting is seeing how they each have a role, they each have a responsibility, and they also both, or all of them, sort of look at the father and they have different opinions about how the father operates. Right? It's not just that they're blindly following him. They have opinions about whether or not what he's doing is right, whether or not he's doing it correctly, whether or not they even believe him. And it's really interesting to see that they're human beings and that they're going to go out and they're going to take the mandate that he's giving them and execute it in their own way.
Oh, okay, yeah, because I think a lot of times when people hear the word cult, they think of people who've been brainwashed, right? As opposed to people who kind of have their own agency. So would you say like these people are operating kind of on their own terms?
I think there's no question that there's going to be blind following of the father by folks, but there's also going to be people who are doing it for perhaps their own reasons, right? When I think about even characters like Jacob or whatnot, the older brother, this is somebody who just needs a mission. This is somebody who almost from a personality standpoint, it doesn't matter what he's doing as long as he's doing something. And so, you basically, he's a weapon and you point him in a direction and you let him churn through that. It makes a really interesting character.
Ooh. How do you feel, I mean, you must have been asked this a million times, but how do you feel about handling like subject matter like that? Like, I mean, it's really not something that's dealt with quite often, probably because I would assume a lot of game developers are nervous about handling it in a certain way. I mean, how did your team approach that? How do you feel about it?
I think for me personally, when I look at, television and film and whatnot, they've been doing this for years. 60 years of being able to sort of explore topics and be able to go and try different things. And I think for us is that games have really come of age.
Yes, absolutely.
And so we can look at this in the exact same way as TV or movies, and we can explore similar topics, and we know that we can trust that people will understand that we're an entertainment brand. This is entertainment, and that's also why we built Hope County. It's not a place that you can find in the real world. It's ours. It's why we built our own cult. We named it and we gave it its mandate basically so that it was ours. But we understand that it's something that I think that since movie and television have been able to do it for so long, I think we can too.
Yeah, like why not games?
Exactly.
Sounds like you put a lot of care into it as well.
We did. This has absolutely been a labor of love for sure.
Yeah.
Speaking of just building Hope County, how big is it? Because I mean, it's kind of a small town, but I feel like there's a lot of land, right? Like how much can we expect to see?
So I think, without giving too much away from the standpoint of the actual size of the world, what we did when we built this thing is that we made sure that it was, when you think about how big Far Cry 3 or Far Cry 4 was, people can understand the trajectory we're on, okay? But what we really wanted to do was make it so that you could tackle it in any direction. You could go in any direction. So that's a big departure for us, is that typically what we've done in the past is that you would go and you'd be walking along and you'd meet this character, you'd meet it in this order, and we'd all have the same story. But for us, what it is building the world so that it's organic, building the world that you go out, and that right from the get-go, once you have that first moment with the father and you find yourself alone in the world, that you can go in any direction, you can meet any character, and you can have an experience that you author, and it will be different from if you guys are playing. You guys will have completely different experiences, and you become the author of your own story. And so it's not just about sort of how big the world is, but it's also how responsive it is.
Right.
One of the things that's cool for us is that we're building this resistance, and we have this resistance meter. And as you begin to build your lore, and as people start to know you, maybe you go in and you take over Falls End and you basically push back the cult. Somebody's going to say that afterwards. Oh, you're the one who took it over. Listen, you need to go get Nick. You need to meet this person.
great.
Or somebody's going to say, you know what you could use? I think you could use a dog. Like, okay. Or a different animal.
And
Yeah.
you're integral in
Yes.
building and,
Yep.
and growing this
Exactly.
resistance in Hope County. That's fascinating.
So I assume, aside from those bits, there is a main narrative thread in
There is,
there
yeah.
to pull you through.
Yeah.
How do you marry wanting to tell that main narrative thread story with such a big world, with so many things to do? I mean, I know in my experience when I've played, huge open world RPGs, I absolutely love them, but I do tend to lose the plot,
Yep.
quite literally.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's fair. It's a good question. I think it's not an easy thing to do. I think what's important for us to do, and the way we tackled it is that we made it so that there were residents of the world, and there were residents of these individual communities. And what you're doing is let's say that you go into the world, and you go into, let's say you head down south into John's region, and you're going to find the community of Falls End. You're going to meet Mary, you're going to meet Pastor Jerome, and they're going to kind of blossom out in terms of telling you the different stories that are potentials for you to be able to go
Right,
and get.
yeah.
But at the same time, John is going to be aware of you. And what we do is we make sure that once you've done a certain amount and pushed the cult to a certain degree, he then descends down, and basically you have that FaceTime so that you guys have the opportunity to meet him face to face. Because if you don't meet the villain, if you don't sort of feel them, right, if they don't step into your presence, it doesn't feel real. So we make sure that you're going to push, he's going to push back. You go into Faith's region, you're going to push, she's going to push back. And you
Right.
have this experience of them sort of, them being front and center in front of you. And then when you have that experience and we're able to tell that story, you're reminded of them as they keep showing up.
Yeah. I'm not sure if you would agree on this point that Far Cry at this point certainly appears to have its own kind of formula. I wonder how much 5 is going to continue with that and how much it's stepping away from that.
I think that when we talk about the main thing for us that we want to be able to do is be surprising and be fresh, right?
Yeah.
So we had an opportunity to make a game that would be, very, very similar to something we've done before. And you can tell that just
Right.
by choosing to go to Montana,
Yep.
it was unexpected.
Yeah.
Right.
Just by choosing a story where you could go in any direction, meet any character. The question that I keep getting asked is, okay, so you're going to climb towers and you're going to do
Yep.
no towers.
Well, there you go.
Really?
It's different.
Towers.
Already different, yeah.
That's quite different, yeah. Yeah, well, that's great. I was wondering, I'm not sure if you can talk about this yet, with the co-op, how is that going to work with who your characters are?
Well, I think that what we did from that standpoint is we wanted to make sure that you were able to, if you're playing the single-player campaign and that you've built your character, you can invite somebody to play into your game. But basically, it's not going to affect who you are in your storyline.
Yeah.
It's basically like another Guns for Hire, but it's co-op.
Yeah. So, I mean, you said there's a lot of freedom with how you engage with the world. Does that still apply to combat as well? You can get into
sure.
it every way you want.
sure.
Well, I know my dad absolutely loves your games, and
cool.
he will only snipe.
Your dad too? My dad too.
Yeah, if someone sees him, he's like done. He's
Okay.
like, no, that's
Okay.
not how I get into it.
Yeah.
Is it still like completely free? You can just like
Yeah.
pick up whatever weapons
I
and
think-
engage with it in that way.
I think that one of the things that we wanted to do is we know we're building this anecdote factory. And the thing that we did with Guns for Hire and Fangs for Hire is we wanted you to be able to bring them with you, right? So now you can actually begin to build your squad and take them out and bring them with you. But in terms of how you explore the game, how you attack moments to moment, it's completely free. Do what you want to do. Play it the way you want to play it.
yeah.
Can you talk a little bit about what's unique to the Montana setting as far as combat goes? Because in one of the trailers we've seen, there was a pitchfork kill that I
Yeah.
thought was very interesting. Is there anything else,
Well,
or tractor kills and
What was
stuff
really
like that?
cool, yeah, what was really cool about going to Montana is that it really felt like they had a history of self-reliance. And so something as simple as a tractor becomes a weapon. Something as simple as a plane like Nick, all of a sudden you've got death from above and bombs and whatnot.
Right.
I think that what we just liked was the idea that when you looked around the landscape, you saw opportunities, right? You get into a big rig. You want to get in, for me, what I like to do is I like to get into a classic muscle car,
Yep.
just drive down the road, cool tunes playing, and then start off-roading, right? So I think we just started to pepper the world with all these different opportunities and let you use them the way you want to use them. But there are some things that are uniquely American. Getting in that muscle car, getting in that plane, hearing the right piece of music as you're doing it, right? It
Yeah.
feels right. Going into the bar and sitting there and talking to Mary May, or meeting Casey, or going to meet Pastor Jerome, or getting into the big rig and just basically taking the the Black Widow, or sorry, the Widowmaker all the way down the road and being able to do it. It's super cool to be able to see that and do that.
Yeah, I actually wanted to ask you about the music. I'm so glad you brought that up because I got into the big ring when I was playing, and Black Keys was on, and you can like switch the radio. And I wanted to know a little bit more about like how much goes into selecting what music you want to be on the radio.
Honestly, because we've been making this game for like 2.5 years. We really, you got a couple of summers where you're driving down the road and you're listening to the music, and I've been thinking about the type of music that we want to put in the game. It's as simple as we're actually in Montana and we're in this bar, and there was this jukebox, and we were going up to it and just looking at all the music, all the classics, cool stuff.
Yeah.
And we thought, okay, this is what makes the world feel real. That you're driving along and the right piece of music comes on, or you're flying and it feels right. Right. The big rig, all these different things, or even going house to house. That was the other thing that was really interesting for us, is that for the first time we're in this sort of semi-urban environment, and you're going into houses and you're seeing how people live, and you're kind of going into these villages and these towns, and you're getting a sense of the lifestyle. It's got to feel real.
Right.
The world has to feel believable. So we did a ton of research.
Yeah, I mean, like I got into that big rig, and it just, I don't know about you, but whenever I go on a road trip, I have like specific road trip music.
You have a playlist, right?
Yeah, and it's music I don't even listen to when I'm just kind of listening to music on my own at my house. Like it's specifically for road trips. I do a lot of like classic rock kind of stuff as like my road trip music. But that's what it reminded me of. I got in that big rig, and I was like, oh wow, okay, I'm like driving down the highway. Like
it
this
can
is what we're doing.
change your total experience. If the wrong song comes on for you being in that moment where you just want to be able to drive down the road, when it feels wrong.
Right.
So we make sure we did a lot of time. It took a lot of time to make sure the right piece of music came on.
Yeah, you don't want like a GTA 5 style radio or like Jay-Z playing.
We want you to be able to make it so that it just feels right.
Right.
Yeah. Well, the towers part is a really interesting tidbit. Is there anything else you can tell us about, like something Far Cry fans might not expect that is changing or happening in 5?
Trying to think. In terms of like one thing, I think we really looked at the sort of the breadth of the game. When you think about what we're doing about the location, you think about what we're doing with the story and the characters. I think we just wanted it to feel real. So I think that people, if you've played a Far Cry game before, and we're seeing that on the floor, people are playing it and they're going, oh, it feels familiar, but it feels different. Like, okay, that's good, and they're enjoying it. But even people who've never played a Far Cry before, they can come in and they can join the game and they can get a sense that, wow, this feels like a real trip to Montana. This feels really interesting. The cult is unique. The way that you sort of explore the world and all the characters that you bring with you, and then just the fact that you can have your own pet. And that I mean, the game is generous, and we want to make sure that people get a chance to play it here at E3.
Right.
Yeah, and you're able to design your own protagonist this time around. Is that right?
Yep.
What was the motivation behind that, as opposed to making a set protagonist?
Just making it so that it was as thin as possible from the standpoint of we want it to be you. We want you to be like when I play a game, I want it to be me going in there, and I don't want to hear that voice that doesn't make sense. I just want it to be me, and I want to feel like I'm in the space.
Yeah.
So we thought it was a great opportunity.
What you probably can't speak to it yet, but do you have any idea what the breadth of that customization is like?
Yeah, that we can't talk about that yet. I want to, but that person right there will stop me.
Okay, I don't want you to get in trouble. You've got quite a while till the game comes out. You're in February of next year. So whereabouts is development at right now?
I think we just the stuff that people are playing is just pre-alpha. We're right around alpha, and so. But what's great is that we've been looking at this for a while, and we're like, are people going to like it? How's it? And the truth is that they're going nuts on the floor when they play it. So people are loving it. They're having a great time.
Yeah. Are you taking? Is there any feedback you're taking that you reckon you'll take back to the development room?
Of course, right? I mean, watching people like. I think we all knew that Boomer was going to be a star. We knew he was going to be a superstar. So, but it's cool, and just seeing what people like, seeing how they're playing, the fact that people they're really enjoying flying, and I think that's something else that we do a lot of is when we watch people play, fishing. Okay? Something as simple as fishing.
Yeah.
Like we're making a shooter, and yes, we're building this big world.
Yeah.
What we're noticing is that people are waiting in line. And they're waiting a long time to play.
Yep.
And they only have 10 to 15 minutes, and they spend the entire time fishing.
And gamers love fishing, man.
It's amazing.
There's a surprising amount of fishing in games. So you really have been noticing that. I meant to ask about the reception on the show floor. It sounds like it's been really good, but a lot of people are just fishing.
Yeah, it's really cool, and they're competing with each other.
Kind of love that.
We were in Montana, and we went fishing with this guy, and it was just the pearls of wisdom that came out of this guy were fantastic. And so we have to build a world where if you decide that you want to drive down the highway and you want to listen to tunes, you can do that. If you want to get in a plane and fly around, if you want to have dogfights, if you want to strafe, if you want to take Boomer out, if you want to take Grace out, you can do that. But at the same time, if you just want to sit down and fish.
Well, that sounds absolutely excellent.
Cool.
I know we're both really excited to play the
Cool.
game. I can't wait to see more. I know we've got a bit of a wait, but it
Yeah.
sounds like it's going to be worth it. Thanks so much for talking
Thanks
to
for
us,
having
Dan.
me.
And
Appreciate
yeah, we'll be wrapping up for now, but stay with us for more.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the GameSpot E3 2017 co-op stage. I'm Lawrence, and we are Funhaus. We will be your hosts for the next 90 minutes as we guide you through a bunch of very intelligent discussion about maybe alternative bedroom practices. No, okay, we cut that. We're not going to do that. Instead, we're going to just talk about E3's past and present, and perhaps future. As I said before, I'm Lawrence. I'm joined by Bruce. Hello, Bruce.
Hello.
And we got James on the couch.
Hello.
And Elise. How are you, Elise?
Hello.
So I think, yes.
Applause.
Oh, wow.
We know our names. It's great, right?
Light applause. Thank you very much.
Man, I like this. This is an easy audience. I
That
love it.
better be as quiet as this whole thing gets. I don't want the volume up. I
Yes.
want the intensity up.
It is essentially like a rock concert. It's okay to scream. Lighters may not be okay.
No, I don't think so.
flames,
No lighters
no
in
open
here.
flames.
Looking around
People
for
use their
anything.
phones now.
And I saw a strange man roving around the audience.
Is there a strange
So,
man out there?
strange
Anyone
man who
strange man?
makes everyone awkward and feeling
Behind the camera.
Oh, sir. Yes, there he is.
So security.
Well, hopefully he won't bother anybody.
Unfortunately, there are only 4 chairs up here, and you had to make cuts somewhere.
But we have a variety of exciting activities planned for you guys, plus the chance to win free stuff. And what is E3 without waiting in lines for a long time to win something you'll probably never use? And that's what we promise you today, the true E3 experience. To begin with, I love E3. I've loved E3 for a very long time.
How much do you love E3, Lawrence?
A whole lot. I love E3 enough that I made a game show about E3. And that's what we're about to play.
He seems so excited, doesn't
Yeah.
I'm angry. I love E3 so much that I get mad at both E3
How
and
much he loves
the audience.
Like, I'm your damn host.
Basically, any emotional temperature that goes above 5 with me is just anger. Anyway, so here's the idea. E3 has been host to a lot of great things and a lot of not so great things. A lot of fertile meme ground, if I were to call it that.
Oh, yeah.
So what's going to happen is we will see a stage demo of a game that debuted at E3. Some of them are awesome and memorable. Some of them are kind of infamous for whatever reason. So we're going to see that, just so bask in the memory of it. And then some of you guys will have to guess what you think the Metacritic score for that game ended up being. And you can't look it up because it's on multiple platforms and you don't know which one I chose. And then it's Price is Right rules. The person who comes closest without going over wins a prize. And you also must play against one of them. So for
Oh,
each
really?
round, yes.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I dropped that one on them.
We are
So-
the champions.
I didn't, yeah, I
okay.
didn't realize.
You have to
I'd
defeat the champions.
That's right. Because all we do is go on Metacritic, so we know which games to scream about. So I'm going to invite 2 people up. We'll watch a montage of a stage demo. You'll put in your guesses, compete against one of them. If they win, they get to pick which one of you is the winner. So it's probably a good idea to suck up to them now. So applause. There, see?
Nice. Nice job, Lawrence.
Thank
We like
you.
the applause sign.
Yes. Just a lot of this. Yes, that guy.
Let's get sucking up.
I know. Yeah, he is.
Money is acceptable. So let's start inviting people up. Need a stick mic. Would you choose, or here? I'll do it. All right. All right. Let's see some hands. Who wants
Feel
to
free
win
to
stuff?
feel free to touch it, Lawrence,
right here,
while he's
sir.
out there. You can touch him.
Shake his hand.
You can touch him. You
hello,
can
Avery.
reach for him.
Go ahead and step on stage, please.
Monitor every-
All right. He picks the guy in the Achievement Hunter shirt. Perfect.
Oh, I didn't see that. I'm
Start
sorry.
at some
point.
Oh, you're here. So come on up, please.
Sitting in Bruce's
Sorry, Bruce, you-
chair.
you
That's
go.
bold.
Ah, whatever.
That's bold.
No, stay there. Stay there.
Actually, that works. That works pretty
Are
well.
we doing the Oh, they can
See,
sit
please?
down there. Okay.
Nice to meet you. What's your name?
Connor.
Connor and Ivory, right?
Here, I can hold your bag for you.
Delightful.
Don't let him hold your bag. Don't let him.
Right.
Oh, see
Got a lot of stuff in
now.
it.
Oh, the bag troll has it.
Because we're going to show some stuff on this monitor.
Absolutely, I can.
All right, let's look at the first E3 clip from times past.
It's coming up right now.
I hope it's rolling.
There
There
it
we go.
The Infinity War team has been developing Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare.
What a throwback. I feel like I'm back there. E3, 1992.
Ukraine.
Follow me and keep low. Take one out when the other's not looking.
I hated this mission.
This mission was awesome.
I hated it.
Really?
Yeah. Surviving at the end?
Good night.
No, thank you.
It was so tense, though.
Good, you guys aren't looking at your phones. I respect that.
Yeah, we were watching you.
Outside, though. No shouting numbers if you're looking it up right now.
If I see that phone in your hand, I'm gonna swat it out.
And no American Sign Language either.
Yeah.
See, this was awesome, man. And sit there with all the tanks rolling around you. That was cool.
This was cool.
James, you look so dead. You don't like Modern Warfare? Who doesn't?
I like the thought of like afterwards you tell one of the soldiers that you were there and like, woo! I didn't even know.
All right, sirs, it's time to register your guesses again. Closest without going over. What do you think the Metacritic score of Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare ended up being?
I'm going to go with 8.5.
Okay, well, Metacritic scores are 0 to 100, so we can
80.
80.
80.
Okay, conservative. What would you say?
88.
We got an 80 and an 88. Both very good guesses. And since this is Elise's favorite game of all time, what do you think the Metacritic score ended up being?
Modern War. I'm gonna say 90.
Wow, okay.
Wait, it's Price is Right rules, right?
No,
Yes,
my heart
closest
says
without
85.
going over. So we got 80, 88, and 90.
But Elise can't win anything, so it doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
then she decides who wins if she wins. So let's see. What did the Metacritic score for Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare end up being? 92.
Oh, wow.
Man.
That means Elise
Whoa,
wins.
noobs. Noobs. I was kidding.
What's
Yeah,
it? Oh,
you
the
were
user
going
score.
with
The user score.
user score.
Oh, you weren't.
It's 8.5.
Get on there. All right, Elise, who wins? Is this
Well,
Show it to the audience first.
who wins this beautiful prize?
Hey, actually, this is a fun fact. They're going to be the first person to actually have this shirt.
Yeah.
It's not
Yeah,
available.
it's not
yet.
for sale
Actually,
yet.
I apologize. Thank you. I don't know.
Well, he guessed 80 and he guessed, what, 88, right? He was closer.
Yeah, you
You
did
got the
have the
user
medic.
score.
You did have the user score.
Oh, your modesty is so compelling.
Oh man, I
You
don't
know what?
know.
Elise, cut the shirt in half.
Yeah. You got a sweet Achievement Hunter shirt, so I think I have to give you a Funhaus shirt
all right.
to cover it up with.
We can give another one.
Oh, okay, and
And just because, who cares?
so that actually worked out worse for you.
We're all
Got
losers.
this one.
We're all losers.
All right, thank you guys. Treasured memories, huh? And free stuff. This is what E3 is all about, right? These moments, right? Okay. Well, let's move on to round 2. Who else wants to try to win some free stuff?
Now that they know that there's
Yeah.
We have
some
we have
cool
so much
swag on the
so
line.
much stuff. I brought a James Angel shirt.
Oh,
I brought a Troll shirt.
Oh.
I brought lots of shirts.
I can't wait to crush all of them in this game.
We're going to get his numbers up.
Just, I guess have a seat over there. What's your name?
Isaac.
Isaac. Nice to meet you.
Isaac, welcome, my champion.
And
thank you.
haven't gone to this
thank you
side
for
yet.
watching.
Yeah.
If not, you're wasting your time
You.
here.
Sorry. Might be a bit of an OSHA hazard if we vault up there.
Look at that. You should just step right
Ah.
up. Have a seat. My leash.
I had nightmares of somebody just busting their teeth out. So, Isaac?
Isaac, yeah.
And what is your name?
Harrison.
Harrison?
Harrison.
Harrison.
Sweet name. I think you got an edge already. I'm sorry.
I think Isaac's a sweet name, too.
Yeah, look at Isaac's hair,
Yeah,
too.
Tattoo
Fucking
Raider
awesome.
T-shirt.
I see you guys every day at work, by the way, on GameStop TV. Just letting you know.
Oh, yeah?
Cool. Thanks
Thank
for
you.
watching it
Sorry
by
about that.
force.
Oh, he sees our videos at work? I was like, you see us at work? Are we at GameStop all the time? That's weird.
All right, well, let's see the next clip from E3's past.
Ah. Oh, boy. I know
Yeah.
this.
Oh.
Hey, it happened, okay? And it wasn't that bad, eventually. Nintendo's
What the hell
right
is
there.
this?
Wii
You don't know
music.
this, Bruce?
Wii music, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
It's just like he's there. Look.
It's not over yet, Bruce.
Look at the audience. Look at how excited they are.
Nope, they're bored.
Nintendo couldn't even model them to look
I
excited.
know.
Look at
They're
him
like,
going.
all right, screw it. We're doing direct. We're just going to upload a 30-minute video. Oh, he's good. Bruce, you're a drummer.
I could do that solo.
Is he good?
He's great. It's actually
He's
the
good.
best drummer in the world.
This is YYZ, right? That's what he's doing?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that's it.
He's
Yeah.
good.
Sounds-
Wow.
Playing Rush.
Oh, nope. Really rolling it there.
He also looks really cool doing it.
Yeah.
See?
Look at his collar. It's so high.
That's what every Wii game devolved into. I love you, Nintendo, a lot. All right. That was Wii Music. A brilliant introduction for a brilliant concept. Isaac, what do you think the Metacritic score for Wii Music ended up being?
Probably 45.
Ooh, 5. Ouch. All right.
Brutal.
Again, closest without going over, so that's a pretty safe bet. Harrison, what would you say?
67.
67. All right, 45, 67. And the number one Wii Music fan, Bruce.
Right, I play it
He
all
just
the time.
found out. He just found out the game
Good on you.
existed.
Yeah. I've actually never seen that. I'm going to say 72.
Okay, 45, 67, 72. What was the score? 60.
Ooh.
Oh.
45.
62?
2.
62, sir.
Wow.
You said 62?
I think so.
Yeah, he or
I
certain.
need to write these down.
Yeah.
Harrison
Positive.
wins.
Good job, Harrison.
Wow.
Boy, you nailed it.
Nice job, Harrison.
All right. You brought more merch than I thought, so you get a lot of stuff. I'm going to give you a
That
water
was the
bottle.
whole game. It was like basically you could play the drums and then you could do this and conduct a symphony, which by the way is other people playing music.
But it's to your time.
No.
Anyway.
No.
And screw it. I actually only have large shirts. Neither of you guys look like.
Do you think there's ever
It's
been a
E3, all
time
shirts are
during
black
like
and
a
large,
musical
so.
performance
I'm
where
gonna give you- oh,
someone
wait, that's
was
excellent.
playing
You don't want
something like
Here
a
you go.
violin or something, and they're like, "Where am I and what am I doing?" And they saw the conductor and they're like, "Oh, now I know."
Yeah.
All right,
you really
Isaac
get
Harrison,
into
That
thank you
happened?
guys for joining. Have a good show.
Thanks, Harrison. Thanks, Isaac.
Guys.
Man.
You all right?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I
Okay.
just keeping track of time. I prepared a lot of these.
Well, I was going to say,
That's
because
okay.
this is
We
going to
can do
go.
this
We
all
need,
day.
yeah, we can do these a
We can
lot.
do this all day.
It's only been 10 minutes.
We do
He's
this
right.
all day.
It's only been 10 minutes. All right, round 3.
Okay.
Wants to win some stuff. Okay, let me try to serve some underserved areas. Means I'm gonna have to bomb into the aisle here. Probably getting out of range.
He's gone.
All right, sorry.
And I
We're
love
gonna
when
see Lawrence again.
I was going to say,
excited.
he's out playing like Mario Odyssey or something.
It's
He's gonna get taken.
It's gonna look like when there's a cartoon fight. It's just clouds, this stuff, and then his shirt's gonna fly.
And
on
one
stage.
more. Let's see. Yeah, so many hands. You, sir, you look good. Come on.
look at how disapproving Adam is. A game show at E3.
It'll never work.
No, thank you.
I mean, he's right. It's not working.
Lawrence, you're doing a great job.
I worked so hard.
You're doing a great job, Lauren.
Thank you.
I'm
Thank
totally kidding.
I have a crisis of self-confidence about this time in any show we do, so it's only gonna get very emotionally unstable from here. Hoster, what is your name?
Hi, my name is Blake.
Blake, nice to meet you. And you, sir, what is your name?
My name is Lucas.
All right, Blake and Lucas. Let's see the next video from E3's past.
Of Halo 2. Whoa! It's Halo 2.
You win. How does Adam look now?
It took 2 in the nose, then dropped into the atmosphere.
Still judging.
First contact.
Go, go, go! Man, this was real. I watched this a lot. Ended up being mostly lies. Isn't that the story of E3, though? Look at that big gun!
Take my weapon. You'll need it.
2 guns! I was so sure that for Halo 3 he would have a gun in his helmet. Or like the kneecap. Yeah, Master Chief's so cool.
Bruce!
Oh, yeah, swords.
Laser swords, man.
Bet you can't stick it.
Oh, title card. Yes! It happened a long time ago. But sure, you can clap for it.
That looks like what a mobile game would look like now, but the trailer for it would be live action and have Arnold Schwarzenegger in it. You know, but then when you saw the actual game, it'd just be that.
Yeah, I mean, that would be pretty cool. All right, Halo 2, debut 2003, the thunderous applause, a fraction of which we just heard. Sir, what do you think the Metacritic score ended up being?
I don't know. Probably like I know for most of the fact that Halo was generally positive, so I have to say at least like an 80%.
Say an 80 for Halo 2. Okay. Okay, conservative, but not bad. All right, what would you say, sir?
It's closest without going over, right?
That's correct.
$1.
You're gonna bet 1.
Wait, so you think it would?
You think he went over at 80?
You think 80 was too high for Halo 2?
I don't.
Also, your
Okay.
strategy is a little flawed because you aren't the last person to guess. Yeah. That doesn't work.
Yeah.
Price is right.
Yeah.
I swear to God, if anyone goes to.
It doesn't matter. That's not how it works.
Actually,
Okay.
I'm going to
All right.
ask the mysterious man in the audience, Adam! Adam, what would you guess the Metacritic score for Halo 2 is? What's above 100? 101.
Oh, he loves it. He
105?
No, Adam.
He said 103.
You can play it
112.
safe. Just say 81.
Yeah.
90?
Yeah. Adam.
Okay, we got
Well, why?
80.
Why would you say 90?
And 90.
Playing the meta game. You say
He's
81.
not- he has all the shirts he could ever want.
Whatever.
Adam is swimming in shirts. All right, let's see what the Metacritic score for Halo 2 ended up being. 95, which
One-
really means 80 has
$1?
Wait. No, it was 80. Oh, you said 90, right?
He said 90.
105. Okay, Adam wins, then never mind. You already have shirts, Adam.
Or he said 95.
All right, he wants a shirt.
Then you, yeah.
Sure,
then
yeah.
you could've been there.
Wait, Adam wants a shirt?
I'm giving you the extra large troll shirt. I don't want to hit the camera.
Yeah.
Ah!
Oh.
Oh, wow. That's a cool fake.
Man.
Threw
Traitor!
it. If you can't see, he threw
You
it.
betrayed
and then
us.
Adam
Yes.
went, no.
For those who
and
didn't
then
see,
something
Adam
caught
just
it.
dropped his hands and the guy behind him caught it. So enjoy. Consolation prize, sir. Are either of you over 21?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to
Here
trust
is
you on
a
that.
Sam Adams.
Yeah, they don't. They don't have to drink out of.
I'm just saying,
You put orange
it seemed
juice
like it
in
would
it.
send the wrong message. You get a Funhaus branded steel flask. And then I'm going to give you a Funhaus branded whiskey glass, which is pretty fancy.
This just goes to show it doesn't matter what you come up here and guess.
No.
You get up on
You're
stage.
still
you're
gonna get
get
a prize.
Well,
Yeah, he
Yeah.
said one. He didn't even try.
Do you have a pulse? Come up on stage.
Yeah.
thank you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks again.
Way to go, guys.
Now, truth be told, I brought exactly the right number of prizes for only one person to get one. But I think this is going a little slower than I thought, so I'm at liberty to.
I brought extra prizes.
He has
And Bruce
extra
brought extra
prizes.
prizes. So thank Bruce's forethought and my poor planning for being awash with free stuff. All right, round 4. Let's go. Yeah, God, more and more hands. Every time. Where haven't I been
He's
yet?
walking away from you.
Lawrence, front row, right
doesn't
here.
hear you.
front
Okay,
row.
you right up front, please. Step up. And what else we got? People are getting hidden. Sir in the blue shirt? Yes.
Ooh.
I know the hat.
That visor.
Oh,
Can I
nice
see the hat?
visor.
Oh, he's already won a hat.
He's gonna possess you. Don't put that on.
I wanted to throw it.
Is that the Destiny
If
shirt?
whatever it
You won
lands
It is.
on, then you own.
And you put in the time.
James, go that way. Off the stage, James. Off the stage.
So I'm pretty sure I read in a Q&A that when Mario possesses a human, it kills the human.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh.
Just throwing it out there. Keep that in mind when you're playing. You murder whatever you throw your hat on. Or just kind of lobotomize them.
Throw your
Hello,
hat
how
on
are you?
Paulina.
I'm good. How are you?
Take off your clothes.
I'm good. What's your name?
Rebecca.
Rebecca. Thank you for playing. And what is your name, sir?
Mike.
Mike. Nice to meet you. Rebecca and Mike. Thank you for playing. Let's see the next memory of E3.
Uh-oh. Yeah, I know this one.
The greatest trailer of all time.
Kind of, yeah.
The greatest trick the devil ever pulled.
Although I guess Dead Island might be the second best.
I know how you think.
The weird thing is, the game ended up being pretty close to this. Right?
No.
Oh yeah, the smoke was different and the lights were
worse. Watch Dogs 2 ended up pretty close to this. In terms of like, I'm driving through the city, blink, blank.
Oh, I see, yeah. Goodness. Goodness. Aiden.
There should have been a point in Watch Dogs where he had an axe, and then he cuts someone, and he goes, hacked ya.
Ooh, that's good. Does he do that in 2? Maybe that would have.
I
Maybe
don't
that's
think,
why
I don't think they have axes as a weapon.
No, he just got that billiard ball on a string.
You're gonna deliver a message for me. Yeah, sure.
This might be too violent. Close your eyes, everybody.
No way.
Don't.
Hacked ya.
Look at me. Look in my eyes. Look at me. Look in my eyes. Don't look at that. Look at me. Look at me.
That's a digital bullet.
A digibullet, a hack bullet. Hack the brains right out of their skull.
Underscore. Don't forget the underscore.
I did not.
Yeah, that's important or not.
No one would. All right, well, a slightly infamous game for its very very far-reaching debut.
Infamous is a different game.
You're right. Never mind.
Similar, but different.
So, what would you expect the Metacritic score for that game ended up being?
Probably like 85.
85.
Whoa.
Solid pick, sir. What about you?
I'll go with 65.
Oh wow. Okay. 85, 65, and top Watch Dogs expert James.
Yes.
What are you ranking at?
I'm gonna split the middle.
Oh, you.
I'm gonna split the middle. I'm gonna go 75.
Okay.
Right down the middle.
65, 75, 85. Wait, no, you were 85.
Yeah, 85, 75, 65.
I used to work in a restaurant. There was a
You
time
had
when
the
I could remember people's
cheeseburger?
orders. Yeah.
Oh, this is the pizza
You had the
place.
spaghetti? Just a plate of like Coke in a bowl. Let's see what the Metacritic score for Watch Dog ended up being.
I think it's 85.
Oh!
No, you were 85.
Yeah.
I was 75.
Yeah, he was 75.
You were 65. You were 85.
He tried
It's
to
a
do
great
switcheroo.
concept
He
for
tried
a
to pull a
Nice try.
switcheroo.
Nice try. You're not putting that. Hold on. Give me the hat. He won.
Well, prizes for no one.
Give me the prize, Lawrence. What do you got for me?
Yeah, that's a Volcor tank top.
Oh, Volcor tank.
There, hold on.
I can't wait to wear this.
I think I have a troll shirt in here somewhere.
Troll shirt.
A beanie.
Hold on. Let me see what I got. Let me see what I got. No. 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 Where's the James Angel shirt? Did we not pack any? Oh, God.
That's my protein bar.
That's Bruce's protein bars.
Don't touch that.
There's
We don't
another
have a whole
troll
lot of
shirt.
Ladies, would you use a water bottle?
Oh, well.
Okay, there you are.
Oh, you got one. Here.
All right. Thank you guys for playing.
Hold on. You haven't gotten anything yet.
Yeah, I gave him a tank top.
Oh, so I actually did win this?
Oh, no, I gave him something else.
Oh, you got the beanie?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Man, a man of many hats.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for
Thanks for coming up.
All right. Round 5. Oh, it's heating up now. Yeah, you're right. I haven't gotten anybody over here. You guys already have stuff. You seem very excited, so please help yourself on stage. What? What? Sure.
There you are, sir.
Have a seat. Hello, welcome.
I'm encouraging the wrong kind of behavior, and I know that now. People are going to start like slide tackling me.
Hey, you
spitting
made
on
it.
me. All right, what is your name, sir?
Jerry Hernandez.
Jerry, nice to meet you. And you, sir?
Julian Finley.
All right, Jerry, Julian, thank you guys for joining us on the GameSpot E3 co-op stage. Let's see what the next clip from E3's past is.
皆さん、日頃からいい汗かいてますか？ Have you all been getting your sweat on lately? The one game that I wanted to introduce to all of you at E3 this year was not Super Mario Galaxy, not Zelda for the Nintendo DS, and not Mario Kart. It's this game, Wii Fit.
で我々がその Wii のコンセプトを考えたときに次のように考えたんですね。ちょっとねマシンのセッティングがおかしいみたいで、本当はこの赤い点が
This isn't intended to be mocking, by the way. I actually really love Wii Fit.
Look at their heart rate or whatever that is.
That's their balance point.
John's going to be
Lovely.
demonstrating an aerobics
Look at him
exercise called
That
step
dude did
aerobics.
not develop calves that large by playing Wii Fit.
The idea is for this one to have more of a game-like feel to it, so that you can actually enjoy doing.
How shredded he got stepping on it.
I think we'll do it with Reggie.
Rules. Sorry, bro.
My man Reggie. My man Reggie.
My body is ready.
He gets it. Meme King Reggie.
じゃあ乗ってください。
Okay, Reggie, please stand on the Wii balance board.
Cool.
This is close.
He was tipping
Reggie's
toes.
taking a quick lead. 15. 21. Oh my gosh, Reggie.
靴が飛んでくるんですよねたまに。
Oh, he took a shoe right to the face.
頑張ってシェイガンパスしてくださいね。
No joke, Wii Fit with a couple of beers is some of the best times you can have.
You're not supposed to drink beer and get on Wii Fit.
We got to balance out the calories. Nope. Shotgunning up here. Oh. Oh, beautiful memories. All right, Jerry, what would you say the Metacritic score for Wii Fit was?
75.
75, a lot? I'm detecting a
You're
pattern
playing it
here.
safe. It's the 100-point scale, so, you know.
Yeah, sure, but there are a lot of websites that do like the 5 scale that gets translated, 10-point scale.
Yeah.
All right, we got 75, sir. What is your guess?
82.
75,
Wow,
82.
those are really high for the Wii Fit, I think, yeah?
It was revolutionary.
Yeah.
Everybody loved the Wii
It
Fit,
was a
huh?
product of its time.
Did you see
and
that
people
guy's
were
calves?
much stupider then.
Reggie did it.
I agree.
Where Reggie goes, the world follows. And then Elise, the most fit member of Funhaus, let's say. Where do you land on Wii Fit?
It was 75 and 82, right?
That's correct.
I'm gonna say 86.
Whoa.
That's a tight spread.
That's high, but
I like that.
I don't know. I thought you guys had pretty great
I like the gamble.
picks.
75, 82, 86. Let's see the score.
Ooh.
Oh.
75.
75 wins it, Jerry. Congratulations. Let me dig you out something.
I always like when people go, I think it was really good. And he goes, that was okay. It's still green.
There you are, sir.
There, you can take this too.
Who here had a Wii Fit? Who here still uses their Wii Fit? Oh.
Oh,
that
no.
guy then.
Oh, that
Right
guy.
before you came?
You don't want to step on it every now and then. You don't have to buy a scale.
No.
Batteries, like.
He gets it.
All right, thank you, guys. Thank you for joining us.
So he's saving on batteries.
Gosh, we are having a good time, aren't we? We're learning and loving, remembering, perhaps detecting a note of a cautionary tale in some of these clips. Perhaps.
Nope, I don't
Are we learning lessons on the stage?
Yes, you are. You just have to say that, then people start assuming there's more.
That's true.
There's more thought behind what you're doing than just giving out shirts.
No,
We don't have enough
you
shirts
had
for that.
yours.
But speaking of, who wants to win some shirts? So let me get out here.
Or other stuff.
Oh man, this is so weird to have people shouting my name. All right, excuse me. I like those glasses though.
Lawrence loves going in a crowd like
sorry,
this.
I saw you before.
He loves it.
He does this even when he doesn't
These
have a
are his
microphone
people.
on.
Yeah, I just wander around and
These are his people. Hey, we
pay
saw you
attention
outside.
to me. Is essentially what I do. Mine?
He's a man of the people.
Yep.
There you go.
Such
See
a
here.
generous.
Oh, I'm sorry.
When Lawrence
let's
eventually
see.
becomes dictator of this world, he'll be kind and just.
So make sure you're nice to Lawrence because
Yeah.
he will rule you.
No, and he'll remember if you betrayed him.
Oh, absolutely. You've never met a man more petty, more vindictive than me.
Hey, welcome.
All right, what is your name, sir?
Shane.
Shane, nice to meet you. And you?
Allison.
Allison. Shane and Allison, thank you guys for joining us today. Let's take a look at the next E3 clip.
Guys of Arcadia. Oh. Final Fantasy VIII. Oh, Killzone 2.
I remember this trailer.
So this actually caused a bit of a stir because this wasn't gameplay, but it represented itself as such.
Yep.
This was when they had, like, the PS3 was just getting announced. But 2 years later, they did an actual gameplay demo that was pretty exactly this, so they were kind of bang on. But Yeah, fake gameplay at E3 is not a
It
new.
seems pretty obviously not gameplay. It does the thing that they do in
gun, like-
television shows where the gun moves around.
Yeah. That's why the Metro trailer had some of that going on, and I was like, boy, that looks feeling nostalgic.
I mean, it looks cool though. Dodged it. Oh, he's dead.
Some explosions. This is the future of video games.
It truly is a kill zone, too.
Nice. Nice job.
I need to play this game again. I remember it having more cursing, superfluous cursing than any game ever made.
Yeah. Like you or the game?
Both. I mean, it was hard as well. Killzone 2, the debut shooter for PlayStation 3. I guess no Resistance probably was that. Whatever, who cares? What do you think the Metacritic score for Killzone 2 was?
Oh, I know nothing about this game. It has 3, so 80?
80. Safe guesses, safe guesses? What would you say?
75.
75. Oh man. Okay. People are settling into
Always
a bit
hit
of a
that
strategy.
75.
That's the zone.
Well, hey, maybe that's
the
maybe
sweet
that's some
spot.
intended commentary on reviews culture. Maybe I planned it all. No, I didn't. Anyway, Bruce. shooter
Oh,
fan,
yeah.
What would you say? You don't need this. Why do I keep doing it?
Yeah, no, Killzone. I really want to get this one right, but I'm not going to. I'm going to say 70.
Okay. Oh my God.
Yeah.
So 80, 75, 70. Yeah. Okay. Let's see what the score for Killzone 2 was.
Oh my gosh! Really?
It's
People
the
like
perfect
this
game. The perfect game.
It was a core shooter on PS3, and people kind of needed that game at the time, so it got rated very highly.
Wow.
I mean, it wasn't bad.
You're remembering the controversy.
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah. Killzone 3, I don't think reviewed as well.
Yeah, I think you're right.
It's called Killzone. How can it not? That's everything you want in a video game.
That's true. It's got to be a
Guns,
91 or higher.
Killing, swears. It's everything an adult person would want. All right.
Well, as is tradition, everyone gets a prize, no matter how poorly they did.
Well, he wins.
Yeah.
He does.
Yeah.
As such, I'm going to say you get a choice. Would you like a
You don't get a choice.
alcoholic beverage container or a T-shirt? All right. Well, okay, fair enough. I've only got a large. I don't know if that works. Okay. And then do we have a
You want to give her a troll shirt? Come on, everybody wants a troll shirt.
Troll
everybody
shirt.
does. It's true.
You want a troll shirt?
Careful, he might crab walk on you.
Might.
Yeah.
If he sees you in that.
Well, thank you guys for playing.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Hope
thank
have
you
a good
guys.
E3. Thank you. Gosh, we sure are learning a lot about E3 and games journalism, aren't we?
We are. Everything's basically around 80 or 90.
You keep saying
No
that,
matter how
too.
good or bad.
Not
Well, I have to
learning
remind
anything.
people, otherwise they don't think I'm smart.
I mean, you're right. Maybe you're right.
Yeah, see? All right, so
Such a troll.
Yeah.
Classic troll.
round 6. Who wants some stuff? Actually, come on up. And then, oh yeah, the stairs are on this side. Let me. Oh man, I want to get someone from the back. Way back there. Yes, you, the guy who's gesticulating wildly. Get up here. You might have to worm your way through the crowd.
People heard that free stuff was in the wings, so they're gathering.
Somebody
They're
yelling
swarming.
free stuff? This game is not
Free
about
stuff.
free stuff.
Free
Well,
stuff. Troll shirts.
It's about learning
Thank you, Bruce.
and
It's
video
about-
games.
It's about a calm and respectful discussion of E3
I'm waiting
culture.
for like a really like I'm trying to
Right here,
think
sir.
what it would be. Hey, you hop in here.
Hello, what is your name?
Devin?
Devin? Nice to meet you, Devin. And sir, what is your name?
Logan.
Logan. Man, you guys sound like X-Men. Awesome.
Devin and Logan?
Yeah.
Wow.
You guys should team
That's
up
the coolest.
and like fight crime.
Maybe they already do. Oh, I'm sorry if I just put your life in jeopardy. Well, whatever. Let's watch more E3 stuff, huh?
Oh.
Oh, yeah. Here we go. This is a good one. This is a good one.
I'm ready. I could finally be a Jedi. Let's do it.
I wanted this so bad.
Everyone did.
Look, you're
So
Bruce,
bad.
Bruce, you're in it. Look,
You're the Jedi now, Bruce.
just like
Oh,
in
look
the
at him
movie.
go.
I like how he's getting shot several times. Like it just hits him in
And
the
oh.
He's lifting it up.
Oh.
Oh, he dropped it.
Oh. No one gets it the first time.
Come on.
Ah.
Wow.
shoulder. He's proud.
Here it goes.
That's how they fight, too. They go like this.
The first thing a Jedi learns is to plant his feet. Plant your feet and never move them, young Padawan. they look scared.
I think they were implying that you could do like 2v2 Jedi fights. Oh, never made it in.
Yeah, at what point do you murder a bunch of Padawans?
Yeah, I think that's during the dancing
Bonus
game.
round. It's like beating up the car in Street Fighter.
Welcome to your destiny, Jedi.
Oh!
Exactly. It's exactly how it looks in the movies.
I would never want to make anyone who worked on that game feel bad. But it did not really work out well. So that was a bit of a hint. What do you think the Metacritic score ended up being?
I'm going to say 70.
70, all right. And how about you?
38.
38, now that's a spread.
38, okay.
That's a spread.
That is spread.
So we got a 70, a 38, and Star Wars, a #1 Star Wars fan, Bruce Green.
I'm going to split this in the middle, say 50.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it's 70, 50, 38. Just want to make sure I got the numbers right. 70, 50, 38. All right, let's see what the score ended up being. 55.
Okay.
Man, 58? You were so close. 38, never mind.
He said 38.
50.
38, and she said what?
Was that different
70.
than
God,
the
I
Dance Central one?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it ended up having like Han Solo dancing with stormtroopers
Yeah.
in the carbonite chamber.
That's what I want to do.
Hey, you have a game prototype, it seems to work, and then it just doesn't. What you gonna do? Dance. All right, well that means we have a winner. The numbers have fallen completely out of my head, so I'm sorry.
I won.
Bruce, you
Bruce
won.
won.
That's true.
So now you get to pick.
As my prize, I want them to not get either prize.
Oh.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Man, that's harsh.
Just here, take a shirt.
All I have left is adult beverage containers. I don't know if that's something you can use or.
It can,
I have other-
it can
I have other
carry
shirts.
anything you
Okay,
want.
sure, yeah.
Yeah.
And if you got any hats in there.
You can have a shirt with my face on it. There you go.
That's limited edition. You can't get that anymore. He's like, all right, hold on. I'm going to check this material. Yep. He's like,
He opened it right up.
Stretch it a little bit.
Yeah, I can wear that. Yep, that is a shirt. You're right.
Did you
Yep.
think we were going to use you as like a Coke meal or something?
Yeah, what did
Yeah.
you were worried? I don't know. I don't know how I knew.
Well,
thank you guys
you
for
very
playing.
much for coming up.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you for walking down memory road with us.
We're totally going to see him selling that shirt outside the convention center.
Like,
Find it in a
this'll fetch
Goodwill
a nice
6
price.
months from now. That's already happened, actually. One of my favorite pastimes is finding merch with either my face or my likeness on it in a Goodwill store. You haven't lived until that's happened. If you have to do it yourself, just print one up, give it to them, then go back in the store a week later. Just telling you how to enjoy your life. That's
That's
all.
a big prize.
I know.
All right, who wants to win the next round of shirts? All right.
I was saving that till the end.
We'll see. We'll see. I like that. I like that dive back. You, sir. Yes. Yes, you. Come on.
He was just going somewhere else. He
Please,
looked like he was just
maybe.
walking
Well, he's up here
somewhere.
now.
Lord's grabbed him. You!
Turn me down.
Somebody walking by.
Trying to play Mario.
Yeah, so much waves. I like the hops, sir. Yes, please. I eventually
Nice
want
to meet you,
people
sir.
to start like fighting each other for my attention.
Oh, don't be. Don't be.
Don't actually do that. Never once. We're civilized people. We don't hit.
Hello.
Maybe some awkward petting. No. Permission first before you pet somebody. I don't know where I'm going with this. Let's see the next clip. Oh, wait, I didn't introduce you guys. I'm sorry. It's all falling apart right now. Sir, what is your name?
Luke.
Luke. Nice to meet you. And you?
Jeremy.
Jeremy. Luke and Jeremy. Thank you, guys. Let's travel through E3's history.
I'm pleased to announce Wonderbook Book of Spells.
Oh, Wonderbook.
Book of Spells is the first title
This
to be
title had
published for
two
Wonderbook.
Wonderbook Book of Spells.
Well, how am I supposed to know what a Wonderbook is
and
and what it
JK Rowling.
contains?
Book
As
line.
you can see, the Book of Spells is no ordinary book.
In fact, it has spells.
This is kind of cool, though.
Stories
Kinda.
come to life in a way never seen
Is
before.
it cool?
So the Dragon's Escape.
You gotta
he
wipe
set
off
fire
the
to
book.
book.
I just like
We
the
managed
idea
to
of someone
put the
going, I
fire
wish
out,
it was harder
and now
to
we need
turn
to clean
pages.
off all that soot.
Make that a game.
Good as new.
Oh.
So you can see down that hole.
It's pretty simple. It's a Z shape.
Now you're ready to learn the wand gesture for this spell. Pull up the gesture diagram from the page. To cast the fire-making
Quite get
spell,
that one.
draw
She
a
looks like
sharp
she's blind.
zigzag shape in the air with your
Why
wand.
isn't she that you never look at the book, though?
Now I want you
It's
to
just
make
a bunch
the
of people
gesture
holding
again.
things like
Practice
this.
your new spell some more.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Well done. Aim carefully to see how many you can get rid
grab all the
of.
bugs.
Solid work. 5
on.
hash
Look, she's having a great time. Look at
Magic
She's
spell.
even bored with it.
They're like, all right, before you get on stage, the one thing you need to do is just smile, look like you're having fun. She's like, ugh.
E3 is great, which is, again, subtle commentary and learning time. Please be grateful there are no industry-wide gimmicks that are sort of percolating their way into every conference.
Just games.
Just sweet games. VR a little bit, but whatever. All right, what would you guess the Metacritic score for Wonderbook Book of Spells was?
2.5.
2.5. That's very low.
2.5 out of 100.
You know, yeah, do you know what that means? You mean that's like 25 or a 2.5?
Well, we'll lock him in at 2.5.
Well, then again, they have a book, so
2 books.
Okay.
they get to draw a Z, so
Okay.
maybe 2.5. Yeah.
All right, 2.5.
2.5.
2.5. All right,
Very
got
low,
it done.
sir. What would you say? Anything higher than 3 will probably win.
Yeah, that's a PS Move game. That's like a 43.
43.
Man,
He
you
almost,
guys don't have a lot
he
of-
almost did 45, and he was like, nope. I'm going to give myself some wiggle room.
2.5. 43. And the Magic Lover in the Office, Elise. Wonderbook Book of Spells.
I don't even remember this game coming out.
Aw, man.
Did it actually release?
Yes.
Okay.
Real thing.
I don't know. 58.
58. Okay. So it was 2.5, 43, and 58. Let me write so I remember this time. Nah, there's no
Let's
time.
hope it is.
Let's see what the score is, and hopefully somebody else remembers what the numbers were.
What?
Dude.
No way.
Everyone
Come
loved
on.
it.
72.
Y'all are some jaded people. Shame on you for not thinking Wonderbook Book of Spells would be a delight.
Look, its genre is miscellaneous general.
How dare you? Maybe we learned something. Maybe we learned something here about E3 and video games. That not all gimmicks are bad. Just the 72.
I mean, that's a kind of
That's middling.
score.
Yeah.
That's mediocre.
You got to clean up the book. It's cool. All right, well, let's get you some free stuff. I don't remember who won. It was Elise, right?
I did win, yeah.
Good job, Elise. Are any of you enjoyers of adult beverages? Because that's all I got now.
I think
Yeah?
you're getting that
Forever
Voltor
21?
t-shirt or tank top.
Actually, here. I can give you the cup. You can drink water out of that. Or milk.
Drink water. Only water.
I'll know. You don't think I'll know?
You know, Lawrence, there are other beverages besides adult beverages and water.
Yeah.
I know, but
Okay.
why would I give
Well,
somebody a flask if they're just going to drink Coke out of it?
Water can be an adult beverage if you add vodka.
I've done that before.
I've done
It takes
that.
takes the bite away. It helps you really knock it back. Anyway,
Takes the
thank you guys
bite of
for-
water away?
No, whatever. Thank you guys for, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thanks again.
And that water's hard. You got to temper it.
I just
Vodka.
Somebody just flash an image of Dragon Ball Fighters Z.
No, you can't
find it.
concentrate.
Where is it?
All right, we've
can't-
only got 2 rounds to go.
What is that? We can't give it unless they win.
Why?
And we got a one-way ticket into Meme Town.
If you
I like-
don't win, you can't
got a
be
gentleman
quintessential
pointing at-
gamer.
Oh, good point.
Shane, please.
That's a good point.
So-
That's valid.
Yes, come on. Thank you, sir. And what else we got? You. I like your smile, please.
Of course, anytime.
All right. Hello,
Hello.
sir. What is your name?
Shane.
Shane. Nice to meet you, and
Is that our
I'm
second
Anna.
Shane?
Hannah. Anna. Sorry about that.
If you guys win, you'll earn the quintessential gamer shirt.
Wow.
It's not the grand
But-
prize, but it's close.
You gotta.
All right, next one is a pretty deep cut, pretty deep meme. So let's travel back in time to E3's
Here
past.
to demonstrate the game for us is Bill Rich, the executive producer of Genji 2.
Great, thanks, Phil. Genji 2 is an action game which is based on Japanese history.
Why is he
Being
saying
based
in
on
front of a bunch
history,
of VCRs?
the stages of the game will also be based on famous battles which actually took place in ancient Japan. And stages.
Oh, wow, it's like I'm back in
where
Japan.
there will be massive sea battle sequences, which can only be made possible with the power of the PlayStation 3.
Oh,
So
just
here's
like in
this
Japan.
Giant enemy crab.
Giant enemy crab.
What I'll do is use Benkei here to
Look, we got
flip
this cool
over
samurai now.
this
Put a crab out there.
on its back.
This is a fun fact. They wanted crabs in For
See,
Honor.
the feet
They
shows
said,
up.
no, Genji already did it. We're not going to do it.
Oh,
It
here it
was-
comes. All the
It's
way.
like they're based
Boy,
in
look at all the
historical
crap.
facts.
So if you'll hold on a second.
These
Oh,
are
here it
actual
comes.
things that happened. One man held a telephone pole and fought a giant
Switch
crab
over
on the
to
beaches of
Yoshine.
Okinawa.
Hop
Had
on
a
its
jewel on its stomach.
and you attack its weak point
This
for
looks
massive
rad.
damage.
Nice.
But
This looks
you'll be able
cool.
to enjoy the
Sure.
full version at our E3 booth.
Bill, thank you very much for that fantastic demonstration.
Where should I put this controller? I'll hang it. Okay, I'll take it with me.
He walked off the stage and said, "I did a great job, right?"
Yeah. Oh man, he did a great job.
I mean, he did with what he had. Yes.
And I'm sure, positive, in fact, that the reviews will reflect that. So what would you say the Metacritic score for Genji Days of the Blade is?
50%.
Straight 50, okay. How about you?
A 60.
50, 60, all right. And then out of all of us, James, I think you're the Japanese expert and samurai.
Thank you.
So
Arigato.
I don't need that. You're only proving me correct, and I like that. So based on your knowledge of Japanese history and celebrating a game that celebrates that.
And from what I've seen there.
Absolute accuracy.
I'm going to shoot the moon, Lawrence. I'm going to go 100.
Ooh,
Whoa!
Nothing but perfect score.
Perfect score.
Perfect score for Genji Days of the Blade.
If it kept going from what I saw in that demo, that's going to be the perfect game.
They already have all the basics.
Yeah.
Crabs, beaches.
Gems.
Memorized gems.
Yeah.
All right, let's see the final score for Genji Days of the Blade.
Oh!
55.
Was that Anna?
That was.
No, we were all wrong.
Wait.
We all went over.
He said 50.
Oh,
Yeah, he
50? You said 50? All right.
Oh.
Okay. Well, then that makes
Congratulations, sir.
That makes you the
Hey,
quintessential
wow.
gamer.
He's a quintessential gamer.
But it's okay. You get this sweet James Angel runner-up prize.
All right, thank you guys. Thank you for playing.
Oh, nice meeting you.
And thank you, Japan, for your rich and colorful history. All right, guys, we're down to the last one.
Oh, this is the last one?
This is a good one, too.
This is, yeah.
This is actually something you want to win.
I don't think it's on sale yet, right?
It's not on sale.
No, it's not on sale yet.
Man. Come on. The purple shirt in the back. Yes.
Coveted esports Funhaus shirt.
You already got a shirt.
Your friends will know you're a loser immediately.
Let's see. Come on.
Nice meeting you.
You look pretty happy.
Thank you for watching.
I like happy people at E3. That's what it's about. It's easy to scoff at everything. No, we're here to celebrate games and the fact that they're all great. Every last one.
I love you guys.
Oh, thanks for watching, man.
I thought you were Adam at first.
All right, sir, what's your name?
Edgar.
Edgar, nice to meet you. And you?
Arshak.
Arshad?
Arshak.
Arshak, okay. Arshak. Orshak? Okay. Arshak or
I have so many names. Beelzebub and...
He has many faces. He appears at night in parking lots across the world. All right, let's see the final E3 memory. This one's got to cut a little deep.
I'm Sean.
Oh, no.
Tiny little indie
I love you,
studio.
Sean. I do. God bless you. I do.
I love Sean.
I love Sean
Excited to
Murray.
be there.
I love Sean Murray.
It's the biggest moment of his life.
Science fiction game. I guess inspired by.
He does say
the
you
kind of
can
sci-fi
share
that
the
I grew
universe
up
with other people.
Yeah, he does.
Battered
Not
book
sure about that
covers
one,
of
Sean. I'm sorry.
Heinlein, Asimov, Clark.
Not sure.
Just
It was in the
worlds that I
plan.
want to
The
He was
plan
trying.
to do it.
He was trying. Look at how
We
happy.
created a
He's trying so hard. He's
procedural
trying hard now.
universe.
He's not trying somewhere. I love that.
It's
What?
infinite, and it's one that everyone can share. I want to finish
quite,
with just a tiny taste of what your own unique journey into infinity might look like.
I'm curious what the difference is here between the critical review and then the user score.
Oh boy, that's gonna be harsh. Yeah, it doesn't happen.
It's true.
That doesn't happen. That doesn't really happen. That happens, sure.
Is that in the game? No?
No, not really. There's like two big ships sometimes. You know what? Universe is Infinite. Maybe it was someplace I never got to because I only played it for like 5 hours. Yeah.
He's
Yeah,
clapping.
No
He's
Man's
clapping for
Sky.
No Man's Sky.
All right, the most recent game to get unfortunately flamed alive at E3, or because of E3. What would you say the Metacritic score for that ended up being?
I'll give it a high 90.
High 90.
Hi, you have to pick a number.
90.
90?
Hindy.
High 90, okay.
90.
A 90.
90. Excellent guess. Probably going to win. How about you, sir?
Well, it had pretty good hype, but then it went down, so I'm gonna say 55.
55.
Wow.
That's a safe guess after the 90 there.
That's a hefty spread there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, I'm trying to decide which one of you loves No Man's Sky the most.
It's not me.
Bruce.
Never played
Okay,
a moment of
all right.
it.
Did you ever actually play it? You played it on the podcast.
I played it for like 2 hours, yeah.
Yeah.
And
Okay, what would your Metacritic guess for No Man's Sky be?
It's got to be like a 71.
Okay.
I'm going to say 71.
All right. That's a good spread. Bets all around the roulette
Yeah.
table. Well, let's see. What was the Metacritic score for No Man's Sky?
Oh!
A perfect guess from Bruce.
Congratulations.
I did not see the
Wow.
answers previously.
You win
Thank
the
you very
you
much.
win
I win the
the-
jersey.
Exclusive merch.
Wow, this is nice.
Look at that user score, 4.5.
Yeah.
People
I
were
thought it was
not
actually going to
happy.
be a little. I mean, so it went back and forth, right?
This is very
It
nice.
looks good on you. It's going to look
Very
great on you when you're esportsing. What a hero.
For esports enthusiasts everywhere. We all esports now.
There you go.
Oh,
Right.
well, thank you.
All right. Well, thank you guys for joining
Now
us.
you can wear that when you watch Overwatch. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, no
Thank
problem.
you guys.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks for
Thank you.
coming up.
Well, I guess we have a couple more stuff.
We have a few more things.
If you want free stuff, hang around. No. We're going to give it all away now, so you can
Settle
just walk
down,
away.
monsters.
You realize how bad that would make us look? We need crowds. This is how we get booked again. So that'll do it for the Metacritic Combat. I didn't really come up with a name for it. Well, we're going to workshop that later. What's the name anyway? Thanks everybody for playing, and we're going to talk about some more E3 stuff right now.
Okay.
I believe the idea is now going to discuss the demos and stuff that we liked, and then ones that we didn't, and give explanations why.
Yeah.
I don't know. Who's got powerful thoughts about this?
Who wants to start?
He's got powerful thoughts.
Elise, James?
I mean, I absolutely don't, but I can talk.
That's what we're here for, right? Dragon Ball,
Should we
man.
start with the good?
Dragon
We should probably do
Fighter.
like a positivity sandwich, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Or I'll give you my 2 goods, right?
One bad.
And then 1 bad.
Two good.
And 2, right?
Sure. Oh, yeah, I get you. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so game of show, Dragon Ball Fighter Z. This game of show.
Ah, that game looks so good.
I haven't played it yet, but mother of God, how perfect does that look?
Really good? Is it basically Marvel?
It's
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Marvel Budokai 3, huh?
He's still talking now. He's
Still
doing
going.
his own
Anyway, so I like the
loves
game.
it.
The only question is, does anyone have a beat on what the actual title is?
Dragon Ball Fighters. No, I think it's Dragon Ball.
It's Dragon Ball
Fighter
Big
Z.
Z.
Wait, is it Dragon
Fighter? Also Big Z.
Does
So
anybody
is it
know?
Dragon Ball Z Fighter?
Officially.
Or is it Dragon Ball Fighter Z? Dragon Ball Fighter Z? Okay. Okay. Now I know.
I think so. Dragon Ball Fighter Z.
Gosh. And it's Xbox One enhanced, but like what?
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
It's perfect. It looks so good. I always loved the Budokai series, and then it kind of started getting away from that when it went into like third-person camera.
Yeah.
And it was
You had to, like,
I
sense people
got
power
they were
levels
trying to
and charging
do
and
because
stuff.
it was like a big fight across the world and the level, but the level was just rocks that you just smashed through anyway. And so it didn't mean as much that you could just press up and like circle or up and B and then you'd fire a Kamehameha. Like that wasn't as cool as trying to execute something. So I'm really very, very excited for this game. Very, very, very.
I
very
hate to admit it, but now that I'm watching it on a proper monitor, not our little
Tiny
PC
little, yeah.
monitor, it is beautiful, and and how manic and frantic the like combat is does look pretty cool.
in it, but from what I've watched, because I've been watching some gameplay of it too, like it's pretty seems pretty straightforward. Like it's just quarter circle forward and 2 punches to do super attacks, and then there's like a light, medium, heavy system, and then a special attack system and everything like that. And then you can tag in people, but they're just on a cooldown, so you can do anytime you want to. You can bring them in and stuff. So I'm really excited. It looks like it's coming from like the Guilty Gear Blaze Blue guys, right?
I think it's Arc Systems.
Yeah, so like they have very complex fighting games.
Yeah.
This looks like it's kind of intermediate. Like
Hope so.
it's not going to scare off people that don't play all the time.
Who are you gonna main? Do you
Who
know?
am I gonna
yet?
main?
I have a guess.
I mean probably Vegeta, but
Yeah.
why?
Which
I thought you could go Piccolo.
Piccolo?
Majin
Well,
Buu
so here's
Vegeta,
the problem.
bad guy Vegeta,
Piccolo doesn't transform.
Namek Vegeta.
Piccolo doesn't transform, and I saw that if you're playing as Goku, he's Super Saiyan 2, but there's a move you can do where he goes Super Saiyan 3. And if you could transform, that's a deal breaker. You know? Piccolo can't transform. He's just like, I am more powerful.
I was gonna
That's all he
put
does.
Piccolo on your birthday cake. Not anymore.
I've already had Piccolo on my
I
birthday.
know.
Yeah, that's the. I did actually have Piccolo on my birthday cake.
Can we play 3-on-3, so 3 Funhouse versus 3 Funhouse?
No, I don't think it.
It's only.
You could theoretically play where each person picks someone, and
Yeah.
then when I die, you come in as Vegeta.
Because I wanted you to carry me.
I can still carry you.
Okay,
I'll just
alright.
never let it get to the point where you have to fight.
Okay, great. Perfect, perfect.
And I'm going to shill for a second. I think that game's going to look awesome in higher than 1080p.
Oh,
It's like all the like speed lines and stuff, and just the sparks and stuff flying off people charging.
Absolutely.
I think that could be a real visual showcase. It's going to look better than the cartoon ever did,
Yeah.
which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Although I haven't been watching Super. I don't know, maybe that's
It's
crispy.
pretty incredible.
I don't need to? Aw, man.
She's being honest.
Yeah.
Weird that Dragon Ball would have fluff content that's
I mean,
not important
nobody
for
needs
anybody.
to. Oh yeah, and you can destroy the levels. So
Yeah.
like you can deflect little. They have little fireballs that they can do, and when you deflect them, they fly off into the back of the stage.
Oh, cool.
And they like blow up stuff. And then if you end with like a level 3 super, it'll like blow up the Earth, basically. And then, so then the next round, you're basically in like a lava pit, like when Goku fought Frieza and stuff like that. And it just looks awesome.
I just put my finger on it. This is kind of like scratching the Astro's Wrath itch, because there'll never be another one of those, but this is kind of close. No one played that.
Yeah.
Anyway, so James, what is your next positive game of show?
Next positive game of the show, I'm going to go The Last Night.
Okay.
That looks really cool.
It really does. I don't know
Yeah.
a thing about it, but it looks cool.
The soundtrack, I mean, I think you were really excited about that too.
That's going to be one of my games, so we may, I'll just
Double
piggyback onto that.
Yeah.
It's like 2.5D Blade Runner is kind of the way everybody's describing it, and I think that makes the most sense. And I think the way that it incorporates moving from like pixel art to 2.5D is really, really cool.
Yeah. Well, it's cool because you see sometimes there's like these movements. It looks
It's
so
so
good.
cool.
The
Can't see
soundtrack
this-
I think
no,
is
it's
going to be
so-
amazing too.
I'm really tired of like 8-bit games. I'm really tired of the side scrollers, and this is exactly the change that I needed to get me into it.
Well, sometimes there's like these stylistic movements in games. So like I'm trying to think of the name of it. It was like Sword and
Sorcery?
Sword and Sorcery, right? Like it was like tall leg man with like large thigh gap and stuff like that. And then they had the what was the Oxenfree, looks very similar to that. And I always like when they do something new with the style of a game, but then when that becomes the style, like cell shading, some game does cell shading first, and you're like, whoa, and then everything does it, and it makes it less impressive. This brought it back around again. And at least the little that we saw there, it like brings it back around, and you're like, oh my god, it looks so good.
Yeah, I'll go for like artistic style over graphical fidelity any day. So for me, like, this is kind of the best of both worlds because it does look like it's sort of pushing graphics in terms of like how good it looks, but the style is there too.
It's all like, but I mean, it's like
I haven't seen this
behind-the-scenes
trailer.
stuff,
I didn't know
like
it was on a
lighting.
boat.
Oh
There
my
is a boat.
gosh, yeah, it looks so
The
good.
background
I,
is beautiful.
I wish I knew a little bit more about how it played. The trailer kind of indicates that it, like you and I thought it was flashback.
Yeah.
They were doing
Probably
flashback
more like
again.
point and click.
But
pick up items, use them on things.
It does seem more like a point and click, but man, just the idea of exploring that world. And if we're not going to get a Blade Runner game, like I was,
There already was one.
I was a big fan of the
Nobody played it.
Mad
Right.
Max game, and I was a big
okay.
fan of the. I'm glad that Shadow of War is coming out, right? Because they were like tie-ins to movie franchises, but you didn't really need them. It just kind of gave you the vibe of it. Even I wish we had one of those for the new Blade Runner movie, but it looks like this is going to be fill that.
This'll be close.
Well, and Cyberpunk is coming out sometime.
Sometime, whenever.
Yeah.
I still haven't seen anything from that. All
No,
I've
there's
seen
nothing
is a
to
woman
see.
on her knees.
That's the one
getting
thing?
shot at. So.
Apparently they got hacked recently. CD Projekt had to put out a statement saying like, we're not going to pay this, so
Oh,
please
yeah.
maybe don't look at it, but we won't blame you if you do.
Yeah.
We'll see. Okay, James. So now for the thing everyone loves from E3 commentators and journalists, negativity.
Yeah.
What is the game you hated and why?
Detroit.
Detroit. Oh,
Detroit is going to be my hated game.
I forgot they announced that. Because I watched it.
So
I was like,
that's the
cool.
difference. This is a game like.
What if robots could feel, James? No one's
yeah,
done
I'm
this
sure
before.
we're really going to get a lot of introspection on the game where occasionally I hit A to continue the story.
What if there's
this
another
is
glitch?
the opposite side of it. So you show me a game like Dragon Ball Z Fighters, and you show me a game like The Last Night, and I'm thinking about how beautiful they are. There's a lot of technical aspects to that, but then this is just like a wanking motion for graphics to me. Like I feel really good for the performance capture artists who are doing this and like portraying the roles, but man, I don't think that the game is going to be any different than what we're watching here. If the studio's resume has anything to indicate, they're only getting further and further away from making video games and closer and closer to just making movies where occasionally you hit X.
You typically you don't like David Cage games typically, right?
Not really. Well, I
We
feel
play
like
them. We play every single one.
Oh,
I play them, and then the weird thing is, what was it? Heavy Rain.
Yeah.
Played all of Heavy Rain, and I was like, I like the points where they let me play the game, like doing detective work and stuff like that. And I was like, so hopefully the next game he makes will have more of that and less of the other stuff where you're just pressing X while you run around a corner,
running
and
into
stuff.
chickens.
And then we played Beyond Two
Oh, no,
Souls, and then I didn't even finish it because A, the story sucked, and B, it had none of the detective cool interesting stuff. It was literally the only freedom you had was walk from this area to the next area. You know, Uncharted does that too, where there's a cutscene and it goes, for some reason you have to control Drake while he's walking through a prison, just so that way you can get to another cutscene. But then the idea is that then you're going to break out of the prison.
Yeah, then there's a
and
level.
You're going to play the game.
Yeah.
Beyond Two Souls never had that.
Oh, okay.
There's a great moment in the game where Ellen Page decides to go and go to a bar. Against her better judgment, she goes to a bar and she's hanging out there, and some guy comes up to her and he goes like, "Hey, you want to play some pool with me?" And seems real sketchy. And you're given options to either say like, "Oh yeah, that's all. I'll go do something wild and act out of behavior or whatever."
Said no.
Or you can say, "No, I'm cool. I'm meeting someone. No, thank you." And I said, "No, I'm okay. I'll meet someone else." And they're like, "You sure?" And then she goes, "Okay, I'll play." And I'm like, why did you give me the option to pick? If there's one resolution.
Who's going to say no to a pool minigame? They worked so hard on it. Oh, I understand.
So
Interactive movies for everybody.
I seriously have my doubts that this will be a game.
I'm hoping it flips our expectations of what
Maybe.
we think we've come to expect from David Cage.
Maybe.
All right, back to positivity.
Back to positivity.
What's your third liking choice?
Super Mario Odyssey.
Yeah.
It looks amazing.
And it's got an amazing theme song.
Yep.
That stuff's going to earworm me pretty hard over the coming months.
I
just got to play it.
I got to play it very briefly, and it was awesome. And like I was saying to you before we started, anytime a new Mario game comes out, the first thing I do is try and triple jump. Because playing Super Mario 64 as a kid, that was like, come on, get that triple jump timing, please, please. And it was so, immediately just was jumping in and doing everything perfectly. Because it's E3, there's someone there to help you. And you just almost don't need it because it just feels exactly like Mario again. Yeah. And even just I saw Bullet Bill and I just went and threw my hat at him, and then I was the Bullet Bill and doing everything. I love all the Mario games. The Galaxy series is great, but something about it was lost for me because it felt like you were just going. It's just like they're like 1,000 worlds and you're going to visit all of them. I always like the idea of having less worlds, but then growing like a really intimate connection with them. So like, Super Donk City and stuff like that. And there was a desert world that I went to. I feel like you're going to be going back to them again and again and exploring new corners of them, as opposed to Galaxy, which was kind of like just progressing down like, 1-1, 1-2, 1-3. I watched Elise go up the side of the building just like this. Like no one told her. She just like intuitively was like, what is this? And goes up to the top. So it looks like, and graphically, again, amazing. It just looks stunning.
I agree with all of those things. So if you guys are curious, Treehouse actually has like 2 20-minute demos of both the levels they have at E3. So if maybe the line's too long, you don't get a chance to play it, that does a pretty good job walking you through everything that's here. It's actually a pretty cool thing. I wish every developer would do that.
Yeah.
Like here's our E3 demo. We're going to do a hosted gameplay.
Yeah.
Right.
Hey, man.
Now see the Assassin's Creed point. This is where Mario does Assassin's Creed.
Oh yeah. Got to get down there. That's the other cool aspect too. So other Mario games, Sunshine and 64, when you got a shine or you got a star, it closed you out of the level.
Yep.
So there's that weird aspect of, well, I found this one, but that's right near the entrance.
Yeah.
I should go find another one that's harder to get to.
Yep.
And the moons in this game, you pick them up and keep going. So there's never that aspect of making you plan the most efficient ways. That you just see a thing, you go to it and get it, and then keep exploring.
It seems like there's still the mission.
Oh, okay.
Like you get into a level and there's a mission, and then that's like one of the moons. But then along the way, if you like accidentally stumble across another moon, it's not a big deal to go grab it. So like the one I was on was like, just get to the top of this tower. And whatever you find along the way, that's what it's going to be. The one Elise was doing in Super Donk City, it was like, oh, we need a band to play for the festival.
Yeah,
there's a guy playing trumpet, and it's like, can you find all the members of the band? So like that's like the over mission.
Oh, okay.
And then everything else you can do just kind of on the fly and explore. But man, the world is so big,
It's
and
huge.
so vibrant.
Love it.
It looks great.
Wow. Yeah. All
This
right.
game
so
will not disappoint.
No.
Final positive game for E3. What's your last pick?
Wolfenstein 2.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
Yeah. That game just looks like it's just going to be, like, I love the first one because it was just like a roller coaster first-person shooter. There was very few points where it was like, I got to hide or I got to follow anyone else into battle. It was like, you go, Blazkowicz, shoot everything, destroy everything, and have a great time doing it. So I never got to play Doom. I haven't played it yet. That's my bad. I take that on me. That's my fault. But I love first-person shooters that step in and just say, like, just blow your way through everything, you know? So I'm very excited for Wolfenstein 2.
Yeah, I am too. New Order was so good, and Old Blood was like good in a different way. It was more of a Doom. B.J. Blazkowicz, their version of him, is such an amazing character, and that he's just kind of a one-dimensional Nazi genociding maniac.
Yeah.
Well, he's like got 2 shotguns and he's going nuts, and then he's like reciting poetry to himself in his own head.
Yeah.
That stuff's so awesome, and the fact that like there was some allusion to the fact that Anya in the first game, Anna, can't remember her name, but she hated Nazis so much that she loved him just because he murdered Nazis so well. I don't know. There's just so many weird little quirks. That
Humanity can find a common bond in hating Nazis.
Hating Nazis.
It's just such a safe target,
Bold
especially
stance.
when they're neo-Nazis.
Yeah.
Yeah, there she is. And I swear, I could be wrong about this, but at the end of the trailer when that dude drops acid, I'm pretty sure that's one of the 2 dudes you can save in New Order.
Oh, I think you're right.
So I think it's deciding that you don't save the captain guy. You save him instead.
Uh-oh. I
His
saved
name
the
might have
captain.
been? I don't remember. Anyway, cool stuff. I'm just glad that Bethesda is willing to publish these kinds of games.
She's back.
Yeah, I guess her face did get stitched together.
That's not fair. I killed her.
That seemed
It's that
gnarly.
Nazi technology, though. You can't knock it, all right? They may be horrific, but they really push the envelope when it
apparently
comes to technology.
they're very advanced.
You know? You got big robot dogs. We don't have those now.
That's the kind of thing for everybody that maybe is feeling sore about Half-Life 3 just never happening at this point. I'm not saying it's the same, but this is that kind of game.
It is the equivalent.
And if you loved Half-Life, do yourself a favor and play New Order for sure. Yep. All right, Elise, I want to hear what you have to pick.
So for me, I was incredibly excited when Ori and the Blind Forest 2 was announced.
Yeah.
It was one of my favorite games of 2015, and it was a little. It was a big announcement. It had leaked beforehand, some screenshots, and the title Will of the Wisps had leaked. So I always feel I'm excited for me when I see those things because I get hyped. But then I always feel a little bit bummed for the developers who worked so hard and were waiting for that big chance to reveal their game. But we only kind of saw a little bit of a teaser, not really a full trailer or gameplay necessarily. It's really beautiful, and if you played the first Ori, you kind of know the story about the owls, what happens there. So how they like gut punch you with this one, like right away I was like, oh no, it's like it's back into that emotional world. I thought it was one of the like best new games in the resurgence of those very Metroidvania-esque platformers, and I love collecting the orbs.
I know, who doesn't?
You guys know I love.
I
the
missed some orbs in Ori, and it drove me insane.
Um,
You can't go back to the tree.
Yeah.
Why can't you go back?
I hope there's a way that this game finds to do something newer compared to the first one. But then I'm also just happy to have more of the same. I never played the DLC, so now I'm also like reinvigorated to go back and do that. And I do have to say that Ori, the way it did those like fast music levels that were very Rayman Legends-esque, I would definitely want more of that. So hopefully we get that. I think you're probably excited for Ori too.
I'm very excited. I feel like Ori had a certain challenge to it that was gratifying. So like you would die a lot playing that game over and over and over again, but it was optimized so that way you would die and then immediately respawn in a close checkpoint. So those fast challenge levels were so enjoyable to play because it wasn't like not trying to be negative on Dark Souls, but it wasn't like Dark Souls where there's a challenging section. If you lose that challenging section, you get thrown back to who knows where with less than you had before. It's like you're just going again. Try it again. Now, and then you're learning a little bit, and so then it's super gratifying, and at the end it feels like you performed like some sort of magical dance sequence, because it's never just hit X to continue. It's do the blast move, and then that'll deflect you here, and then bounce up the walls, and things close behind you. There's the fire, and there's an owl,
and the way you're unlocking skills also to keep the game feeling fresh as you're playing it was great.
I'm excited to see how they build on the soundtrack.
Yeah,
Oh,
that
man,
soundtrack,
soundtrack's really good,
Gareth Coker, I think, did the soundtrack for the first one. I still listen to it all the time.
Yeah.
It's really pretty.
All right, what's your next pick?
Like, to be honest, Mario Odyssey and The Last Night were two of my other picks. But
Mine
then
too. I gotta pick some.
I also really liked, or am excited to try the demo for The Artful Escape. That's Annapurna Interactive, who did What Remains of Edith Finch, are publishing that game. And it is the same. I think it's a music game. I think it might be a rhythm game. We talked about this, that it has like.
Seems like it.
Does it have a demo here? It doesn't.
It does have a demo, and I'm hoping to get to it today if I can. We'll see it here too. But like the
it seems like somebody's wailing out on like a spaceship as it's flying around. Which is real cool.
I'll be interested to see how much like music and rhythm plays a part. I just have a lot of faith in this publisher, too. To keep this and Ashen were two of the games they showed off that looked really cool. But yeah, it has a really fast-paced platforming vibe.
I'm glad that we're at a point kind of with E3, like talking about E3, where games like this get to have a showcase.
Yeah.
Like even Ori, like it leaked, but you were still excited to see it at such a large stage, presented for all these people. Like it feels like not too long ago it'd be like here's Sonic, and then that's it. Or here's the new Mario game, and that's it. Or here's the hardware, and that's it.
A lot of first-person shooters and sports.
Yeah. But something like this, some indie darling like this, seems like really cool that it gets to show off.
I'm also just like I'm easily entranced by like a lot of conceptual art and logos. So like if you show me something like this, I'm like Cuphead. I'm totally not a boss rush person, but just like all of that Cuphead 1930s Disney art.
It looks amazing.
Yeah.
It really does.
So like this, just seeing the visuals, I'm like, okay, I'm definitely interested.
It's time to talk some mess.
What do you hate, Elise?
I want to know what you hate because you're
Rip
so
into
positive
it.
all the time.
Here come out the claws.
Something has to offend your sensibility.
I thought this E3 was actually pretty safe in a lot of ways. So there wasn't a game that came, there wasn't a book of spells where
got a high score.
70% on Metacritic.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I think there are just more so games that I'm sort of indifferent to. So like, and don't boo me. You guys are gonna boo me for this.
Get your booze ready.
But like Crackdown 3, not a bad looking game, but I'm sort of indifferent to it because I'm not a Crackdown fan.
Nobody's booing.
Very polite audience.
No one's booing.
And I also really
does
like.
that mean you guys are kind of mild on Crackdown 3? Oh, a lot of nodding. Okay, that guy's excited.
Sex Swing guy is.
I'm also like a big Terry Crews fan, so I would love if I got Terry Crews in a game that I was like excited for. But that being said, this game looks fun, and I think we'll probably have fun playing it on the channel.
Rip into it. The sequel no one wanted.
I mean, yeah, nobody boo Crackdown.
Aw.
And like just kind of, I think sometimes sports games I'm just a little bit generally.
Yeah, the FIFA updates and stuff.
Yeah, I'm a little indifferent too. So more of an indifference other than.
It just seems that so this got announced last year. I think?
Yeah, right. Gamescom
so, yeah.
or something.
And I don't know. I guess I expected some kind of tech demo where one building falls into another building.
Same with me, and they didn't show that.
Yeah, I mean,
it was weird.
That's their chance to sort of wow people with the escalation factor of okay, we're on a new generation. We got the 1X coming out.
Yep.
The 1X is all about horsepower, so let's show something that really blows people's minds.
They didn't do
buildings falling over.
Yeah, they didn't do it.
I mean, I'm sure it's going to be in the game. That's like the gameplay is knocking stuff over. But we'll see.
Yeah.
All right, Bruce.
Okay, yeah. So I'll
Excited to
go
hear
quick
your list.
because I know we've been talking a long time. Beyond Good and Evil 2 is absolutely. Yeah, no. Well, I mean, I was going to say I'm surprised Elise didn't take it.
Yeah, why didn't you say
Then
that?
Life is Strange.
Well, Beyond Good
Life
and
is Strange, yeah.
Oh, right. Life is Strange.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's fine.
These were my guesses for you, but
Beyond Good and Evil 2, I think it's in this magical time of video game hype where people remember it very fondly. They remember the first one very fondly. And also, we only got this trailer, so the art style and the visuals are just amazing. And when I was watching this, I was like, I would like to see this movie. There really wasn't a video game in this trailer, which was fine with me. It just got me excited, and it's much like the No Man's Sky hype, where you saw No Man's Sky and you're like, whoa, I can't believe he did that. That wasn't quite what it was. So I try to temper my expectations on these things. That said, though, it was really exciting to see the developers get up there and cry because they were so passionate about what they'd been doing.
There's also that part right there.
And there was that part when she pulled the disc out. And it was exciting to see that whole team come up, and I think they'd probably been sitting on this for a year, 2 years.
More,
they weren't able to talk. Yeah, they weren't able to talk about it.
Yeah.
And they were finally able to reveal this. I mean, it ended the Ubisoft press conference. They basically headlined the Ubisoft press conference, and it's totally worth it. It was one of those games that I don't know if it'll ever reach the hype that it has now, but it looks amazing.
If I'm not mistaken, I might be, but I think that The Last Guardian was announced and came out during the time frame. Like, this was announced to happen. Remember a long time ago there was
there was that test footage
the test
of
footage.
Jade running around, and then I think shortly thereafter Ubisoft was like, "Yeah, we're working on it."
We're working on it, and that
but
was a
they didn't
long
say
time ago.
we're really working on it.
Yeah.
I think with this, I read a quip that they're like at day 0 of development on Beyond Good and Evil 2. So I think it's just been concept and stuff like that. I think they finally decided, yes, we're going to greenlight this for real.
Yeah, because there was like a image on Facebook or something a year ago that they showed, and everyone was like losing their minds.
Yeah.
Wait, there were 2 trailers. No, so there was the quote unquote leaked gameplay of Jade running around. Then there was the short teaser of Paige sitting on the car with Jade in the background. This one didn't. Unless that old pig man is Paige, I don't think any of the characters were in the trailer from the other game. So that's kind of weird. I know there have been some features and interviews about the scope of the game. Apparently, it's trying to be pretty big, which is weird.
That's what they're showing in the trailer. So hopefully we can trust the trailer a little bit to give us a somewhat a visual representation of the game.
I think it's okay to trust the art style.
Yes.
Because Ansel's games have always been wonderfully artistic, quirky and weird in that cool French way. There's not a whole lot of expression like that. This reminded me so much of Fifth Element, just because it's like this weird French sci-fi intersection. I don't know what it is about it, but the music was there too.
It is interesting. I just may be blanking on it, but I can't think of other scenarios where there's this game. It's like Beyond Good and Evil obviously did well, that people have it has a legacy and people like it, but not well enough that it became a big franchise. And that's kind of how gaming works. So it's interesting that it was a relatively smaller thing before, and now it's blasting off.
Maybe similar to Psychonauts?
But it doesn't look like they're making a AAA. I haven't seen anything, but it doesn't look like they're making
Definitely
a AAA
like a cult favorite.
Psychonauts 2.
Yeah.
Looks like they're trying to make a Psychonauts that would compete with the Psychonauts at the time. You know?
Yeah.
I think to your point, Lawrence, what seems great about this is it's like a good mix of sci-fi and humor.
Yeah.
Which there are movies like Fifth Element that does that well, and Guardians of the Galaxy does that well, and it's like a goofier.
Yep.
That's what is majorly appealing about this to me.
Yeah. And that was the vibe of the first game too. It's
Yeah.
A lot of cool music, a lot of just weird encounters with strange creatures that are like they start and they end, and you're just like it's just quirky, just a really quirky game. All right, Bruce, what are some
Next one will be quick. Skull and Bones.
Yeah.
I guess I was the only person in the world that played Assassin's Creed 4. I love the boats so much that I was like, I think it'd be really neat if I could play my friend in a boat and then put my other friend in another boat against him. So then that way we're all in boats fighting each other. And that was, I don't know, I just really like that part of Assassin's Creed 4. Not a huge, assassin fan of Assassin's Creed. I would play that through only because I had to. But it wasn't like a something.
Gotta get back to my boat.
Yeah, no, but the boat was that was always the part that I was really excited about. So I'm excited about Skull and Bones. It should be fun.
Yeah,
it should be fun.
Can I upgrade your boat?
I was trying to mull this over because I was like, it's weird that they made a game out of that's one aspect of a game that they've already made before.
Yeah.
But then I was thinking about For Honor, and when For Honor first announced, they were like, it's melee combat, and I'm like, that seems like less than other games have. except that they got into the nitty-gritty of saying what makes melee combat interesting, how
Right.
can we make that the game and make it satisfying. So I've turned a corner on this game to say, like, okay, they clearly want to figure out something about boat battles that other games haven't done and expand it so that way it's the whole game.
To me, on paper, it made perfect sense because of all the people I would talk about Black Flag with. Everyone would say that the boat battles and just being on the boat were their favorite parts of the game.
I loved
it. You would just always talk about that. So it's like they honed in and said, how do we harness this and make a game just about this? And this is clearly what people are. It's resonating with them. Yeah. Don, one of our editors, he said this is his game of the show too.
Really?
Yeah, he's really excited because that was one of his favorite things about Black Flag as well.
Well, this for me is I've always said ocean combat is something that nobody ever dives into when it comes to video games or movies or whatever. That's why I really liked the movie Battleship, because because it was terrible. It's a terrible movie, but there were some really cool scenes where like two boats were fighting each other, and you don't see that stuff very often. So that's why I was excited about this.
They drifted a boat.
I'll get the negative out of the way right now so everybody can boo me. I thought Mario plus Rabbids looked stupid. Mario Rabbids. Only because I don't like XCOM. So I was just sort of like, whatever. I kind of shook that one off. Everybody says it's amazing. I know. Everybody says it's amazing to play, but I haven't played it. I'm sure I'd love it if I played it. But
I get Peach Rabbit tattooed on the small of my back.
that's a good idea.
Doing a selfie?
Yeah.
And I'll only do one more positive one. Anthem.
All right.
Anthem. That was an amazing video game. That if that's all in game, it looked like it was gameplay to me.
It did.
I think did it say an engine or did it say gameplay?
It looked like gameplay.
It looked like gameplay to me, and this looked like almost a more polished third-person Destiny.
Yeah.
And it just excited me to see. This is my kind of
Iron
game.
Man.
Yeah, this is my. It is a AAA, like graphically intensive within a kind of a unique art style, but also a realistic art style. It's the combination of both. I know a lot of games look like this, but this is the kind of stuff that gets me really excited. And then you get to find out like what kind of rockets he's firing and what kind of bullets he's firing and what kind of creatures there are in the world.
Here's my concern about Anthem. If you can just fly, where can you go? Because
anywhere.
But it looks like they're on a pretty hard path.
You can go anywhere. You can go
It's
underwater.
like a pretty hard path. If it were me, I'm going right up that wall right there. I'm going over the edge. But
Absolutely.
I feel like I'm going to hit something.
Oh, that's so cool. That is so cool.
Well, I'm going to say, actually, Anthem is the one game that I didn't like. And I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. I've been through this so many times. So many times, you guys. It looks so good, but it's going to be a video game. You're going to pick up a gun. Some of the numbers are going to be red. Some of them are going to be green.
But Lawrence,
they're going to have 5 more bullets and 2 more reloads.
Not loot.
Lawrence, this is video games.
And then you shoot him, and white numbers pop out of his body, and yellow numbers pop out of his head.
But
and
Lawrence,
then you look down to see if your cooldown's up, and you throw a yellow ball, and you throw an orange ball, and then you.
But Lawrence, it's E3.
I know, man.
It's a video game.
What game do you get the man who's played everything, Rabbids and Mario?
That's right, Rabbids. No, I want it to be good. It's just there's going to be a moment where it's a video game.
It's a game, yeah.
And that's going to be the part that frustrates me. What I don't want to happen, what scares me, is games provide the illusion of you can't make a lot of this. This is real expensive, really expensive. So what worries me is the world has such fidelity that I'm worried it might be a Destiny thing where you're in a bubble, and the bubble looks amazing when you're in the bubble. And they try to keep you in that bubble doing as much stuff as they can because it costs so much money to make that. So that's what worries me a lot. That you're going to see this and it's going to be amazing and oh my god, it's so pretty. Damn it.
It's so awesome.
But there's no way they can make all of that for an entire world, right? We're not at that point, are we? Are we there?
No, I mean, they're going to send you. So what's going to happen is this is going to be that bubble. And it's going to be a really big bubble. Everything else and all the DLC is going to send you underground. So that way the flying, you can't go anywhere, and now you're in tunnels, and it's going to basically be dungeon crawling. Like, that's what Destiny did.
Oh, he's going to shoot missiles at him?
Just like Iron Man.
Well, then I also have a concern, too, because there's a loot system in it.
Yes.
So my guess is that there's going to be, like, artillery, there's going to be railgun, and there's going to be automatic weaponry. And then it just alternates between those.
Numbers.
So like you'll get some super crazy loot, and then it'll still just be the artillery again, but it'll do 2.5 times crit or something like that.
Lawrence, I think you're right, but I'm still excited for it.
They showed a lot. It definitely looks like it's going to be fun.
I'm getting through the breakup. I'm finding a new path in my life, and then 2 a.m. my phone lights up, and I'm like, baby, I can't do this again. I can't do it again. Why are you doing this to me? It's not good for me.
What game did you break up with last?
I mean, there have been several. every like looter shooter. I mean, I feel like I don't want to say Destiny was bad. The biggest problem with Destiny is it locked you out of content until you grind it. That's what MMOs do, but you pay monthly for that. I guess I'm worried that, again, since this content is so expensive, they're going to make you replay the same thing multiple times to see the next really expensive thing, because it can't be full of stuff. But maybe it is. Maybe it is. Maybe BioWare's been just pouring millions and millions of dollars into this, so environmental artists can make entire planets that look as amazing as that. Maybe they did.
You're definitely going to spend a lot of time doing this exact flight again, but it might be fun.
Maybe. I want it to be.
Yeah.
It hurts. There's a dagger in my heart, and BioWare just twisted it a little bit. Also, I don't want this to influence it, but it does. I got some grievances against BioWare.
Uh-oh.
I don't know.
Uh-oh.
So I bought into Dragon Age Origins hard, and I bought into Mass Effect hard. I was like, BioWare's back, and they got it. And then Dragon Age 2 was bad, and Mass Effect slid, for me at least, based on the games I like. So it's a complicated relationship, okay? Seeing this is tweaking me out. Anyway,
you can go ahead. I mean, you can continue from there.
All right. I guess my positives, I had to shuffle them around because we all kind of synced up last night, Mario. But I thought Metro was a cool reveal.
Yeah.
Not gameplay, but I liked both Metros quite a bit. And the fact that they're making another one is great. I love like quirky shooters from Middle Europe. That's just a weird genre of thing that's kind of going along. And the fact that they're really good at math. And I'm really excited to see what they can do with the 1X. So I feel like that is kind of it's the Killzone 2 equivalent. It's the Shadowfall equivalent. This is the shooter that's going to blow you away. I guess Anthem can be that too, potentially. And I guess Destiny 2.
Yeah, Destiny.
Yeah, it just looks amazing.
It does. Metros have always looked great. They've always had an amazing.
Yeah, they had a knack for it. I don't know what they did. Last night looked so good. And then, so this is for, I guess my final positive pick, aside from the ones you guys picked, was Spider-Man.
Oh, yeah.
So I was worried when I first saw Spider-Man.
Yeah.
And because, I mean, you guys played Spider-Man 3. Maybe not. But no, everyone agreed they didn't like it, and I don't know why. But it had a whole lot of QTEs, and at the time, that's what everyone said. This is the thing that's bad. So when they do a new Spider-Man demo that's full of QTEs, it worried me. Not because I don't like it. I'm fine with QTEs, but I think people keep getting tricked by that stuff. And I don't know. I was concerned. I haven't seen what I want to see, which is the transition from open world into a mission out into the open world again.
Kind of like Arkham a little bit.
Sorry?
Like, are you talking about like Arkham Combat and then into the open world and then sort of like that transition?
Yes. They theoretically showed it during the trailer.
Sort of.
Because he takes down all those dudes on the skyscraper, but then he chases the helicopter.
Yeah.
And theoretically, helicopter's in open world. But nothing about that sequence showed me a fail state.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which is a really nerdy way to talk about it, but what happens if you miss any of those turns?
It looks like there's one point when he's chasing the helicopter where he misses
It does look like it.
and he goes to the other side of the helicopter.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe maybe this, my hope is that they can push QTEs in a different direction. So it isn't get it and you lose. It's get it and now you move to the third phase of this battle or whatever it is, and so you're going to see a different chain of events that maybe are more difficult than if you had hit them all right the first time. So you end up on the other side of the helicopter. You lose that one. Now you're on the rotor, and now you have to whip the rotor down, and then you take down the helicopter a different way. But I don't know.
Possible.
Yeah.
You know what? Stephanie, my girlfriend, was playing Parappa the other day, and it's essentially a QTE, a really big one. And I realized with Parappa, if you fail enough, you click down into worse sounding versions of the song. Imagine, something like that, where you have like a hidden life bar. If you biff enough QTEs, then suddenly Spider-Man's like banged up, or you lose health, or you're in a different phase. I mean, Heavy Rain tried to do that a little bit. But yeah, I really dig the, like it's essentially like Batman fighting. That's cool. They have environmental stuff. There's some shots where he like yanks a crane and knocks some dudes over. He like drops in front of 3 dudes and whips a girder on them. That stuff is like very Spider-Man. And it's very cool that they represented that in the combat engine. But yeah, I guess kind of like Anthem, I haven't seen the thing that proves to me that it's not going to be like, here's a man with a glowing pillar of light on him, hit triangle, talk to him, mission start, where you're kind of locked into an area.
Yeah.
That's fine if that's what it ends up being, but I guess I have a whole lot of faith in Insomniac. I mean, Ratchet & Clank, Sunset Overdrive, these guys have made every amazing open world 3D action game basically ever. So there's no reason to not expect the best Spider-Man game ever from them, which is, it's hyperbole, but
yeah.
I want it to be good.
I think the Arkham thing is probably pretty good.
Yeah, I
think
mean,
it's gonna
that
feel
looked good.
like this is probably the E3 version of things where they set up the pins, knowing that they only had to knock down the first one and then it would just get going. But I do think that it's going to feel a lot more like Arkham, like that. It's like, okay, you're on this mission and this is where the next thing is for it, and it's going to move in and out of that kind of seamlessly. But ultimately, I love how he just dismantles the big guy so quickly. Like,
Well,
hey,
again,
you're the box. There you go.
And then he just beat his ass.
Yeah.
I guess I'm kind of curious about the plot too. You got these dudes with like the glowy energy hands. There's been a couple of them, but we'll see.
Yeah.
But I guess that'll wrap it up for me, and I think that'll wrap it up for us on the
really?
stage. So
That was fast.
we have some stuff to throw out, but thank you guys for joining us.
Yeah.
Really appreciate it.
There you go.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Who wants a?
Yeah. No one's gonna raise their hand.
Is anyone of legal? Okay, I like that. All right, well, thank you guys for joining us.
Yeah, thank you.
We're going to throw it back to the GameSpot demo stage, so please stay tuned.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, welcome back to GameSpot's E3 stage. I'm your host, Mike Mahardy, here with Miguel Concepcion from GameSpot as well.
Hey.
And Joel Simon of Nintendo Treehouse.
Hi.
What are we here to play today?
So we're here to show off Pokken Tournament DX, which is the deluxe version of the Wii U version that was released last year. And Pokken Tournament features 5 new characters. There's Darkrai, Empoleon, Scizor, and Krogunk, and those were characters that were in the Japanese arcade version.
Okay.
And now they've been released for this Switch version that's coming out November 22nd.
Cool.
They've also added an exclusive character to the Nintendo Switch version, which is Decidueye. And Decidueye is a Pokemon from Pokemon Sun and Pokemon Moon.
Okay. Cool.
So right now we're going to show off some of the features of the new Switch version. One of the things they've added is new support pair, which is Poplio and Litten. And the support Pokemon are there to kind of help you as you're going through a battle. The support Pokemon will either outright attack your opponent, or they will debuff your opponent, disrupt them, or they'll either increase your abilities. So some of the things they've added to this new version is that they've added Switch functionality, which it's given you the ability to to play at home, or you can undock it and play on the go, like at a park bench or whatnot. Go over to a friend's house and play Nintendo Switch there over local wireless. Or if your friend doesn't have a Switch also, you can play right there on tabletop mode with 2 Joy-Cons in the Switch itself.
Cool. Yeah, we've got Daniel and Sarah also from Treehouse playing it live right now. So anybody watching from home, this is yeah, we're playing it right now.
Yeah. Oh, so one of the things about Pokken Tournament that's a little bit different than your usual fighting game is it switches between a 3D arena fighter, where you can maneuver around your opponent and kind of harass them in a skirmish mode, and then it switches into a duel phase, which is more like your classic 2D fighter, and that's where you can really mix it up, throw those haymakers, and do the big damage. So you can switch in between those 2 different modes, and that's kind of one of the strategies between it. Cool. One of the good things is Sarah here, that's played Decidueye, just activated Poplio, and Poplio is a support Pokemon that enhances your fighter. And what it did was it gives you the ability to actually double jump more than your single jump that you have before.
Okay.
And Danny just unleashed Litten there that does damage too.
Okay.
So as you see, as you're battling through there, it's a simple game to pick up. It's a lot like Smash Brothers, where all the moves are either a direction and a button,
sure,
or and a button press, and it's totally contextual too. So certain directions and button presses will do different things in field mode or field phase, as will they do in dual phase.
Cool. Yeah, it seems like you said, Smash is a good comparison because, you know, it's accessible, but it's still like once you actually get into it, there's a lot of depth to it, right?
There is a lot of depth to it with the support Pokemon, and then also dealing with, it has kind of Pokemon elements that you're used to. So characters they'll debuff your opponent, they'll lower their attack and defense. As you can see here, Scissor just did its Synergy Burst attack. So there's a Synergy Burst mode where kind of it's like a Super Saiyan mode where the Pokemon gets powered up, and when you're in that mode, you get an attack or chance to attack it with a burst attack. You only get one chance to do it, and if you land that attack, you'll be able to do massive damage to your opponent. But you only get one chance to do it. Okay. So if you were able to block that, then you've got the advantage. And here's Decidueye's burst attack here.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, one of the cool things is it's kind of a mix between Mega Evolutions from Pokemon X and Y, and then the Z moves that they had in Pokemon Sun and Moon.
Right. Yeah, I'm curious how, you know, outside of the 5 new characters, Pokemon, I'm curious how going to the Switch as opposed to the Wii U, in terms of just like the overall feel of the game, does it affect it much? Like, say I played it on the Wii U a lot. Like,
yes.
Will it feel very different?
It'll be. They brought it more in line with the arcade version. So it's running at 60 frames a second. It does run at 30 frames a second in local wireless, just because of the local wireless mode. But if you're playing online, that's 60 frames in TV mode or in tabletop mode. Yeah, and so they brought it in line with the Japanese version, the Japanese arcade version, which will make a lot of fans super happy about.
Cool.
Some other cool things that they've added to that is they've added daily missions where if you play per day, they'll give you an objective. If you complete that objective, then you'll get some extra coins that you can get new uniform or new costume pieces for your avatar. Okay. They've also added a team battle mode, which is a lot like the core series game in this, where you pick a team of 3 fighters and your opponent picks a team of 3 fighters, and then it's the last man standing.
Okay.
So one thing we have available here is your Shadow Mewtwo. One of the great things is Shadow Mewtwo is available right out of the box.
Okay.
So as soon as you start playing the game, all 5 new characters are available, and Shadow Mewtwo is available too. For the Wii U version, Shadow Mewtwo is only available with an amiibo card, or after you beat the game, you would unlock him, and now he's completely unlocked.
Okay. So we're looking at Empoleon now, who's also new.
Yeah, Empoleon is one of the new fighters.
How would you describe the fighting style?
For Empoleon?
Yeah.
Empoleon is more of a bruiser. He wants to get in and mix it up.
Okay.
He does have some range attacks too. If you're in field phase, you can use his Ice Beam to really freeze the people and then freeze your opponent and then get in. And so each of the fighters is a little bit different. Shadow Mewtwo here is about to do his Synergy Burst, which is which is pretty powerful.
Yeah.
Once you get the Poplio out there, and each Pokemon fighter is a little bit different. So, like Empoleon has a little more hit points, so he's more of a bruiser. Mix it up in dual phase. There's Krogunk is more of a speed kind of shifty character, more like Ninja, and then there's more standard guys like Decidueye is more standard, well-rounded. Has a very good aerial game, but that's what you expect for like an owl.
Right.
Owl-like Pokemon.
You mentioned Mewtwo being a previously amiibo character. Can you say anything about the amiibo functionality?
So it's limited amiibo functionality. If you do use amiibos, you'll be able to get more exclusive costume content for your avatars. So if you look up in the corner, that's your avatar. You start out as a kind of basic, and as you go through, you'll earn money and unlock different costume outfits that you can use to kind of pimp out your avatar. You can get like a wetsuit and goggles, or you can get a graduation gown and cap. There's all kinds of kind of crazy outfits that you can use, and that's mostly for the online mode.
It's interesting to see how, like, the way you were just describing the different fighting styles of the different Pokemon. It's interesting to see how, like, you know, like playing the other games, my knowledge from that, it seems like they're designed with that in mind, like their abilities in the other games, right? Like that kind of transfers over to their style in this game.
Yeah, one of the things, like I said, Empoleon has Ice Beam. Shadow Mewtwo does have a Hyper Beam that it unleashes.
Okay.
And then there's other characters like Krogunk will use Venom Shock. And one of the great things about this game is each Pokemon has kind of a different mode that you go in. One of the Darkrai characters has a Nightmare mode where if you land a specific move, that will power up your other moves, and then they'll do different things on top of that.
Okay.
Scissor has a Sword Dance where if you're able to sit back and somebody lets you sit back, if you're Scissor, you can get Sword Dance out there, and then your moves become more powerful. So there's little hints and elements of the core series games that are in this, but it's in full like 3D rendered graphics.
Right. Cool. Yeah, I'm interesting. I didn't play much Pokken on the Wii U, like not as much as I would like to. So like now that, you know, like I feel like the Switch, like immediately right out of the gate was such a great launch. I feel like maybe like this is a great chance to bring, you know, obviously more people into this.
Oh yeah,
this kind of game.
Yeah, and the Switch platform makes it a lot more accessible to more people.
Right.
So you don't need to have your system at home with the Wii U. Now you can undock and go over to a friend's house, use the two Joy-Cons, and then play with them on tabletop mode. So it makes it a lot more accessible for everybody to play and just mix it up.
Cool.
Did you see this release of the deluxe version as an opportunity to do to retool or balance any aspects of the fighting?
That's one of the things that the community for the Wii U version were a little disappointed with, is that there was no way to balance the fighters, because the Japanese arcade version did do some balancing with the characters to kind of make them all on the same playing field, little level playing field. And now the Switch version does bring it in line with that Japanese arcade version. Yeah, so which will make a lot of people happy.
Have you played much, like, on the Joy-Con? I imagine, like, you know, obviously I think I myself would prefer the Pro Controller, but have you played much on the Joy-Con? Is there an ideal way to play this?
The Pro Controller is really good. Also, this does support the Hori controller that was released for the Wii U version.
Oh, okay.
So they had a Pokken exclusive Hori controller that you can use, and people have been playing it on the show floor, and they really like it. Pro Controller is really nice. The Joy-Cons really do a good job too, especially if you have the wrist strap on there. So you have those left and right buttons for blocking and support right there.
Yeah, like you were saying earlier with the controls, kind of like the Smash controls, direction plus a button. That seems like it's, you know, it's not like a Mortal Kombat game or anything where you're doing a lot of analog input and directional things like that.
Yeah. So it does make it a little bit more accessible to your everyday gamer.
Sure.
But there is a lot of there is frame counting in this where you can really get down to the nitty gritty.
I imagine it must have been difficult when you know, like Nintendo sat down to figure out how to please both fighting game fans and Pokemon fans. Would you say this game is geared more toward one camp or the other?
It's not. It's accessible for both camps. It was developed by Namco Bandai.
Sure.
And so they're familiar, and that's where it gets its Pokken name from kind of the Tekken series. So it does have that fighting bones to it, skeleton, with the framework of Pokemon around it too. And so there's something for everybody.
Right.
Yeah, really is.
And then I correct me if I'm wrong, but there would be like a 3v3.
Yes, that's the team battle. Cool. That's the team battle where if you pick a team of 3 Pokemon and your opponent picks a team of 3 Pokemon, and then they battle it out, last man standing.
Okay.
Yeah, I battled against my coworker when we first got this out, and he went through my entire crew until he had his first fighter had a sliver of health, but I couldn't defeat him.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I imagine like figuring out your team composition to like counter the other players would be super important.
Yeah, because there is some guys that are faster. Krogunk is a faster fighter, but a little lower hit points. Blaziken here is it's more well-rounded.
Yeah.
Then there's also Pokemon that are more technical, and that's Darkrai and Gengar, which are they're more shifty and hard to get a hold of.
Okay.
And so depending on your fighting style, you can change it up and switch it up. If you're just starting out, I recommend some of the basic fighters. Like Pikachu is well-rounded. Doesn't look like he would stand up against Charizard, but he does a really good job on his own. Blaziken's another one that's a fan favorite. And then also Mewtwo is also a really good fighter also.
Yeah, Blaziken was my my choice when I played at X and Y.
Yeah, he's tough because he does have some ranged attack, but when he does get into your face, he can really mix it up and do some damage. So one thing you've noticed, the chevrons above Blaziken's head, that signifies that he got powered up, so his defense and his attack gets powered up.
Okay.
So there's a lot like the core series game too, where you can add to your abilities or debuff your opponent's abilities also. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm super interested to see like I don't know, Miguel, did you get the chance to play much on Wii U?
A little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you play many other fighting games?
I mean, I could see traces of Tekken in this.
Sure.
The one thing I was really curious is how do you have any idea how the studio settled on this roster?
No, we don't have any. Well, I haven't seen any input on how it was decided, but some of the choices, or like Krogunk, seems a little strange because he's a lot smaller than the other opponents, or like Pikachu Libre, but Pikachu Libre is a little bit different than your normal Pikachu. Yeah, he's got more wrestling moves.
What I do like is the diversity of characters. You sort of like have these classic, very familiar Pokemon characters, and you just mix it up with some of the newer ones.
Yeah, that's one. Everybody knows Mewtwo and Pikachu, and of course Charizard, and then there's some other Pokemon too. Darkrai is also a fan favorite too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's also interesting. Like you touched on it. Like Pikachu, I wouldn't immediately think of like a fighting game character. Blaziken obviously seems tailor-made to it, but it's interesting to see how you implement those abilities with someone like Pikachu.
Yeah. Well, Pikachu's a really good fighter because he can attack you from afar with his Lightning Bolt and Thunder Shock and that kind of stuff. And then get in close and do Iron Tail and all these other moves that you've seen in the core series games, but now you can see them in a fighting context. It's really cool to see.
Awesome. Well, Joel, Simon, unfortunately, we do have to wrap up. Daniel and Sarah, thank you so much for playing off stage. But all right, final question: when can we get our hands on this?
September 22nd is when it comes out.
Awesome. That's actually my birthday, so I will. I'll pick this up for myself.
Awesome.
I'm looking forward to it. But again, thank you so much for coming up. Always appreciate having Nintendo on the stage, and we will be back soon with. We're going to look at Gran Turismo Sport, but of course, you can, in the meantime, catch up on demos and developer interviews throughout the week. We'll see you in a little bit.
welcome back to GameSpot's E3 coverage. I'm here with Miguel Concepcion, and my name is Nick Margarita, and we had the opportunity to go to the Xbox showcase and play Sea of Thieves. So Miguel, what was your experience between last year and this year with Sea of Thieves?
Well, I naively thought last year that the game was actually going to be just based in water, and I should have known that there would be islands and treasure beyond just like the ship combat. So it was a pleasure to go back into the game and actually see what seems like a much fuller experience, where your team just like has these looks at a map, has these targets to choose from, these treasures to go after, and just it's this like really interesting game of teamwork. You can have like totally different experiences based on like how organized and how serious your team is. You can kind of like half-ass it, but you're not going to get the job done as more efficiently.
You would say communication for Sea of Thieves is key to your success as a pirate crew.
Oh, absolutely, especially when you're playing with like other people online who could be spotting you from like how many like miles away, and you don't know that they're actually targeting you.
Right.
They could be like hijacking your ship while you're on the island, and that was something that actually did happen to me in my playthrough.
So a couple new features we want to go over. There were sharks in the water this time around, so if you're carrying your treasure back to your pirate ship, did you have any experience with any sharks coming and attacking you?
Oh, absolutely. The one thing I was happy about was the fact that I could actually attack sharks on the beach with my sword. It's easy to lure them to the beach, and we were able to make quick work of them. Thankfully that we could actually do sword combat while being like waist deep in the water.
Right. Which is pretty unique that they have that kind of threat, and it's not just skeletons on the island, it's also sharks. Going on off that, did you experience any of their new storm weather effects and features, whereas you're going with your ship, you might run into some stormy weather with some choppy seas?
There was the risk of that, but we were pretty organized in knowing where our island was, that by the time the storm was actually going to be a big risk, we were practically at our target island. So we didn't that wasn't really that much of an issue. I mean, there are more than enough hazards in this game, more than enough variables to consider.
Absolutely.
That we were happy that we didn't have to really factor that in.
And then I guess the last big new feature they introduced was the fact that you can fire yourself out of a cannon. Did you experience that, or did you fire any of your teammates out of a cannon? I
did see some of my teammates get fired out of a cannon. I was so busy just like being focused on just getting the treasure to our ship, which we failed at, that I was just more than happy for my teammates, doing that. I heard you did that.
Had a little opportunity to fire myself out of a cannon. Didn't go so well, but I mean, despite the cartoony presentation and sort of the casual feel of the game, I mean, I did like there was a certain. You can play it as seriously as you like, to the point that you are playing like this traditional treasure hunter where you are actually using clues to walk X amount of paces left and forward, and you can actually start digging, and the treasure, if you follow the directions, is actually there. So there's definitely this tangible sense of reward in the game. What were your kind of last thoughts for Sea of Thieves? Does this look like something you really
be like hijacking your ship while you're on the island?
New feature they introduced was the fact that you can fire yourself out of a cannon. Did you experience that, or did you fire any of your teammates out of a cannon? I did see some of my teammates get fired out of a cannon. I was so busy just like being focused on just getting the treasure to our ship, which we failed at, that I was just more than happy for my teammates, doing that. I heard you did that. Had a little opportunity to fire myself out of a cannon. Didn't go so well, but
I mean, despite the cartoony presentation and sort of the casual feel of the game, I mean, I did like there was a certain. You can play it as seriously as you like, to the point that you are playing like this traditional treasure hunter where you are actually using clues to walk X amount of paces left and forward, and you can actually start digging, and the treasure, if you follow the directions, is actually there. So there's definitely this tangible sense of reward in the game.
What were your kind of last thoughts for Sea of Thieves? Does this look like something you're really excited for in the coming year?
I loved how tangible how rewarding it is, like when assuming that your team is on the same page, and once you actually get the treasure and you actually work, it's interesting how the work isn't even done when you get the treasure. You actually have to bring it back to your ship, and that in itself becomes its own challenge.
Well, thank you, Miguel, for your insight into Sea of Thieves, which was shown at the Xbox Showcase this year. And for all your E3 2017 coverage, be sure to subscribe to GameSpot.
What's up, guys? It's Oscar here from GameSpot, and I am here with Michael and Miguel. We're here at E3 2017, and last night we went to see a bunch of games at Sony's booth, and I'm going to kick it off with Miguel. You saw Detroit Become Human.
Yes, I mean, I was going into it already being, having played a lot of David Cage's games, and it seems like there's always been this element of like near future technology in his games, but it seems to be like the focal point this time, especially with the fact that the characters are androids, and it almost reminds me of like what if David Cage had played a lot of like Deus Ex.
It looked pretty slow from what we saw at the conference, right?
Right.
Like, it looked very similar to his previous stuff, Heavy Rain.
It's almost like he's like doubling down on sort of like that David Cage style.
Did you enjoy it though?
I enjoyed it in the sense that I'm intrigued to learn more. I'm intrigued to see how like the overall story plays, especially when you're playing as different characters. And we saw the trailer featuring Jesse Williams. That in itself is very intriguing.
Awesome. Well, next on the list, Michael, you and I played a bit of Far Cry 5, which basically looked like Far Cry, again.
So we played that same sequence that we saw at the Ubisoft conference. So it was fun to actually jump in and be there and experience it for myself.
Yeah.
But I asked if it was on a PS4 or PS4 Pro because the performance was pretty lacking.
Not good, was it?
Yeah, it was not good. But the game is still in an early stage.
Yeah,
it's coming out next year, so I wouldn't expect it to be fully optimized. But I played it in a full-on firefight, so a lot of things were happening. A lot of things were exploding. I was like shooting, calling in Nick Rye's airstrikes, which is really cool.
Oh yeah, you played with that guy because there was 3 buddies available to play. So there was that guy who dropped bombs and was like the action hero, right? And then there was a dog, which is like the stealth option, and then there was a sniper option as well, which I saw being played in front of me. But I picked the dog. I found it quite difficult to actually play in stealth. I didn't feel like there were many opportunities to isolate characters to take them out one by one, so I ended up just having to go loud. But the dog still helps you in that situation as well. Miguel, you played Ni no Kuni 2, right?
Yes, and so did Mike.
Yeah. Oh, you both played it? Oh, wow.
Right. So I came into it really being a big fan of the original Ni no Kuni. It's interesting just watching this game with this Studio Ghibli art style running at 60 frames per second, because we're used to seeing it in a
cinematic way.
Right.
Yeah.
The one thing that I think will be pretty divisive will be the switch from sort of what we call the Pokemon of the companions from the previous game, and now it's sort of styled and themed like Pikmin.
Pikmin, yeah, and called Higgledies.
Higgledies?
Yeah,
Higgledies.
Yeah, Higgledies.
And not to knock them, they were super helpful in battle, and it just sort of speaks to the faster pace of this game. It feels more like an action RPG than the previous one.
Yeah, there's story-wise, it's going to be separate from what we saw in Ni no Kuni 1, but it takes place in the same universe. You'll be playing as King Evan is his name. He's the king of Ding Dong Dell, yo. So I'm happy to be back, and I'm just happy to be back in that sort of universe as well with that art style. And another 50, 60, 100-hour RPG on PS4. I'm ready to go, man.
And I believe Joe Hisashi is doing the soundtrack again.
Yes.
So, Yeah, he's
awesome.
He's the Miyazaki veteran.
Oh, yeah.
Sweet, awesome. Well, next up, we all checked out, if I'm right, Gran Turismo Sport. At the event, they had like this awesome racing chair set up, but at the same time, it's just Gran Turismo on PS4, right?
Yeah.
How did you place?
10th out of 12.
That's pretty good.
It's not last.
Yeah, I mean, it's not last. That's what I aim for in life, right? To not be last. But yeah, you two have both played the recent beta, right?
Yeah.
Is there anything to it other than just Gran Turismo on PS4?
So far, I feel like it's just, I love Gran Turismo since day one. So I'm excited to just have it on PS4. I did check out the PSVR support.
Right.
Which was essentially, you're in the cockpit and you can look around and you can drive stuff and stuff like that. That was cool. So that's a neat addition.
It was interesting how they didn't put that in their conference as well. They put that in their pre-show.
But yeah, it's sort of a known quantity, Gran Turismo Sport. But I'm gonna play it because I'm all about that.
He's one of our best sim drivers.
Yeah, but can he beat 10th out of 12?
It's a low bar to clear here at GameSpot. So.
And the last game we played, Michael, you and I checked out NAC 2, which I'm pretty excited about.
Yeah.
What did you think of it?
Well, thanks for getting my back in that game because we were doing that co-op stuff. We were doing a more combat-centric sequence.
Yeah.
And I mean, it was a lot of fun. You just jump in and you start like smashing things and like fighting enemies and stuff. So we were talking to one of the devs about how much depth there is because you can essentially go into the game and like mash buttons and still enjoy what it has to offer. But he also explained that there's going to be several things within a skill tree that you can do. And we were also discovering on our own like co-op abilities where I would like jump up and like smash on you and then like you would have like a bunch of parts like fly out and damage enemies.
Yeah.
So I think that one of the more exciting parts is like seeing what you can do with that within the game.
Yeah, there was this move where you can basically like punch through the other character.
Yeah.
So I was basically just annoying you by punching you into walls and stuff
yeah,
like that.
hey, but it was clutch for when we were fighting or we were trying to avoid those boulders coming down on us.
Yeah, man.
You like punched through me and then it like projected and destroyed the boulders in our way.
Yeah.
So we only got a small slice of it, but I also asked how much.
Hey everyone, welcome back to GameSpot's E3 stage. I'm your host Mike Mahardy here with GameSpot's Miguel Concepcion.
Hi.
And we are pleased to be joined by Kazunori Yamauchi, the founder of Polyphony Digital and creator of Gran Turismo. It's great to have you. And Taka, you'll be interpreting and kind of hanging out with us as well.
Yep.
Yeah, great. So we got to see more of GT Gran Turismo Sport at Sony's press conference the other day, and you've been since showing it off and everything. What's it like to be kind of showing it more, as we lead up to the release?
リリースまでにこうやってどんどん発表が広がってきましたけど、どんな感じですか今？
そうですね。今回はね、なんていうのかな、こうプロダクトの制作の最後のオプティマイゼーションだったり、あるいはリファインメントのステージ、そこにすごく時間をかけてるんですね。ですからこう開発のカーブが今こう上がっている、ここにいるんですね。で、ここまでさまざまなパートのクオリティを詰めてグランツーリスモを作れたのは結構久しぶりのことなので、そこはちょっとワクワクしてますね。
Yeah, so we're really at the last portions of our development right now, and we're really taking the time to optimize and refine everything, and right now the quality of the game is just rising exponentially. Right at the end, as we really go down to the details and polish everything, and it's something that we actually haven't been able to do for a while in the past editions of the game. It's probably since Gran Turismo 1 that we actually have been able to really take the time to really do the final touches to the game.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah, I guess my major question is what sets Gran Turismo Sport apart from the rest of the series? You said, we were talking before, there wasn't like a huge reason behind why it's not like a numbered title or anything, or why it's called GT Sport. But as someone who's played all the games, and I'm not great at them, admittedly, but as someone who's played all these, like, what is it that'll set GT Sport apart from all the other games?
ちょうどさっきお話ししたんですけど、GT スポーツってスポーツナンバーリングじゃなくてスポーツになった理由もそんなに深い理由はないという話をされてましたけど、これまでグランツーリスモを遊んできたプレイヤーにとって、グランツーリスモスポーツというのは以前のタイトルと何が決定的に違うんでしょうか？
そうですね。これまでグランツーリスモに入っていたフィーチャーは全て入っていて、グランツーリスモスポーツには。でかつ今回のグランツーリスモスポーツ で新しく加わったフィーチャーっていろいろあるんですね。筆頭がスポーツモードです。まさにスポーツモードが入ったからスポーツってついたわけですけど、これはオンラインでのチャンピオンシップを含むスポーツモードがあって、それとあとリバリーエディターだとか、あるいは、スケープスという、新しい HDR フォトグラフィーの世界、今回加わってますね。ですから何でしょうね、GT スポーツというのはこれまでグランツーリスモに含まれていた全てのフィーチャーを含むだけでなく、新しいフィーチャーが入り、かつこれ大事なことですけど、これまでで一番多分完成度の高いパーフェクトなものになっているでしょうね。
Yeah, so Gran Turismo Sport is a title that actually contains all the different features that we've had, in the past titles of the series. It actually has the most number of features of anything we've released before. So it contains a lot of new features. We have the first off, we have the sports mode, which is what the game is really named for, which is, involves the online championships that we're going to be running throughout the year. We have the livery editor. We have the scapes feature, which is really kind of opens up a new world in HDR photography. So GT Sports is a title that it contains everything we've had in the past, plus new features, and it's a title that we've been able to really take the time to perfect to the level that that we're satisfied with.
Okay. Yeah, Miguel, you got the chance to play the beta, right?
Yes, I played the beta. Took on a lot of hardcore fans and some of my media colleagues. I was thinking about this emphasis on online play. Would you say that GT Sport leans towards or encourages playing online, or is there a substantial single-player component?
僕はそうやって、ハードコアなプレイヤーとベータに参加できて、メディアとの対抗をしたりしたんですけど、その部分はすごくそういった対戦プレイのオンラインプレイに特化した体験だったんですが、グランツーリスモスポーツは全体にわたってそういった、プレイヤーをよりコンペティションに誘導するような、オンラインに誘導するようなものなんですが、それとももっとオフラインのポーションのゲームも充実したものがあるんでしょうか。
なるほど、そうですね。クローズドベータテストで僕らが行ったのはまさにクローズドベータテストが必要なパートだったんですね。つまり僕らがこれまで経験したことのない本当にテストが必要なところで、だからあれはクローズドベータテストであってクローズドベータデモではなかったんですけれども、これだけグランツーリスモスポーツのフィーチャーがある中でスポーツモードというのはこれくらいなんですよね。このごく一部なんですね。じゃあまずそこまで話しましょうか。
Okay, so the closed beta test is actually, it really is just a test. It was something that really tested out the parts that we didn't have experience with, that we really needed additional data to finalize. And so it really is something that's that can only be called a closed beta test. It's not a demo per se in that respect. And what you experienced in the closed beta test is really one sliver of all the things that's going to be offered within Gran Turismo Sport.
そうで、もちろん同じオンラインでも他にはオープンロビーとかもっとフレンドリーに友達と楽しめるような、モードもあるし、あと、オフラインで楽しめるキャンペーンモードは全部で145のイベントが入っていますし、だから何でしょうね、オンラインプレイに全てを誘導したいというわけではなくて、むしろこれまで通りグランツーリスモのメインのパートというのはオフラインのところにあって、でもオンラインのソリューションもたくさん用意してあるよっていうのがグランツーリスモスポーツですね。
Yeah, so the online portion actually also has an open lobby which wasn't available in the beta test.
Sure.
So where you would be able to just have fun and friendly races with your friends,
right.
Things like that. And then the campaign mode actually contains 145 events. So we're not trying to really direct everyone to online. It has a pretty significant online portion, like the previous titles in the past, where that's actually the main part. And then it's just that we have a lot more online stuff to offer as well now.
Sure. Yeah, a big part of betas, from my understanding, right, is getting feedback and kind of stress testing the game before it comes out. Is there anything you learned during the beta that you have since implemented that will be there at final release?
そういったベータというのはやっぱりフィードバックをもらうための、ストレステストだったりそういったものを行うわけですよね。そのベータから得た情報で、もうすでに導入した変化だったりなんか変更点とかいうのはありますか？
結構たくさんありますね。ベータをしたことによって特にグランツーリスモをねこれまでのシリーズを遊んでくれていたたくさんのユーザーからものすごく建設的なフィードバックをもらってだから今回僕らがクローズドベータで確認したかったことというのは主にサーバークライアント型の対戦の部分の、サーバーの、負荷の部分それと、スポーツマンシップレーティングだとかトラック上でコリジョンが起きた時の、ジャッジメントシステムだったんだけれどもそこの部分に関してのフィードバックだけではなくてそれ以外の、パート、例えばサウンドもそうだしあるいはゲームの UI もそうだしカメラポジションもそうだし、そういったことのフィードバックもすごく僕らにとっては役に立ちましたね。
So from the beta, we had a lot of different types of feedback. I think because we had so many of the longtime users of Gran Turismo, the longtime fans of Gran Turismo participating in the beta, we really got a lot of constructive feedback from them. Our objective originally was just to get really to test out the server client matching system and also really to test out the server loads. But in addition, we needed to really sort of figure out the balance of the sportsmanship ratings for the game, and also the collision judgment system for the game as well. That's something that that required feedback and adjustment, and that's what we did. But we also got a lot of constructive feedback from the users regarding the other parts of the game, things such as sound and things such as the UI, how the cameras are positioned. So it was a very useful learning experience for us as well.
Looking back on the series. And the way that the individual games demanded to unlock the various cars. I recall needing to spend at least 5 hours just to unlock 20 different kinds of skylines, which seemed a little time-consuming. Can you describe how the unlock system in this game works? If it's how many hours do you think it might take to get a substantial garage of cars?
以前のタイトルでは、結構アンロックに時間がかかるので、例えば、もう全20台のスカイラインをアンロックするにはもう5時間以上ずっとプレイしないとなかなかアンロックできなかったり、やっぱり結構時間がかかってたと思うんですよね。で今回のグランツーリズムスポーツのそういった、アンロックのシステムは、どういった感じのものになるんでしょうか。例えば、ある程度いい、車のコレクションを集めるにはどれぐらい時間かかるとか。
難しい質問ですね。今まさにそのあたりのね、例えばどれくらいの時間プレイすれば、あるいはどれくらいの距離を走れば、どれくらいのリワードがもらえるかというところを調整しているところなので、まだ正確なね、表現はできませんけれども、なんて言うんでしょうね、全てをアンロックすることが目的のゲームではないかもしれないですね、グランツーリスモスポーツは。やっぱりフィーチャーがすごく幅広いので。
So I think it's a really hard question to answer because it's a part that we're actually still adjusting. So how much you play the game to unlock things, how much distance you need to drive to unlock things. That's something that's still being adjusted. So I can't give you quite a exact answer right now. But because the game has so many different features, the main objective of the game might not be so much to unlock cars anymore.
Yeah, I'm also interested. I want to ask you about VR. GT4 will be on PSVR, and I'm curious what opportunities you saw in bringing this franchise that you worked with for so long to virtual reality.
そしたら僕はVR GT スポーツ VR にも対応してますけど、そういった機械が初めて出てきて、山内さんはどういった可能性を見出したんでしょうか。
そうですね。VR の、最初のヘッドマウントディスプレイって1962年に最初のものが作られていて、それって僕が生まれる前なんですよね。
Yeah, so regarding VR, the first head-mounted display came out back in 1962, before I was born.
で、言ってみれば50年以上経って出てきたのが、コンシューマーレベルで出てきたのが、PSVR なわけです。
So it took 50 years, for the PSVR to come out, finally on the consumer level, product.
だからまずはその事実そのものを祝福したいと思ったし、僕らグランツーリスモスポーツでできることは全てやろうと思いました。
Yeah, so when it came out, I really wanted to just celebrate the fact that it finally came out, and then wanted to do everything we can with Gran Turismo Sport to support that.
ただ VR に対応させるっていうのはやっぱり簡単ではなくて、なんていうのかな、ビジュアルな負荷の問題もあるし、あるいはどう酔いを防ぐのかという問題もあるし、だからグランツーリスモスポーツっていうのは VR に対してものすごくきちんと対応したタイトルだとは思うけれども、これでベストで他に何もやることがないとは思ってないですね。
Yeah, so but supporting VR is actually not very easy because of the in terms of the visual loads that the device actually proves for the system, and also there's the element of trying to set up the system so that you avoid the players from becoming uncomfortable playing it, and I think Gran Turismo Sport actually is one of the few games that's been really properly designed throughout to properly support VR, but it's still not the best. We're still not at the best point we can be at. Sure.
And then I'm curious, as say I'm not traditionally into racing games, and then I look at what racing games there are. Forza Motorsport 7 is on the horizon, GT Sports on the horizon. Then of course there's more arcadey things like Need for Speed Payback or The Crew 2 from Ubisoft. But what is it if I was just getting into racing games that GT Sport offers me that the other games don't?
そしたら今僕はあんまりレースゲーマーじゃないんですけど、今今後フォルツァ7が出たり、グランツーリスモスポーツも出るし、アーケード側ではニードフォースピードだったり、ザ・クルーとか、そういったゲームが今後もうすぐで出るわけですけど、そういった車関連のゲームがその中で出る中で、山内さんがここはグランツーリスモのセールスポイントだって押せる部分って何でしょう？
それはね、クオリティですね。
I think it boils down to quality.
その一言だろうと思いますね。
It's that one word, quality. Yeah.
Sometimes I think I see that level of quality even beyond the races themselves. There's a certain ceremony in unlocking cars, and you just look at the various UI. It seems like you guys put a lot of thought into the design of just the menus, and even the lobbies with these close-up shots that look like almost like expensive watches ticking down the amount of time before the next race. I don't know if you can comment more on that.
そうですね、僕も遊んでみて、レースも以上に何か儀式的なものを感じるんですよね。車のアンロックの仕方だったり、UI のデザインだったり、ものすごく考えられてデザインされているのがすごく伝わってきて、本当にロビーでの車のクロースアップだったり、なんかすごい高い時計のコマーシャルを見てるようなすごく考えられたデザインだというのがすごく伝わってきます。
そう感じていただけたなら嬉しいです。
Yeah, I'm glad you feel that.
やっぱり本当に細かいところを丁寧にデザインしていかないと全体としてそういう体験は得られないので。
Yeah, because unless you really take care of every individual detail properly, you don't get that type of overall experience. So.
Is that what you meant when you were talking about like quality setting GT Sport apart? Like, could you expand on that? What you mean in terms of like the polish, or like when you say quality is what sets it apart? Could you expand on that?
そういった意味でもさっきの多分クオリティっていうおっしゃってた話につながると思うんですけど、そのゲームの最終の磨き上げる部分だったり、そういったポイントでどういった間違いがあるかというのをもう少し説明していただけますか。
難しいですね。どうしようかな。この E3 で僕がプレゼンテーション何度か、ライブイベントでやったんですけれども、デザインのプロセス、デザインのステージがあって、プロダクションのステージがあって、で、オプティマイゼーションのステージがあって、でも最後にリファインメントのステージがあるんですね。
Okay, so yeah, it's a hard question to answer, but let me try. At E3, between the live events, I also gave a presentation on the stage, and we talked about there being a design in the development. There's a design stage, there's a production stage, there's an optimization stage, and then there's the refinement stage.
で、通常はデザインプロダクションで、大体終わりなんですね。
And
通常のビデオゲームの制作であれば。
A normal video game production usually just ends with the design stage and the production stage, and that's it.
もっと言うと、そのオプティマイゼーションのステージの半ばぐらいでリリースされていく場合が多いですね。
And so, oftentimes I think a lot of the games are released, maybe in the middle of the optimization stage.
で、例えば GT5 とか GT6 はまさにそうだったんですよ。
And GT5 and GT6 were titles that were that way.
だから、クオリティのカーブで言うと、
So if you look at the quality
この辺
curve,
でリリースした。
we had to release like right here.
Okay.
そうで、今回は
But this time,
ソニーにわがままを言って、お願いだからもう少し時間をくれと。
Yeah, so we asked Sony, please just give us a bit more time to really do it right.
そうすることによって、オプティマイゼーションとリファインメントの残りの時間を作れたので、そうするとクオリティのカーブってこうなるんですね、最後。
Yeah, and so by doing that, we were able to to make more time for the optimization and refinement, and really the last end of that quality curve really shoots up at the very end.
でやっぱりここを今回はね作りたかったんですよね。その部分をちゃんと確保したかった。
And that's the part that I really wanted to secure for our new title, for this one when it came out.
And that was presumably why the game was delayed, right? To make time for that optimization.
で、そういったオプティマイズとかリファイングするためにゲームが遅れたんですね。
まさにそうですね。
Yeah, exactly.
本来はビデオゲームの制作って終わりが本当にないですね。いくらやってもまだいろんな細かいところが気になってきて、もっとよくできるっていうところは出てくるものなので。
Yeah, because video game development really has no end to it if if you really think about it, because you can always make something better. You can always work on more details.
I am curious. A lot of games nowadays, they release and then developers kind of fix things in the aftermath. Do you think that's a bad practice in general? Do you think more developers should be kind of doing what you did with GT Sport and making sure the game is polished as possible before releasing it, despite the fact that delays are very difficult from a developer standpoint. They cost a lot of money, resources, time. But in general, do you think it would be better off for the industry if more people waited like you did?
そしたらゲーム業界の中で、そうやってゲームをリリース時っていうのは、結構最近はもうゲームがリリースされた後にフィックスを出したり直したり調整したりすることが結構多いですよね。それ山内さんはやはりあまり良くない傾向だと思いますか。やっぱりグランツーリスモスポーツみたいにちゃんともうリリースまでにもう磨き上げて最高の状態で出す方がいいと思いますか。結構やっぱりデベロッパーとしては開発の時間もかかってリソースもかかってそういった面では伸びた分難しくなる部分も増えると思うんですけど。
以前に比べるとビデオゲームの規模が本当に大きくなっているし、ものすごく複雑になっているので、なんていうのかな、以前のように例えばじゃあ1枚のディスクに全てを込めてで一切アップデートしなくてもそれをワークするようにするっていう ことの難易度はもうね極端に上がっていますね。多分ほとんど不可能なんじゃないかという気もするんですけれども。
Yeah, so compared to the past, the games have become so much bigger in scale and so much more complex. And I don't, nowadays I don't think it's possible anymore to do what we used to do before, where you have one disc where everything there is no updates afterwards.
Sure.
That everything on that disc has to work properly. On your first try. But nowadays, because of the complexity and scale, it's almost become impossible to do that.
それでDay One アップデートっていう言葉はおそらく GT5 の時に僕らが発明したんですよ。
And what's called the Day One updates nowadays is I think something that we actually invented back in GT5.
Right, right.
それ以来いろんなタイトルが Day One アップデートをするようになった。
Yeah, and since then, a lot of different titles have gone through and released Day One updates to their titles.
そうでなんというのかな、できることなら Day One アップデートしないで作りたいと僕も思います。そこは。
But if it was possible, I think that it would be better to be able to make the game without a Day One update.
そう、それはもう理想を言えば全くそうだと思いますね。
Yeah, in a best case scenario, that would be it. No updates in the
だから少
first
なく
day.
とも GT スポーツは GT5 や GT6 のように例えば、ローンチしてから、半年後に実際事実上ビデオ完成するっていうようなね、そういう作り方はしてないですね。GT スポーツは、ローンチした時点で完成されていると思います。
Yeah, so in that respect, Gran Turismo Sport is not going to be like GT5 or GT6, where half a year after the game actually launches, the game is completed.
Sure.
I don't think that would be the case for GT Sport. It would
Great.
be a complete title when it releases.
Great. Well, I think that's all the questions I had. But yeah, thank you, Kazunori Yamauchi. Thank you so much for joining us. Taka, thank you so much for translating. And we hope you enjoy the rest of the show. But yeah, if you're watching from home, we will be continuing with Final Fantasy XIV, the expansion Stormblood, right after this. But again, thank you so much for joining us. We hope you enjoy the rest of the show, and we'll see you around. Hey everyone, welcome back to GameSpot's E3 stage. I'm your host Mike Mahardy here with GameSpot's Miguel Concepcion.
Hi.
And we're joined by Ash from Square Enix's Final Fantasy XIV team. You're here to talk about Stormblood.
I am, yes.
Expansion, second expansion after Heaven's Ward.
It is.
Yeah, so tell us, like, for people who are just coming in fresh, what are we expecting with this expansion?
Well, first of all, with Final Fantasy XIV Online, I don't know if everybody that watches kind of understands. It's just an MMO, subscription-based MMO. It is a celebration of everything Final Fantasy, the music, the themes, the characters, everything. It's incredible. It's got this main story quest that kind of rivals all the other mainline Final Fantasies as well.
Sure.
So Stormblood, it's our second expansion. It's continuing that story. We're going to liberate Alamigo and check out the Far East and go into Doma. But it's coming out June 20th, and we're really excited.
Cool. Yeah, as you just mentioned, like you said a few story beats that I don't recognize because I am not traditionally I have not played much of the game, but Stormblood, I was telling you right before we started, I'm really interested in Stormblood because I've heard it's actually can bring people in, right? There's a few different options for people just getting in, but how do you think I'll be overwhelmed by the story stuff when I'm jumping in?
So I would say I wouldn't skip the story stuff. So basically, just to kind of go back to what we're talking about, with Stormblood releasing, we're also releasing the option for you to purchase the ability to skip the story of A Realm Reborn, and also A Realm Reborn plus Heaven's Ward, and also level up one of your jobs to level 60. I really wouldn't suggest doing that because the main story quest here is kind of what sets Final Fantasy XIV Online apart from some of the other MMOs out there. But even if you did, you have the ability to catch up on all of the stories in the game. You just go to, it's called the Unending Journey. You click on it, it has every single main story cinematic that you can actually watch. So,
sure.
Yeah. But it's just such a good story. I don't know why you want to.
Yeah.
In keeping with the Far East setting of this expansion, this is an opportunity to introduce the Samurai class along with the Red Mage. If you talk more about those.
Yeah, so the Red Mage and Samurai are kind of fan favorite jobs from the Final Fantasy the whole fandom, and it's the first time they're going to be in the game. Melee class for Samurai, obviously, and I think you're seeing some gameplay of it right now.
Yeah.
The Red Mage is kind of a hybrid, both of melee and ranged DPS. I'm particularly probably going to be trying out the Red Mage. Well, I actually have a level 60 Black Mage, so yeah, I'm more of a ranged guy myself. But yeah, I mean, people have been clamoring for these new jobs, so we're really excited about that too.
Cool, yeah, and then there's like the typical, new dungeons, new raid.
Of course, yeah. So you have all the content that kind of typically comes with this, but one of the cool things is one of the new raids is actually it's called Return to Ivalice. It's kind of based on, if you're a fan of Final Fantasy, one of our past Final Fantasy titles. Actually, one of the designers that worked on that is actually working on the scenario for this as well.
Cool.
That'd be the original director of Final Fantasy XII.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Cool. Sorry, what were you saying?
Oh, I was going to say the dungeons, obviously with every expansion we have a lot more dungeons that are added at that time, but also as the game is released, we have a patch cadence that's pretty consistent. Like every 2 to 3 months you usually get additional dungeon content. But there's a lot of cool new zones, obviously, you're going through. But the big thing is, I would say, we've been clamoring and hinting at going to Alamigo and liberating Alamigo for the last 2 years. So that's going to be a really big thing for us here. It's I think people are waiting to finally see where that goes in the story. And if you have caught up on the story, you've noticed there's been a couple characters, Gosetsu and Yugiri, that have come from the Far East, and all that's going to play in together. So.
Yeah, I'm curious for people, veterans of the game and who have been playing, since, like Realm Reborn launched and, Heaven's Ward. But I'm curious how, in terms of quality of life and just minor changes or even overarching changes, how does Stormblood, change the game itself?
Yeah, so Yoshida-san's development team have actually implemented a new, kind of like a battle system revamp where they've streamlined a lot of the job actions and spells that were consistent in the previous game and expansion. Beyond that, there's also kind of job role actions that are shared amongst tank, DPS, and heals that streamlines that as well. And we have, I don't know if you see on the screen here on the top, where there's a job gauge now that kind of gives you a better visual indication of what your specific job actions are for that job. So for the Samurai, you see that red sword up there with 100 and the 3 icons there. Kind of gives you a better visual indication when you can use certain job actions and spells.
Okay.
And the one thing I'll say too is if you, this game is available obviously on PlayStation 4 and PC and Mac. With the controller, the streamlining of the job actions is actually going to make that a much better experience as well too. For people. But yeah, I mean, I think that the battle system revamp is really going to give the veterans of the game something to come back and really sink their teeth into and really like the quality of life improvements that come with it. So yeah.
I hear the fans are also very excited about the overhaul with the inventory system.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can talk more about that.
I mean, other than basically we're giving everybody a bit more inventory. Yeah.
Well,
access to inventory. I mean, yeah. I mean, that's just always something everybody really always clamoring for as well. But I mean, with this game too, obviously I talked about the main story quest, but this is an MMO, right? So we have housing, customization options, you know, getting your own airship, everything of that nature that comes with an MMO. Hundreds and hundreds of side quests as well beyond just the main story quest, and all the new crafting recipes and spells that that'll come with the game as well. So.
I imagine it must be tough for the development team to balance, like MMOs can be intimidating to people not like into them, but I mean, of course, Final Fantasy is going to attract fans of that series who might not normally play MMOs, right? But I imagine on the development side, it must be difficult to balance the accessibility without like sacrificing the depth.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to speak on behalf of the development team for that point, but what I would say personally, as an anecdote to me, is I've been playing MMOs since back in the days, Ultima Online or World of Warcraft all the time. What I found interesting about Final Fantasy 14 is that it really melds all of the great quality of life improvements and systems that you've seen throughout the years progressing with MMOs with a Japanese RPG and a mainline story, Final Fantasy, all in one. Yeah. And to me, that kind of makes it really unique because you don't really see that in the marketplace much. So it's kind of cool. Yeah.
Yeah, Miguel, you've gotten the chance to see a little bit of the game, in past like demos and whatnot, right? Like from your perspective, what is it that sets, Stormblood apart from other expansions, or just 14 apart from other MMOs in general?
Well, the one thing that I've really very much enjoyed in Final Fantasy 14 in general is the balance of content for playing with friends. Plus, there's a really, really substantial component where I could just like play by myself.
I did that for the most part when I was starting actually to play myself.
Play by yourself?
Yeah, for the most part. But then I started getting in my free company and started getting other people to play with me. But if you are someone that really just enjoys a single-player Final Fantasy mainline game, like I said, not only is the main story quest there, but it feels just like that epic journey, kind of as you as the Warrior of Light. So that's always cool and that's there. But as you want to participate in things like dungeons and raids, and also for people that are kind of new coming into the game, veterans have the ability to queue with their daily, essentially they have a daily roulette, which they can basically randomly go into a dungeon, and that they'll level essentially down to that player's level, so that you're constantly getting veteran players also interacting with new players.
Okay.
So and that's all there for you as an option for you to queue. A lot of quality of life with that as well, right? For Dungeon Finder, Raid Finder. But if you didn't want to, you could just mainline through the main story quests if you wanted. But
yeah, you guys aren't shy about having a lot of exposition and cutscenes.
It's a Final Fantasy game, right? Come on.
Right.
But it's got all the incredible things such as the Final Fantasy music, art style, everything you can think. And there's a lot of references to the franchise as a celebration. So you got Sid in there. You've got a lot of other familiar things, primals that are very familiar to Final Fantasy as well.
Side note: what are these chests doing?
So this is actually a boss encounter in one of the new dungeons, and this is part of the dynamic of defeating this boss.
Okay. Interesting.
There's a lot of cool mechanics that you see.
Sure. Yeah.
Boss battles as well. We're actually showcasing one of the primals here at E3.
Okay.
And if you can beat it, you get a chance to win a shirt. It's
cool.
Cool. But yeah.
Awesome. And so. I mean, Stormblood, you said it's early access very soon.
2 a.m. tomorrow.
Yeah,
actually. So if you pre-ordered, and actually you can still pre-order all the way through the weekend and just join while early access is coming on.
Okay,
going on
cool.
Well.
And then, Miguel, do you have any other?
You were talking a little bit about the accessibility for newcomers and the different options that they have. If you can talk more about that.
Well, there's a Hall of Novice in the game that kind of helps bridge your ability to learn about your job. There's this thing called the Guild Test, which actually is a training group of quests, essentially, of how to work in a group. But everything else, like all of the new player experience in terms of the questing, everything, it eases you into the gameplay pretty well. I mean, they've done a great job of doing that. Yeah.
Yeah. Could you detail actually? You might have touched on it earlier. The monetization to actually up your character.
Oh, it's not. It's just we have a store called Mog Station where you can actually buy customizable options for your character. In that and mounts and other things, and we're actually launching 3 new items. One of them being the ability to skip the story for A Realm Reborn.
Sure.
Another one is to skip all the way up through Heavensward, so you're ready for Stormblood. And one that also allows you to take a job up to level 60 and just be ready for Stormblood out the get-go. I really, while that option is there, I really do suggest people playing through the main story quest, because unlike some other MMOs, like our main story quest, beyond just the game itself, through all the patches, continues all the way through, and with each patch you're getting additional story content, and you're going to miss quite a bit of context if you just jump straight into Stormblood without understanding what's going on, I guess, that way.
The option's there though, right? Like,
it is.
Right.
We do want to make that option available for new players if they want to maybe jump with their buddy who's been raiding for a long time, and, and maybe just, and like I said, they can go into game, and in any inn you can catch up with the story and go through cinematics. So
Sure. Yeah. I don't know. Miguel, you have any other questions about the expansion?
Yeah, not to jump back like a dozen topics, but as someone who really loved Final Fantasy XII, if you can talk more about the Return to Ivalice content. I mean, it's more than just a raid, correct?
Yeah, I actually can't go into anything really more about that. I don't really know much myself. We are keeping it kind of close to the heart on there, but they are. What I've heard and what I've been told from everybody is that if you are a fan of Ivalice and that world, you are going to enjoy this raid content.
And is that available?
Not at release. It'll be patched in, obviously. So.
Great.
Yeah. How often? I mean, like Square Enix. I mean, it's been like keeping up to date between expansions on patching and updating and whatnot,
So
right?
we have an incredible cadence, and like I said, we're constantly adding new content. So every 2 to 3 months, and that dates back for the last 3 years, you're getting 2 new dungeons, 2 new dungeons. You're getting quality of life improvements in some of them, depending on what the patches are. But you're definitely getting a stream of content all throughout the year. And like I said, that main story quest also continues throughout that entire patch content. And I think, if I remember this correctly, the patch content between A Realm Reborn and Heaven's Ward was almost as much main story content as Heaven's Ward itself, and the same thing as Heaven's Ward's patches came. They're very meaty content updates that come through.
Cool.
Cool.
Well, anyway, yeah, June 20th.
Yes.
People can play Stormblood or early access 2 a.m. tonight, tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow. Yeah,
cool.
we're all not going to get very much sleep tonight.
Nope.
So.
Yeah. Perfect timing to end E3. But Ash, thank you so much for stopping by.
Thank you so much for having me.
Stopping our
Thank you very
stage.
much.
Miguel, thank you as well. We are going to throw it back to the downstairs stage. We have Xavier Woods and Samoa Joe are going to be playing games on our downstairs stage.
Xavier Woods is a Final Fantasy 14 fan.
He plays a ton of games, so he'll be down there. If you're a WWE fan, you can check that out. In about 15-ish, 20 minutes, we'll go down to there. But, of course, in the meantime, you can keep up to date with all of our stage demos, all of our developer interviews throughout E3, and we will see you around.
Hey guys, welcome to E3 2017. I'm Justin here with Peter, and we're checking out a lot of really cool games, and one of the ones we just saw was Battle Chasers.
Yeah, this kind of came out of nowhere for me, and it turned out to be a really pleasant surprise.
The thing that drew it to me was how artistically kind of beautiful it is.
The creative director behind it is the gentleman who was also the creative director on the Darksiders series with Vigil, and he also has a background in comics. So it's got this really great sort of, comic art that pops, and there's a little bit of inspiration from, dare I say anime, but more like manga.
What kind of gameplay does this have?
So this is an RPG that uses dungeon crawling, sort of like what you'd imagine from like Diablo, but it has turn-based battles. So when you bump into enemies, you actually get into something that's closer to like Grandia's battle system. But it's not exactly that, and it actually even has some influences from my favorite game, Final Fantasy Tactics.
This was a Kickstarter game that's now got a publisher and had a very successful Kickstarter campaign as well.
Yeah, they wanted 500K, they got close to 850K. The game is now coming to Switch, which is really cool.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so it's on PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Windows, Switch. It's coming out October 3rd. This is a game to watch out for because, once you see it, it's kind of like, wow, this looks really interesting. But then once you really dive in, there's a lot of mechanics, and they've really cherry-picked the best stuff from a slew of RPGs, both Western and Eastern. So it's a very surprising little game. But understanding the pedigree of who's involved, it's not that surprising once you actually begin to wrap your head around it. And I'm surprised it's coming out so soon.
Yeah, that's one we'll definitely be looking forward to this holiday season. It sounds like 2017 is going to be really packed. And to hear even more about all these cool games that we've saw at E3 2017, check out GameSpot.com. Hey guys, welcome here to E3 2017. I'm Justin, here with Peter, and Nintendo revealed a whole lot more about probably one of its most exciting games coming up, Super Mario Odyssey, and Peter, you got a chance to play like 20 minutes of it.
Yeah, I got to play 2 different levels, one of them being New Donk City. That city we've seen that has humans next to Mario that are very different heights.
Do they explain that? Why are the humans all different sizes?
It's a weird game. A lot of it is not actually explained. Like, the premise is kind of the same. You're trying to rescue Princess Peach from Bowser, but apart from that, the game is just filled with a lot of interesting new opportunities and possibilities that have never really been seen in a Mario game before. And I was just kind of thrown to the fire, so I had to kind of just treat it like a playground.
Well, one of those new things is this hat. Every Mario game introduces some kind of new mechanic, and this one, the hat, definitely seems like a really way out there, different kind of thing.
Yeah, like as you saw during the Nintendo Spotlight presentation, the moment for Mario Odyssey opens up with a shot of a dinosaur, and you don't even really know what this game is until the dinosaur turns around and you realize he's wearing Mario's hat, and then he poofs into Mario.
Come on!
And then you kind of start to realize, okay, wait a minute, you can throw that hat onto enemies and take over their bodies. So that is the big thing about the hat. What we've seen up until now is that you can use it as a platform, but as we saw and as I got to try, if you see a Goomba or any other classic Mario enemy, like, what are the Bullet Bill, is that his name? Throw a hat on him and you can possess that enemy and use their abilities.
So you just throw the hat around at anything and just become that? How does that work exactly?
You throw it on it and you become
it. and does that feel like it changes the gameplay significantly? Is that part of the puzzle solving?
Yeah, I mean, so puzzles are weird because you're basically put in, it's almost like a diorama. They were kind of describing it as like this Japanese art of creating like small contained spaces. So that's their idea of a sandbox. So it's not like a huge open world sandbox, but what you get are these little places filled with puzzles and these little moon collectibles that are similar to stars in previous Mario games, but they're treated like Korok seeds. There are like far too many that I could count looking at the map. And so what you kind of do is you look for things that catch your interest, and then you try to figure out ways by utilizing your environment, which includes enemies, to get to those things, to collect those items. When you collect enough of those moon items, you can then use your, I think it was like a hot air balloon or a blimp, to go to a different world. So that's kind of how progression works, and that's sort of the flow of puzzle solving as it was. And there's not really like levels to speak of either. And there's no lives.
So what happens when you die?
You lose some coins.
So they've compared it in some ways to Super Mario 64, but it sounds like that's not quite the right comparison.
I think what they're getting at with the Mario 64 comparison is that this is a game that is sort of leaving you to sort of tackle challenges in like orders that you want to. It's not this very like strict linear path through set levels or even like a world map necessarily. But also it's a very hardcore game. I mean, some of the challenges I ran into, it required a lot of skill to get through them. I think you could look at Super Mario 3D World or 3D Land and say it was maybe more about observation than actually performance and action, like, you know, at a split second. So it's definitely a more demanding Mario game, but it's the weirdest Mario game I've ever played in my life, I'll tell you that, which makes it just beyond compared to anything else in the series.
Well, I can't wait to try out more of it myself and for some other people here on staff to play it and let all of you guys know what we think. Thanks so much for watching, and for even more Nintendo and Mario coverage, stay tuned to GameSpot.com.
We got our hands on and played with the Xbox One X. Microsoft says it's their smallest console yet, and in person, it looks a lot like a black Xbox One S. The ports on the back include power, HDMI out, HDMI in, 2 USB 3.0 ports, IR out, SPDIF, and Gigabit Ethernet. There are also vents on both sides of the console. The Xbox One X features a physical power button on the front, along with another USB 3.0 port. Microsoft also provided an inside look at the system, showing off all the layers of the console. Moving past the top of the case and the chassis, here's a look at the Blu-ray optical drive, which is capable of playing 4K HDR movies. Not even Sony's high-end PS4 Pro has a Blu-ray drive. This is the console's CPU fan. Underneath the fan, there's a vapor chamber cooler heatsink, which contains a vacuum-sealed liquid that transforms to gas at high temperatures to help keep the console cool. Like the Xbox One S before, the One X features an integrated power supply. This is the One X's motherboard, which houses the console's 8-core AMD SoC and integrated GPU that's capable of delivering 6 teraflops of performance. The black little rectangles surrounding the chip are the 12 gigabytes of GDDR5 memory. Next up is the console's 2.5-inch 1TB hard drive. We also get a chance to play Forza Motorsport 7 at 4K using the Xbox One X's development kit. The game was running at 60 frames per second, and Turn 10 Studios told us that it's running at approximately high to ultra PC equivalent settings. The game looked great, though if we're nitpicking, we did notice some slight jaggies on power lines in the background. Not only will the Xbox One X run at a higher resolution than its Xbox One counterpart, the developer tells us that it's able to slightly crank up some additional graphical bells and whistles. So, that was our first look at the Xbox One X. If you like this video, give it a thumbs up. For more gaming hardware coverage, subscribe to us on YouTube. Thank you for watching.
GameSpot co-op stage, we are here with some WWE superstars. First, we have the former NXT champion, current #1 contender for the WWE Universal Champion, going head-to-head this July at Great Balls of Fire against Brock Lesnar, the one and only Samoa Joe.
Very good to be here. Very good to be here.
Thank you, thank you. Matt, who else do you have?
Sitting right next to me, he is a part of one of the longest reigning tag team champions of the world, member of the New Day, host of Up, Up, Down, Down. And this Sunday you'll be facing the Usos at Money in the Bank. Give it up for Xavier Woods, everybody.
Yeah. Also got second place in the Street Fighter tournament today.
Very, very nice. Well, welcome to E3, guys. Thank you so much for being here. We have a whole hour with you to talk about video games, wrestling, and anime, all the things you want to talk about, all the things you guys love. If you guys didn't know, they're also huge gamers, which I love. I saw you guys on Up, Up, Down, Down talking about video games and rap music and all the things that you are super into. And so let's talk about what kind of games you saw at E3 2017. What did you see?
So the main thing that we did yesterday was Call of Duty, World War II, and Joe, huge World War II buff.
Absolutely. Huge World War II buff. Very excited about the game. And as we expressed, you know, it's boots on the ground, and we put the jetpacks down. So
that's the
no
slogan.
more running from me. There's no more running from me in Team Deathmatch. Now you got to stay on the ground. I'm going to find you. So I'm very excited about it.
Yeah, it's really cool being able to use a shovel in trench warfare. As soon as somebody comes around the corner, you just use a shovel to like stab them in the face.
Oh my god.
And not that it's like, and I want it to feel real, because that's terrifying for one.
Yeah.
But it feels real. Like, it's awesome.
Yeah, you never knew you wanted to hit somebody in the head with a shovel until you played this game.
Yeah.
Really enlightening. I mean, I know I did, but that's...
It's different.
It's different.
Did you play together on a team, or?
Oh, no, we played against each other.
Oh, have to.
Of course,
Yeah.
of course.
It's a good friendly rivalry.
It is,
Of
it
course,
is.
but who won? Who won?
No, his team won. He didn't win.
All right.
Like,
I won
big
because
difference.
I got 6 kills with a shovel.
Yeah.
So I just won overall.
But he caught a lot of buckshot from me in the
I did.
chest. So
Just blindly charging him head on with a shovel while he's got a shotgun. So it didn't work out too many times, but I got him once or twice.
Awesome. All right. I also heard that you played some Dragon Ball Fighters.
Yes.
Let's talk about that. Did you get to play?
I did. We both did. And
All right.
So good.
Yeah.
Let's talk about this game. This is my surprise of E3, my favorite game of E3.
Yeah.
But only because I'm such a huge Dragon Ball fan, and I know you are too. So who did you play as? What do you think of the game?
So with the demo, you could play as Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, Majin Buu, Cell, and Frieza. So you got those 6
I
characters.
think Trunks, too.
Trunks in it?
I think, maybe. Nah?
No?
Said nah.
Okay. He's fact checking.
Nah, you couldn't, man.
But it's cool because it kind of feels like a mix between like MVC and Guilty Gear. But it's kind of like the Dragon Ball fighting game that we always wanted. You can pick whatever character you want to once the actual game drops. And it looks amazing.
It does. It looks just like you're watching the old.
It looks pretty much like a seamless episode of the animation.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Which is, you know, kind of a thing that you see in a lot of games this year. But I think the biggest thing is just the fighting system was really revamped. It feels more like a kind of like an actual tournament fighter as opposed to something you kind of dash around and shoot missiles at and have these close encounters. So I mean, it was really slick, really polished, and surprised me because I'm not the biggest Dragon Ball Z game fan, but this game I definitely dug.
Yeah.
Who did you play as?
I think I had Vegeta, Majin Buu, and Cell.
Okay,
I think that was my squad.
Yeah. Oh, and after you select your characters, you can change their colors too, which, I don't know, I'm like a geek for customization, stuff like that. So like you can make Cell like all white with the dots. Like it's so sick. But like to his point of like the old school Dragon Ball games, like the ones of Super Nintendo and all that stuff, like you're dashing around and like it's cool and it's fun, but as far as playing it in like an esports setting, like it didn't have that kind of feel to it, to us at least. But this one, like, I feel like we're gonna see this at EVO.
Yeah.
Like the year that it dropped.
I absolutely think it has Evo potential.
Yeah.
So, which characters from Dragon Ball would you like to see in the game? Or
Definitely
added to it?
Krillin.
Yes.
He's my favorite
Krillin.
Dragon Ball character.
I love Krillin.
Because people don't think about this. Like, nothing happens if Krillin doesn't die.
Yep.
If Krillin doesn't make that sacrifice, nobody turns Super Saiyan and the Earth is destroyed. So he's, to me, is the most important character in the show.
Yes. Clap for Krillin. Everyone clap for Krillin.
I mean, I like to see Piccolo just 'cause.
Okay.
Piccolo.
You know, just because he's constantly disinterested after something happens. So I just like to see him like win. Just be like,
So is Krillin also your favorite Dragon Ball character in general?
yes.
Because of those same reasons? And who's your favorite Dragon Ball character?
I mean, although we did have a big argument whether it was Vegeta or the Cell Saga, which was a little bit, but I think Vegeta as a character.
Okay.
Yeah, I kind of dig him. I can relate to him.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Yeah.
So, have you watched Dragon Ball Super? Have either of you seen it?
So I'm so far behind in anime. I'm like on episode 5.
Yeah. But I know you're a big anime fan.
Yes, but finally I'm being able to get into it because we have a guy on the NXT roster, Brennan Williams, great black otaku. Check him out. And he's like our anime expert. He's like, dude, so there's like the 76th episode of Super. Oh my God! I was like, no. I'm on like episode 4. He's like, how? You've had so much time. It's like, and I also haven't like really watched the season 2 of Attack on Titan yet.
You know what? It's okay. It's just okay.
There's so much to watch.
I'm sorry, that's just my
so much to
opinion.
watch.
Yeah, there's
But
a lot to watch.
I love
There's a lot to
Beerus
watch.
though.
Yes.
So like,
I love Beerus. Yeah.
He's my jam, especially so in the movie when you see him and he slaps Bulma, and then Vegeta turns up. It's like, oh, you just messed up. So I'm excited to see what happens throughout the story.
Yep.
So I'm way behind, so a bunch of stuff just got spoiled for me. But I guess I'll catch up eventually.
I'm so sorry. I'm
Yeah.
so sorry. Let's go back to video games. All right. What else did you see at E3?
We just took a look at Destiny 2.
Nice. I know you're a big Destiny fan.
Yeah, I mean, I dig Destiny. Played through it. Got raid partners and stuff like that, and it looked great. I think a lot more variety in the enemies and the play style, and it looks pretty ambitious. Looks pretty cool. We got to check it out on console and PC, and we played single player on PC. It was gorgeous.
Like the environments are just like.
And just kind of playing like the opening kind of scenario. It was it felt really big. It felt like definitely like a AAA title, something that you expect to see. So they did a real good job with it.
What feature are you most excited about in Destiny 2 that they've changed since Destiny 1?
So we didn't get too much into the features really. Basically we played some Crucible and then we played through the single player kind of the initial intro campaign, but mostly it was just kind of the feel of the game. It felt a lot tighter. Obviously, Bungie does a real good job when it comes to, putting together the feel of their games and especially the weapon feel and stuff. But this one definitely felt like it just altogether it felt like a big improvement over the first, which is saying something because the first was pretty spectacular. So it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, and I know one of the things that we've been talking about like the past 2 days is we know there's definitely a place for people who are reporting on games saying, oh, it runs at 30 frames per second, 60 frames per second. What does this do? What does that do? And for us, we're just focused on, is the game fun?
Yeah.
Like, does it feel like a fun game? And after we walked out, like, Destiny 2 feels fun. So it's like something that I want to play more.
I was still dropping like frame shade though. So
4K, 60 frames a second.
So it's 4K and it runs at 30. Because I just upgraded all my house with all the 4K stuff. So it's like I'm very demanding on my specs. So I'm always like, so 30 locked up for all the consoles. Okay, that's cool. Yeah.
Who are you planning on playing Destiny 2 with? Do you have a designated?
I have a few friends that I play Destiny with, and it's usually that group. And occasionally, like for raids, we gotta kind of outsource and find a few other people here and there. Obviously Big Show. Big Show by far is the biggest Destiny fan in WWE,
amazing,
without a doubt.
And one thing that people don't really know about him, so we kind of dove into that on Up Up Down Down, my YouTube channel. Go subscribe if you haven't already. His love for Destiny. And a lot of times I feel like people put us as sports entertainers in a certain box. They say, oh, you LARP for a living, this is what you do. That's who you are. But once you hear Big Show talking about Destiny, it's like the most passionate conversation that you will ever hear anyone have.
Love that.
And as soon as he finds out that you like Destiny, that you've played it, oh man, my light level is this. I got this. We're running raids here. And like my light is this. And you're like, whoa. Like, I play it, but like it's like a religion to him.
Yeah.
And he loves it. And it's very cool to see someone from our world who's got that sort of love and passion for a game. And he was here earlier this week and was able to work on them with the panel and everything. So it's nice to be able to kind of bridge the worlds together.
And he also has like no respect for you if you play a Titan. Like, he asked me, he's like, "Oh, you play?" And then once again, overwhelm me with information. I was like, I play, but you play, bro. Like, you're about this. He's like, oh, so what do you want? I was like, oh, I got to tighten it. What? Oh, you guys are scum of the earth. All right. And yeah, I don't think he's still got. I mean, he would be in my play group, but I don't think he's really gotten over it.
Xavier, you also, I'm noticing this fine medal around your neck.
Yes.
So you obviously played some Street Fighter this weekend.
Yes, I did.
Or this week. Tell us about where you got that medal.
That was this morning. There's a Street Fighter tournament. Blazed through it, got to the finals, and then was handled. And I was nothing I could do. But luckily, the second place medal is still gold, so I still feel like a winner.
Yes, you are still
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Good job. Good job. Who's your main?
In Street Fighter V, Birdie.
Birdie.
But then if we're talking Tekken, King.
Oh, okay. Let's
So
talk about Tekken.
You guys can see me right there
Yeah.
if you want this work.
Yeah, we do have a Tekken 7 station here, so you can play after this. So I know you are also
Oh, yeah.
super into Tekken.
Yes, I am.
And who do you main?
I'm a Steve Fox guy.
Steve Fox,
Yeah.
all arms.
Yeah. Well, it's just that extra level of embarrassment. Like, I'm not even kicking, man. Like, it's really about the trash talk afterwards.
Who's better?
Oh, me.
No.
No.
So we have to find out later.
Oh, well, we will.
Yeah.
No, yeah, it's already in the works.
The skill runs deep.
All right. Okay.
Get Tombstone, you can get Giant Swung. I got power bombs for days.
I got you, Cheddar Bob. Don't worry about it. You're
Wow.
gonna crush these hands.
How much longer we got till we can go?
A while. Sorry, you gotta sign for everyone here and take photos.
Okay, we
first.
can do
Yeah.
that. We can.
But anyway, so we've already talked about some games at E3. So Matt, do you want to talk about some wrestling?
Let's chat about some wrestling. Would you guys like to see some wrestling chat?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Now you've made the jump from Raw to SmackDown. New Day is finally there. I'm very excited. I'm sure lots of people out there are as well. For you, who were the people that you wanted to work with the most on SmackDown within the tag team division?
Breezango.
Yep.
So I've been really close with Tyler Breeze for years, all throughout developmental. We've just been like this. So being able to see him grow in this capacity with Fandango and see their whole sexy cop thing take off, it's hilarious. And that's kind of our wheelhouse, is being the fun, entertaining comedy thing. So the fact that we can play off of them and we have that sort of relationship bond with each other in real life, it makes it so much easier to do in front of a camera and out in the ring. But then also the Usos, they're just amazing talents, and they're finally getting the opportunity to break out and show who they really are. Because what you see on TV, the way that they act and the way they cut their promos, that's them. Those guys are hysterical. But if something happens, they will get hood. And it's nice to see that finally come out on screen, and people are kind of getting the taste of it. But honestly, all the teams, with the Colognes, we got American Alpha, Ascension. Our goal as the New Day, I guess essentially, is not just to build ourselves up, because we are obsessed and love tag team wrestling and want to make sure that there's a spotlight put on the division. And so I think on Raw, you kind of saw. Once we, at the time, and then I think it was Cesaro and TJ were a tag team, and all the teams kind of came together and built it up. And it went from on the pre-show to Mania to having a spot on the show at Mania. And that's what it's all about. So we're excited to be able to be at SmackDown and hopefully band together with all the other teams and do that again.
We be appearing on more Fashion Files.
Oh, yes. 100%.
All of them.
100%. Fashion Files, to me, is the best thing on WWE right now. It's hysterical.
Joe, you were the #1 contender for the Universal Championship. Congratulations on that. So going into Extreme Rules, you're in this this group with you're all the top guys at Raw. How did it feel going into that match?
To be honest with you, it's one of those times where you have such a gathering of talent. I mean, everybody involved in that match is probably you would consider one of the greatest performers in the world. And going into it, I was pretty confident, felt good about the whole thing, and I think that night we produced something special, and the outcome tipped in my favor, and I was very happy that it did. So it was an opportunity that I very much look forward to going into it.
So going to Great Balls of Fire, you know, how are you feeling about that match?
I can't wait.
I
can't wait. I can't wait for Great Balls of Fire. And it's the truth. You know, Brock Lesnar's a guy that I've lobbied for before I ever stepped foot into the WWE. You know, I've made a career and I've made a reputation of taking on the toughest competitors in the world from any and every company. Brock Lesnar was on that short list of people who have yet to come across, and especially on such a big stage. And when the opportunity was presented to me, I jumped in full force, and I'm very much looking forward to our encounter and for being the next Universal Champion.
So you definitely say this is a dream match for you then?
What's that?
Would you say this is a dream match for you then?
Absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt. It's a dream match and a dream scenario because, you know, if I'm going to become champion, I want to take it from the very best in the world, and that man's Brock Lesnar, and I will take it from him.
Any more coquina clutches for Paul Heyman?
You know, hey, listen, I have a lot of respect for Paul. Tremendous advocate, tremendous individual. And I've stated this before, you know, Brock's not a man who sends messages through words. As great as an orator as Brock Lesnar, as Paul Heyman is, Brock Lesnar, he's a very action-based man. When he decided not to show up that week, he was sending me a message that he didn't sweat me. And then he sends Paul Heyman forward and he says, Paul, go tell him about his impending doom. And it's mind games, it's strategy. Paul, he's a master of it. And I understand this. So when somebody sends a messenger like that, you send the messenger back with a message, except mine was just as physical as Brock Lesnar's is. And if Paul Heyman decides that he wants to, if Paul Heyman decides that, you know, he would like to send me another message, I'll be more than happy to stick a note in his pocket and send him back to Brock.
Is there any routine or rituals that you have to kind of, you know, coming out of the curtain and going onto the stage to kind of get into that Samoa Joe mindset?
They know. Yeah, I'm very unapproachable coming through the curtain. I kind of I go through a kind of a series of just kind of martial arts warm-ups I've done for years. You know, and then it's I call it waking up the limbs. So it's very, very aggressive, mean slaps to the legs, arms, thighs, face, chin. And most guys are sitting there back there going, what the hell's wrong with this cat?
Yep.
And I've even had Vince go, Jesus, you know. And then, you know, I walk through the curtain, it's game time.
Yeah,
Xavier's nodding over there. Tell us what you've
it's
seen.
interesting because for me and my guys, our warm-up is very different from Joe's warm-up.
Please do tell.
We're like dancing and hopping around, and we see Joe across the hallway beating himself like mercilessly. I guess it's like because if he can beat himself like this, if somebody else does, it's not going to hurt as bad. But yeah. It's
pretty much the theory behind
it.
it.
Yeah. If you've ever like woken somebody up too early and they're just real mad at you, they don't want to talk to you, like that's how Joe is right before he goes out. You kind of give him a wide breath as he's coming down the hallway because he's in the zone.
Yeah.
The New Day's been a part of some of my favorite segments in WWE in years. In years. For you guys, actually for you, what has been one of your favorite segments or most memorable moment?
I would probably say, okay, so there's two, and I don't know how to like say one's better than the other, but one would be when we got to go back and forth on the mic with The Rock, because The Rock has his style, that is that Attitude Era style, and we have our like I don't know, PG-13 style, and so both being in their own kind of wheelhouses, clashing on microphones, like that's a dream to me because he obviously like one of the best promo guys ever, if not the best. So as soon as they told us, oh, you get to do this today, and it's like, what? It's like, and you get to get people's elbow, and like, what? It's so sick. This is amazing. That like coupled with taking a stunner at WrestleMania, mind blowing. But segment-wise, probably, and segment is match as well. Probably the moment that we had with the Wyatts at Battleground, where Bray was trying to take my mind from me. Because that was something that, I don't know, we like stories within stories, and so to be able to tell that story to the point where everyone understood it without words necessarily was just a very big moment for me. So I don't know if it's something that resonates with everybody like in the crowd, but like for me it was a big personal win.
Well, it's very different than the New Day's, you know, normal routine. You guys went very serious and very dark in that. And it turned out really, really well.
Yeah, so the New Day's done a little bit of cosplay. You've done some Dragon Ball inspired outfits, some Final Fantasy inspired outfits. Any chance we're gonna get more?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah?
That's like being able to mix cosplay and wrestling is the best thing ever because it's two
Yes.
things that I love. There's an event called Dragon Con that happens in Atlanta like every Labor Day weekend, and I'm 10 years deep there, and we've been cosplaying the entire time. So the fact that it could say, oh, this is what we do like on the weekends with our friends, but now like we're getting paid to do it on television. It's like, what is going on?
Awesome. Yeah.
And then also too, I feel like there is there's something that people have missed out on in I guess TV culture, I guess, in not having people in that market to say like, hey, this is a complete culture with people that are alive and awesome and they do great things. And I feel like being able to cosplay brings more eyes to it. They go, oh, what is this all about? And then they see conventions like E3. They see stuff like MomoCon. They see people at San Diego Comic-Con. And they're much more accepting of it because they understand like there's a force and there's tons of people behind it.
Yeah. What kind of cosplay would you like to do? Do you have any ideas?
I don't know, like top of the line stuff. Probably if I could get some sort of like sweet Static Shock cosplay in.
Woo!
But like
Pretty
coming
sweet.
down like Shawn Michaels did at WrestleMania, like on the zip line, but we have it like electricity, so it looks like I'm flying through the air like the trash can lid. That's
I like all
probably
of
top
this.
of the puzzle.
I like all of this. Make
Yeah.
this happen.
I have to admit, I'd love to see you
Yeah?
slide down electrified wire myself.
I've got a
Really into
cosplay
that.
suggestion. Could the New Day do Final Fight just so I can see Big E as Mike Hagar?
We're trying to get him to do Final Fantasy VII because I want to see him as Barrett.
Yes, yes. How did those Final Fantasy and Dragon Ball cosplays come about?
So the Dragon Ball cosplays, we were just thinking like, this is WrestleMania. It's huge. We got to do something crazy, and you don't know what's gonna happen the next day. Like something could happen and you're not wrestling anymore. So we try to live every segment like it's like the last thing we're gonna do. So WrestleMania, we're like, you know what? Let's dress up as something that's not necessarily wrestling-esque. And long story short, I was told one time that I wasn't allowed to wear that Vegeta over 9000 shirt.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And they're like, oh, you know, you can't wear that. We don't have that cartoon like in our repertoire. It's not on the network. It's not something that we can use. And so that year at WrestleMania, I see Ronda Rousey get into the ring, and what does she have on? That over 9000 Vegeta shirt. So I live and thrive off of this thing called spite. And people telling me that I can't do things, you know.
That's the truth.
It tastes delicious. And so at that moment, I said, I'm not going to wear a Dragon Ball shirt. I'm just going to be a Dragon Ball character. And so that day, I was like, we're turning my hair into Vegeta. We got Saiyan armor. Let's do this. And so it was like the best feeling in the world. But the funniest part of that story to me is the fact that once we came in the back, we did all the stuff. We were in the ring with Shawn Michaels, Stone Cold Steve Austin, Mick Foley, and it's amazing, like, amalgamation of characters from back in the day and now. And as soon as we get through the curtain, it's not like me, Kofi, and E are sharing this, like, special moment, like, oh, that was awesome, guys. Congratulations. I'm glad we did this. Kofi comes to me. He goes, why did you have a tail and I didn't? It was the first thing he said to me, and it's like, all right, cool. That's how I know I'm messing with the right guys.
Yep, yep. Let's go back to Up, Up, Down, Down. Let's talk about that channel. So how did it come to be?
So I wanted to have a channel kind of like what they do on like the Food Network, where they're traveling to different countries and stuff and trying the food. But as we travel around the country, I always find different arcade bars, and I always end up talking to the owners, acting in their stories, because I eventually want to have an arcade bar of my own in Atlanta.
That'd be sweet.
So I figured, why don't we just take a camera, talk to these people, and then everyone will know, oh, when you're in Portland, go to Ground Control. When you're in Atlanta, go to Battle and Brew. When you're in Brooklyn, go to Barcade. And they weren't too keen on the idea at the time because we didn't dive into the realm of video games at that point. And so someone in the office side wanted to make a YouTube channel, so we kind of melded the ideas together and said, let's just try to make a gaming channel. And I guess what? So 2 years ago, we came to E3. We said, hey, we're finally getting things underway, and told everybody what kind of videos we were going to make and filmed a few, and we're like, oh, I hope this works. And luckily, Vince McMahon and Hunter were really behind it, and they said, you know what, green light, doors open, do your thing. If it works, cool. If not, cool. But luckily, people enjoy it, and it's been working. People
You guys like it?
subscribing. Thanks.
Awesome.
Thanks. But I think the cool aspect of it is that it is a mix of being able to play games, but then getting actual personalities from the guys.
Yep.
So, like you said, the episode with Joe talked about games, talked about hip hop, and you get a little bit more insight in the people you're watching on television, on the shows.
Yeah, that's awesome. So are we going to see any Injustice 2?
Oh, definitely.
Yep.
Definitely.
All right.
We did a little bit of a live stream. And sometimes, so before I start live streaming or filming, I'll get online and play for a little bit, and I test the waters. So if I lose too many times in a row, I just don't film that day. I can't look too bad.
Joe, when you mentioned Injustice 2, Joe nodded like, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's on.
All right, so you're in on this?
Quit acting surprised, man.
You want it in Injustice too?
Yeah, you want it. That's the problem.
My Power Girl will put you in the ground.
Oh, you don't, man.
Who you
My
gonna
Green
use?
Arrow's nasty.
Who else would you get involved in a tournament?
Let's see. So we're still playing UFC 2 a lot.
Yeah.
That was like a sleeper for me. I played the first ones and like when they had it on like Dreamcast. It's like, okay, this is fun. But then once this one came around and a bunch of guys in the locker room started playing it, like that became like a staple. And it is one of the most fun multiplayer games that I've ever played in my life at this point. So guys that we get to play, like most of the cruiserweights play video games. So we get like Rich Swann in there a lot. The Usos love to game. Breeze loves to game. Obviously Kofi and E. Then we get like Bailey likes to get in. Sasha likes to get in. So it's like a wide array of people because it's one of those things you're just hanging out just like you were when you were kids, like you're in somebody's basement just playing whatever. Like, oh, I might not be good at this, but I'm having a good time with my boys, you know?
Nice. What would you like to play on Up, Up, Down, Down?
Ooh.
You have suggestions?
Yeah. Well, it's kind of like digging up stuff that we don't. So there was a game that like was really big too. It was K1 Kickboxing for PlayStation. Very, very underrated title. We played a ton in Japan. It became a big money game, especially amongst the American and the Japanese wrestlers. And they haven't done a game since, but if we could dig up a copy somewhere somehow, I'd definitely like to play that.
Find one.
Nice. What's next for Up, Up, Down, Down?
What's next? To just try to keep growing. So my biggest thing is doing collaborations with just generally people that are on YouTube, internet personalities, to try to figure out what they do and what they think works for them and their audience, and just building more bridges between wrestling and things that wrestling may not necessarily attach to. So maybe doing something
Like this co-op stage right
yeah.
now.
So like 5 years ago, we would have never thought that we'd be sitting here talking about video games for an hour.
Yeah.
But now, like, everybody understands there is this Venn diagram of wrestling fans and gaming fans, and there's that sect in the middle, and I feel like it's growing daily until they're just going to be on the same plane. Because, I mean, the way that we explain it a lot when I'm talking to a bunch of my friends is this is stuff that I got made fun of for when I was growing up. And even watching wrestling, so like past 13 years old, they're like, oh, what, you still watch wrestling? You didn't grow out of that yet? And it's like, no, because it's amazing. They're telling these stories of good versus evil through physicality. Like, we liken ourselves to artists because we wrestle on a canvas. We just use our fists and feet as paintbrushes, but we're creating an art. And I think video games are the same exact thing. It's visual, it's audio, there's stories. And so I feel like it's the same exact crowd, both who got made fun of, both who just want to get left alone and do their own thing. And so we meld those together and just become even stronger.
All right, let's talk about the gaming community. So I saw you at Kinda Funny Live 3, and I saw you win as Street Fighter. So who else would you like to take in the gaming community at Street Fighter?
Yeah, play Cisco, Street Fighter.
Yeah, shouts to Cisco in the building.
I don't know, there's so many people, especially just like pro Street Fighter players, because getting just destroyed in games is something that I enjoy in a weird way because you learn so much.
Yes, that's how you learn.
Yeah.
If you win all the time, you're not learning anything.
Yeah, if you're the best guy in the room, you need to change rooms.
He's going to learn today, too.
Oh.
Throw that out
You
there.
heard that. You heard that.
Come on.
But yeah, honestly, any of the pro gamers that are out there, and as we bounce around to different events, like hopefully we'll be able to get out to EVO a little bit this year. That's like, please, hopefully. But yeah, honestly, anybody, because like, as far as like being good at these games, I'm like down here. So everybody's above, so I want to play with anybody and everybody.
Nice. Joe, what are you currently playing?
So we had this discussion earlier. So when you get off the road and like you've been out there for stuff, like there's games that maybe necessarily like you wouldn't think you'd play, but they're just easy to get into. So I mean, I love Overwatch. I play a ton of that. Obviously a lot of the first-person shooters, Battlefield 1, Call of Duty. But like you have to get amped up to play them, otherwise you're gonna get punked. So it's like, so when I get home, I find myself like, oh man, I'm not really pumped up to play Overwatch, but like I've been playing Ghost Recon Wildlands a ton, and I'm on this like kick to like 100% it. And it's like, you know, I'm like, oh, I'll play like a half hour. And then like 2 hours later, I'm like, damn, man, I'm like looking for scope attachments for.
And how did you get into video games?
I think from a kid early on. I think, you know, and honestly, I don't think it's such a rare thing. I mean, when I speak to, you know, most people in my generation and going forward, you know, video games are a part of our culture, of our life. I think just as much as movies and television shows were a part of like previous generations' culture. So, yeah, I mean, I remember getting my first Nintendo Entertainment System, and that was my personal first video game system. And I think I've had every video game system since, and damn near every game. So it's, you know, it becomes an addiction and obsession, but it's one that has brought great joy to my life, and I've enjoyed a lot, and I continue to do, you know, and I will continue to do probably into the future. As I mean, he came to the locker room one day with a VR setup, and like 2 hours later, I had one delivered to my house and all set up by the time I got home. So yeah, I mean, it's something that is easy for me to kind of unwind after you've had a real stressful week, and both physically and mentally out on the road, to be able to get home, get in front of a game, and kind of transport yourself out into a different world for a little bit. It's a big help for this lifestyle.
So is the game that you're most looking forward to this year Destiny 2?
It's one of them. And actually, playing Call of Duty today, like I said, I'm a huge World War II buff. I loved Call of Duty 2 and the previous iteration. And I mean, I love Modern Warfare. My interest started to wane, but you just pick it up because Call of Duty is just something you pick up every year. But playing Call of Duty 2, I mean, playing the new Call of Duty now, it really, really got me excited and hyped up for it. So I'm looking forward to that.
Awesome. Tell us your backstory with video games. How'd you get into it?
So same thing with the NES. His first gaming system, but my mom always tells this story when people talk about games with her. I was terrified to play Super Mario because, to like little kid me, when you died in the game, you died in real life. So I wanted like nothing to do with it. So my sister would always play, and eventually she coaxed me into playing. And I was just very socially awkward, just super quiet kid. But my mom noticed that when I would play video games with other kids, that's the only time I'd really talk to them. And so she would set up like play dates for me to play Nintendo with kids, and she'd notice like, oh, you know, he's like gaining verbal skills, he's not so shy. And so becoming friends with those kids through video games, then going to school, those kids essentially taught me how to talk to other kids. So video games essentially broke me out of my shell. And so, like Joe said, it's a way to unwind, but it's like my happy place forever. Especially in that real awkward time of like middle school to high school, that awkward transition of being a weird age teenager. Yep. Sega Saturn was like my oasis. So I would turn off all the lights, and I had a purple lava lamp that would be going, and I would play like Clockwork Knight 2 until like the wee hours of the morning.
Taking me back.
Would you light a candle too?
Oh my God. Play some George Michael. Killing it. But yeah, it's just always been a way to wind down, whether school was frustrating or there's just like life stress. So even in adulthood now, like it's a way for you to have that escape and just go to a different place and play. And in adulthood, now I've gotten into MMOs, so I'm playing Final Fantasy 14 like it's my job, because it's amazing. And there's so many different kinds of people that play. So like, there's times where I'm playing with people who are in Japan, Australia, England, like Barbados, and just making friends all around the world through video games. Yeah. So that's what it's always been to me. It's been a social construct for me. And I know that nowadays there's so many people that think video games rot your brain, kids, you need to be outside playing in the sun. It's like, I think all things in moderation, but I don't think that video games have that negative effect. I think they have such a huge positive effect because they're allowing you to branch out in the social...
Also, you can turn it into a career. I wish I had played more video games when my mom was telling me, please get off the video games.
I think another thing, too, is that, like, and when we talked about this before, is, like, we're from, like, the arcade generation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think the death of the arcade is probably one of the saddest things when it comes to video games, because, you know, being down there, throwing your $20 in the quarter machine, and it was a meeting place, a social gathering place for so many of my friends kind of growing up, you know, before you're 18 and you're out doing the fun stuff. Like, I remember the arcade was kind of like the hot spot to be at, where everybody kind of met up and had a lot of fun. So, you know, I definitely, that's one thing that I would love to see come back. I mean, with the barcades, it's cool, but I think just the arcade in general, I think is just a cool social construct that I'd love to see, like, kind of come back into prominence.
Which classic games did you spend the most quarters on?
It was always like brawlers and like X-Men, Golden Axe, you know, stuff like that. You know,
Turtles in Time.
Turtles in Time, and of course, you know, like Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat. The first couple runs of that, I mean, it was just it was always kind of an amazing thing to put your quarter up and know that you had next.
Yep. You want to take some Twitter questions?
Let's let's do some Twitter questions.
All right. So we got some Twitter questions in last week.
The first one's from Dan Reb V. He asks, what game do you believe you've put the most time in over the course of your lives? Joe?
Ooh. Oh, Fallout 4, easy. Ooh. Like it's actually recorded. Like I went on Steam like a couple maybe 2 weeks ago, and I looked, and I was like, damn, man, like that's a lot of my life. Like,
what was the time at?
Let's just say it was in the months.
Same question.
Mario Kart Double Dash. Easy. That to me, like, there's no game better than Double Dash. It's like the most replayable game ever made.
Are you still playing it?
Oh God, yes. Yes, I legit have my Wii hooked up to my TV right now because old school Wii, you can still play the GameCube games on it, dude, and it's the best.
Good answers. All right, next Twitter question is from I'm Marsh Watson, and he said, "What's your favorite meal?"
Korean barbecue.
Yes.
Like yakiniku. It's like, it's a great. You out with friends, you have a grill. And just
all you can eat.
It's meat, chill. Have a couple adult beverages and hang out, and it's a good time for everybody.
Mine would be stuffed crust pizza with pepperoni and bacon. Yeah, slathered in Sweet Baby Ray's honey barbecue sauce.
Wow. All right. All right.
It's a lot.
What's our next question?
This one is Xavier. When are you going to be playing some more Switch games?
Playing Switch constantly.
I mean, I think it's referring to up, up, down,
up,
down.
up, down, down. So things are in the works, possibly coming soon. But Switch is very intense in the locker room. I can say that. We've got a lot of people who have gotten into it because of our schedules, traveling all the time, being able to take that console with you on an airplane. And now that we have Street Fighter 2 out on it, like it's gone to like the next level. And so now I'm on SmackDown now, but Joe's still on Raw. He was giving me stories about some guys that are on the red side who just are into their Switches like nobody's business. So hopefully
they find a spot in the arena, and it's just like that's where they are. That's where they're going to be for a while. And they put in their time on the Switch.
Yeah.
All right, next question we have from Marshall AJ. Samoa Joe, do you have full confidence you'll beat Brock at Great Balls of Fire?
Yes, and I don't know why anybody would think that. I don't know. I think maybe it's gonna. No, man. Like I'm gonna whip Brock's ass. Like bad. Like I don't see why anybody thinks it's any different.
Yeah, there's no real other way to say that.
Yeah.
There you go.
Like, I'm gonna whip Brock Lesnar's ass.
What's our next question?
From Marquise Candy, are you looking forward to playing Destiny 2 and checking out new areas in the game?
Yes,
absolutely. Yeah.
After we played the solo stuff on the computer, like it's like we were saying earlier, it's gorgeous, it's awesome, and the stuff that you see in the beginning, I don't know if we're allowed to like say it and spoil things for anybody, but like the fact that there are these new areas that are coming, that's always fun in new games. And Destiny being such a strong title, and it was so amazing with the first one that came out, and then all the expansions, like the fact that we've got the second one, whole new world of stuff going on, whole new stories, like super psyched to see everything.
Yeah, and I think like the MMO space in general is always something that's kind of evolving and getting better and better, and like, now you have the second iteration of it, and it's like you want that, you think they're gonna correct the things that they did in the first one and make the second one even better. So I mean, I think out the box is gonna be a better experience.
Nice. Question from Max. He says, what was your first video game and what is your favorite game of all time?
Yeah. You can start.
Tough question.
So first game, Super Mario, and then favorite game, we'll go back, Double Dash.
All right. Easy.
Yeah, first game, it was Super Mario, I think, yeah.
The one with the Duck Hunt in it too, though.
Yeah, with Duck Hunt.
Yeah. If you
the
don't know.
double cartridge.
Yeah.
I actually had to get those separate. Yeah, I think they gave me like Gyromite with the robot that didn't work. And my favorite game, I mean, it's probably, and we've talked about this, probably Final Fantasy VI. Like, yeah.
Ooh. I saw that you guys were arguing about
we
which is
had an
best
argument
Final
about
Fantasy.
it. We did have an argument about it.
Seven's the best.
7.
And you were
6.
wrong.
All right.
Out strife, man.
Next question's from Ali. Samoa Joe, what is your favorite Nintendo game of all time?
I just mentioned it right there. Yeah, I think that's it. Just hands down. I mean, it was I think it was the first like game experience that I had that the story was very riveting, and I was like really like engrossed in it, and I dug it. And I think it was like the first kind of masterpiece experience that I had with video games. Where before, you're just kind of playing for high score, but that was totally invested in it and very much about it, and had to complete everything, get the best ending, and do it the right way. So that'd be it.
Cool. From AJS, for Xavier Woods, rank your top 5 Zelda games, and how did you like Breath of the Wild? No pressure.
First for me is easy, and I don't know if this is popular or not, but Ocarina of Time. My first one, okay.
Why do you act like that's like controversial? That's not even close.
No, because I've
Ocarina of Time. They remade it like 70 million times.
Dude,
It's so good. Like
I've gotten in like heated arguments and almost like ended friendships.
Okay, I can believe
over
that.
because like I have like a glass Ocarina in my house that you can, like,
over
play.
Zelda.
Yeah, and that's why I got this on my arm, because Ocarina of Time is my jam. Let's see, and then probably Majora's Mask.
Is this from 1 to 5?
Yeah, 1 to 5. Link to the Past.
Yep. Good one.
Then I'll say Breath of the Wild.
Okay.
And then in the first one, Gold Cartridge.
All right.
Gold Cartridge first
Classic.
one. Yeah. But yeah, Ocarina of Time is definitely like, and I think it's to Joe's point of like playing your first like masterpiece game.
Yeah.
That for me was it, because again, like being scared of video games at the beginning and then just kind of playing them casually. That was the first time that I was able to sink my teeth into something. There's characters that I just fall in love with, and then having the Ocarina, being able to like have a horse that runs around and like Epona, like it's amazing. So I think that's something that definitely sticks with you over time. So you not only have the nostalgia feels, but like this is one of the games that like changes the course of your gaming life and says, okay, this is what I'm going to be doing for the rest of my life.
Yep.
And that's what did it for me.
Do you have a favorite Zelda game?
I think I'm pretty close to that. I probably would swap like A Link to the Past a little bit higher up, but yeah, I mean, I think I'm pretty close to where he's at.
Cool. And the second part of that question was, what do you think of Breath of the Wild?
Oh, I think Breath of the Wild is fantastic.
Yeah.
We're actually talking, we've got a guy with us, Brian. We call him our dad because he makes sure we make it everywhere we need to go.
You call him daddy.
He asked me, he asked me, oh, how many hearts do you have now? And I'm like, oh, 6. He's like, but you're like almost done with the game. I was like, yeah, I use all my points for stamina. I'm like, 4 stamina wheels. He's like, why? Just so I can climb wherever I want at any time. I can go wherever I want. He's like, you're playing this wrong. You need to reevaluate the way you're doing this. But yeah, it's really fun. At first, the weapon system was like super frustrating to me. Yeah. But then once you get a hang of it, like, oh, you just hold like 7 weapons at a time. Like, you're good. But you have a torch and you have a stick that breaks when you use it twice. But then you have this sword that hits for like 65 damage. So I think once I got used to it and got deeper into the story, it really started to like hit home and mean a lot more to me.
Nice. Okay, so you're at E3 2017. Is this your second, third E3?
This is third E3 for me.
All right, so how does this one compare to the last 2?
It's weird because, like I said, at the first E3, we just came in and we're like, oh, we're starting a gaming channel. Hey, guys, we're like on the scene. Like, please accept us. We're okay, we promise. To now, like, we're like on stage with you talking about like all this stuff, games and wrestling, and the mix that has been occurring for the past, like, I guess, like 3 years now. So it's very cool to see the progression in the like thought baby that I had so long ago, and the fact that now we have Joe out here with us. Like it's just awesome and it feels good, and the fact that like you guys are receptive to it and super supportive. Like I can't tell you like what that means to me as someone who's like putting their like life and soul into something. So thank you.
Yeah. Look at this crowd.
It feels awesome.
It was awesome. Great turnout. Yeah. Cool. So your game of the show. Do you have one?
So we haven't gotten to play a lot of stuff that I've been super hyped about.
Okay.
But I think besides like Dragon Ball Fighters, like I really, really want to get hands on Spider-Man.
Yep.
Because like
me
I'm
too.
watching the trailers and everything, and then when everything ended, and then you go back, and then you see Miles Morales.
Yep.
I was in my hotel room losing my mind.
We were
So
all
I'm like,
screaming in the
are they
GameSpot
gonna go like
war
with the
room,
storyline from the comic book where something happens and then he takes over, like, or is it actually him? Did he like do all that, then come down and take pictures? Like, what's gonna happen? So I don't know. I'm really excited about that. And then the Detroit.
Detroit Become Human?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that looks
good.
awesome to me, and I'm very
really
into
good.
those story-based games. So like Until Dawn, like I played through that like 8 times, and then watched more people play through it. So like any game that has that kind of choose your own storybook kind of feel.
A lot of
really
replayability on that,
so,
yeah.
really pumped to see that. And then like we were talking about Anthem, too. Like this looks like the most
more of that.
gorgeous game ever. Frostbite is like amazing.
Do you think that the Destiny comparisons are fair?
I mean, until I play a game,
Yeah.
honestly, I hate to make comparisons because I think we do it too much in
Yeah.
general. I think, oh, well, that's just Destiny for this, or that's just, Call of Duty that. And I think every game kind of has its own feel. And I know developers work very, very hard to differentiate their IP from another. So I think it's almost irresponsible to kind of make that comparison because, especially after kind of being involved in the development process with other games throughout my career and just knowing like how hard these guys are working to make it something different. You hate to be like, oh yeah, you're just a clone of this. So I mean, that's why we definitely want to see a little bit more of it, get our hands on it, and see for ourselves. But if it is, that's the first thing's gonna come out of our mouth.
Is Anthem the game that you're most excited about, that you heard about at E3 2017?
I think so. For me, I think so. Just because, I know my the people that I play with and that I do co-op with, like they were really into it, and I mean that whole experience is very predicated on the people that you surround yourself with. So if they're about it, usually I'm about it.
Nice. All right, Matt. Any questions?
Do you bring a system with you when you go on the road? I know Xavier obviously does.
I don't have to, because there's literally 8 different people at any time who have a system on them. So it's not a necessity. I mean, unless you want to play in your room alone. But I mean, there's always a system set up in the locker room. There's always a system set up somewhere in the building at any point in time. Or if he's filming up, down, down, there's usually all kinds of cool gadgets going around. So it's you're never at a loss for a system when you're on the road.
Who are you playing with the most usually during the week?
So I have a buddy of mine who I play with. Actually, runs a great charity, Pops for Patients. If you're a pop collector and you want to donate and help out some kids, please check him out, popsforpatients.org. But a guy named Randy Lee, he's a good buddy of mine, and he's kind of like one of my main guys that I play with. He also helped me kind of do some administrating and when I used to run a Twitch channel, running my Twitch channel and stuff when I had time. And I have just kind of general friends that I've known for years that have kind of just been in my Xbox friends list, and I mean half of them don't even know that I'm a wrestler, which is hilarious to me because we're talking and then like a little quip will come up and they'll just be like, oh, well, what were you doing in Singapore yesterday? Oh, nothing. Shut up, get back to the raid.
Living a secret life.
Yeah.
So, do you guys play a lot of games together?
We did before I jumped on SmackDown.
What is your favorite game to play together?
If I had to say, we've never played this before together, but I know that it would be our favorite game to play together. Def Jam Vendetta.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yes,
All
no
right.
doubt.
All right. Any more wrestling questions?
I was gonna say, can we get Samoa Joe on jump scares?
I'm in.
Yes.
To see who doesn't jump, we have a tournament for that.
I just like he understands that sometimes I just have violent reactions to stuff. So
yes. So when we put him in the VR, I made sure step way back.
Yeah, you better
because you don't want to get punched in the face. If you look at his hands, they're heavy and they hurt.
Show them to the camera.
I love your entrance music. It's one of my. It says so much about who you are when you get in the ring. How did that all come together?
So really kind of a crazy process. So initially, when I'd come in, we had talked about entrance music, and the guys at CFO, I mean, they're incredible. They really, really are. I mean, just have an incredible talent for producing music and really in a timely fashion, which is for an artist is something unparalleled. And I'd come in and working with NXT, Hunter had asked me, he said, hey, listen, give me some examples of music that you like or stuff that you used in the past. And I just named off a few things. I've used, several different, especially during my indie run, several different songs and music. One of them said, "The Mama Said Knock You Out," but I've always used the Godzilla, the classical Toei Godzilla intro, which was kind of like sampled and used in a song called Simon Says by Pharoah Monch. And so I'd mentioned that they had produced the first song for me, and I came out to it, and then I remember I came backstage, and he asked me, he's like, you feeling that? Do you like that? I said, it's all right. I'm not really, not super duper about it. And he goes, well, he's like, we want to get it right. Let's change it. And so we had a big call, And like I said, I started supplying these samples and music, and then I remember the first time they heard the Simon Says beat, they were just like, "This is the one." And they said, "Well, what do you want to sound like?" And I said, "I want to sound like Godzilla kicking over Tokyo." And he goes, "Give us a few days." And then 2 days later, my current music came out, and we were very, very happy with it.
Nice. So let's talk about some other entertainment. So we cover wrestling on GameSpot Universe, but we also cover movies, TV, comics. So tell us about what TV shows you guys are watching or super into.
Just started watching A Handmaid's Tale.
Oh, I heard it's
My
depressing.
God.
Depressing.
It is intense. So I have this thing where if there's a show coming out, then they have a book. I'll do audiobooks because like we're on planes all the time. We're at the gym, and I've been able to just multitask and listen to those books. So ran through the book and then started watching the show. Like, if you don't watch it, watch it. It is.
It's not really like come home and relax type of show.
No, it's like I need to like put my brain into something that's
Yeah.
super intense
Yeah.
and like after the credits roll, like have a discussion about it type of show. That and like Black Mirror.
I love Black Mirror.
Yeah, I'm on the Black Mirror
Black
bandwagon.
Mirror?
Yeah.
What was your favorite Black Mirror episode?
I think the social media one, just
Yeah.
because it was so
It
deliciously
was too
ironic.
real. It was too real.
Like,
I couldn't handle it.
I actually know people like that, so it was just inside. I was just
Yeah.
laughing hysterically.
Yeah.
But I think that was my favorite Black Mirror episode.
Did you see the one that was about video games?
Yes.
Yeah.
That
Playtest? Yeah.
blew my mind.
Yeah.
Not to spoil anything for anybody.
Watch that one though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
It's really good. All right, what shows are you into besides Black Mirror?
Black Mirror. I really enjoyed Westworld.
I love Westworld.
I thought it kind of took me by surprise. I didn't go into it with like a lot of high expectations, so I think that really helped the viewing. I know other people, people, oh, it's a world beater show. It's the greatest ever. That's great. Game of Thrones. I don't think that's like a big surprise, but like, and it was cool. I got to work to do voiceover work on the Telltale game, and
Nice.
it was just a really cool experience to to see the process and kind of see this alternate story in that universe. And I mean, and like I said, I've become a very big YouTube head, man. Like I dig shows and a lot of series that are on there, and a lot of them on Vice. I like a lot of the Vice stuff, so that's pretty cool too.
Really quick, you mentioned your involvement in video games. So, do you have any insight into WWE 2K18?
We know that it's going to be absolutely amazing.
All right. I'll take it.
But yeah, just be sure you're ready to check it out. Obviously, at a later date, more information will be coming out. But as always, with our yearly game, try to make sure that people love it.
Nice. What's your involvement like when you're in like WWE 2K17 and games in the past?
So for me, obviously doing stuff with the gaming channel and just making sure people know about it and
Nice.
that they know how to play it, and we have tournaments and stuff.
Yep.
And that, like I said a second ago, that people are enjoying it, because that's the biggest thing. Like we talked about, we want to make sure a video game is fun. But with the WWE 2K experience, we want to make sure that you're being able to feel what it's like to like have that entrance, or to build your own entrance, or like if you were a sports entertainer, like what would you look like? What entrance music would you have? How would the lights work? So that was always like the coolest thing for me, playing those like old school N64 wrestling games, like building yourself and having this whole persona. But now you're able to like draw your own designs on shirts. Like there's people that are out there, like let's say someone of us have like a new set of gear at like at a SummerSlam or something. Like you'll see on Twitter the next day someone has drawn it and color corrected and put the little designs on it. It's like, how are you doing this? This is amazing. So it's just cool that we have a community that is one, like well versed in the stuff that we're putting out, but then also have such a love for it that they're able to do those things and have such a good time playing it. So it's like shout out to the community for being awesome.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So let's go back to, you mentioned Game of Thrones. Who do you want to see in the Iron Throne?
Ooh, that's a great question.
Yep.
Very good question.
Get ready. I'm going to ask you
I don't
next.
Ooh. In a malicious way, I kind of like the way it's worked out so far. You know, Cersei's up there. She's doing pretty nice.
Woo!
But I mean, I think if they're going the way that I think they're headed, and then you never know, because they will deviate. I mean, they've said that. We'll see how things work out with Jon Snow.
Yeah? Xavier?
Khaleesi.
Yeah.
Coming to Westeros. I have this like love for her. She's incredible. And we were actually talking about this the other day. Like, is it her? Because like we saw in like the Terminator movie, and it's like, oh, she's awesome. But like
Yep.
in Game of Thrones, I don't know what she's doing like with the character, but like immediately as soon as you see her, like you're like sucked into that character. You're like, succeed, please. Like you're
Yeah.
the best. Mother of Dragons, you came out of fire. What? This is unreal. So like
Yeah.
I'm a huge Khaleesi guy.
You think we'll see any more Stark reunions with the kids? You hoping for it?
I don't know. Game of Thrones is one of those shows where you can be so attached to a character that's been in there since episode 1, and then all of a sudden, all like him and his whole family die.
Don't get attached.
It's
to
like
a
now we have to
character.
start over. We're already so deep. What happened? So like even like I don't know if you guys like read the books or anything, but like so much stuff happens and you just lose so many characters. You're like, why? Why is
It's
this
the key.
happening?
Don't get attached.
Yeah, especially like with like the Red Wedding. When that happens, you're just like,
Yeah.
ah.
Yep. Feelings.
Yeah.
Favorite Game of Thrones character?
The Hound.
The Hound.
Yeah.
Good choice. Good choice.
Yeah.
How about you?
It changes.
Yeah.
So like
Okay.
at first, I would say Jon Stark,
Okay.
and then it switched to what's his sister's name? Arya. So it switched to Arya Stark, but then it switched to the Hound, and then off the Hound like to Brienne. So like it's legit every like, couple of episodes.
Brienne's awesome.
But like I think a solid contender at all times is Tyrion. So
Okay,
if I
that's
had
fair.
to pick one,
That's fair.
Tyrion Lannister
That's fair.
is my dude.
Yeah. No. So how about movies? What's the best movie you've seen this year?
Pop Stars.
From last year?
No, because Pop Stars came out this year.
What?
The Lonely Island movie?
Popstar Never
That's
Stop-
last
Never
year.
Stop
Last
Moving?
year?
That was
Technically
last
last
year.
year?
It's
That
also
was
the movie
last
this
year.
year too, though. If you want.
As you can tell, we don't get a chance to
Yeah.
go out
It's
and see
okay.
many movies.
Yeah.
Maybe you saw it this year.
Really weird. It's like the best cameo ever. Okay, so then this year, I'm a Cyclops guy,
Okay.
so I like always denounce Wolverine, but I saw Logan. That movie's unbelievable.
Logan is
Like,
fantastic.
So
Yes.
good. As soon as you see her come out with the claws and she's bouncing around like a bouncy ball, there's like merkin dudes. I'm like, yep, I'm
Yep.
in.
Yep.
This is fantastic. But
Agree.
yeah, it does such a good job of telling a story. I lied. Not the best movie I've seen this year. Get Out.
Yes. Yes.
Give me the keys. Give me the keys.
That movie is a masterpiece.
Yes, because it speaks so much to real life. Like if you've been in that situation, not that exact situation, obviously, but you know
You've
that
been
there's
in
like
that situation.
there's this underlying fear of like
Yeah,
meeting
what?
parents. Yeah, just, you know.
Come to your neighborhood, man.
It's not my neighborhood. It's elsewhere. No. There's this like underlying fear in the fact that they were able to capitalize on that like small thing and
Yeah.
turn it into like a horror movie. It's like we've been there before. You could kind of relate, and so that
No, what?
you just don't know. It's
Joe.
hard out here for us.
Joe, favorite movie you've seen this year?
So I haven't seen a ton this year because obviously it's been
A lot of work.
crazy, a lot of work. But I really dug John Wick too.
John Wick 2 was fun.
Yeah.
Did you like the first and the second one
Oh
equally?
yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Which one was better? To Marvel at all?
Mm-hmm.
Are you looking forward to the next Thor movie?
Well,
Yeah.
for me,
Yeah.
Black Panther.
Yes! That trailer is incredible.
Obviously, like just
So good.
I actually refuse to watch the trailer.
Really?
I want to be just coming clean.
Okay. Good luck.
I've been so hyped about it. As soon as you saw him in the Avengers movie, I was just like, yes. So I just saw like a picture of it, and he's like in his throne, and I'm like, oh, you better tear somebody up. So that and movies that like haven't been announced or may not ever happen. Back to Static Shock. I want a Static Shock movie.
All right.
And I wouldn't be mad if your boy got cast. Just
Make
saying.
it happen. Make it happen. What movie are you looking forward to, Joe?
None, because I cannot reiterate enough. I have like zero time lately. He's tremendously busy. He does up, down, down. But kind of on this latest run, I have had like zero time to catch any media. And I'm like a classic, like I said, when we see movies, it's usually on like an international flight because that's when everything's just out of theaters. So I don't know. I haven't had a chance to really sit down and say that I'm really
That's
looking forward
fine.
to anything.
All right, let's close out with what message do you have to video game fans and people that want to get into wrestling, people that want to get into video games?
If you love video games, you're not alone because there's an entire culture that stands behind you. There's an entire culture of people who have been made fun of and have been pushed in the dirt for loving these things. We are now adults, and we are now on stages like this. We are now wrestling and part of the WWE. We are now in music. We are now in football. We are now in soccer. We are now everywhere. So just know that if you're a child who's going through some things and video games are your only retreat, we've been there and we got you.
All right, Joe, any last words for your fans?
And expounding on what he said, we play video games to be able to transport us to fantastic worlds and scenarios that we could never do in real life. And if you enjoy these scenarios, if you enjoy these tragedies, these dramas, these great accomplishments, and these great heights, then I guarantee that if you tune in and watch the art form that we call professional wrestling, you will see very much the same thing and experience very much the same thing. So please, join us in both realms, and we hope that you do.
All right. Thank you guys so much for being here. We're going to throw it back to the GameSpot demo stage. Thank you, Xavier. Thank you, Samoa Joe. See you guys later.
Yeah.
Nicely done.
Thank you, sir.
Nicely done.
Thank you.
Excellent. Cool. We'll say it for later.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the GameSpot's demo stage here at E3 2017. Joining Oscar and myself to talk about Ace Combat 7 is the franchise director Kono-san, and we have Mike here who's translating. Welcome.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you for coming. What are you showing at this year's E3?
じゃあ何を見せてますか？今年は E3 のノンVR っていうものを初めて出展しました。
So for the first time, we're showing the non-VR content of Ace Combat 7.
I believe we have a live gameplay demo as well that we can cut to, and it would be great if you could talk us through it.
で、ちょっとライブでもあるんで、これ少し説明しながら見る感じがいいかと思います。
そうですね。今発刊してまず今回この空の表現っていうところに非常に力を入れています。
So one of the biggest points I want to direct your attention to is sort of the expression and way we've done the skies.
すべての雲が物理で計算されていますね。
So all of the clouds that you see here on the screen are calculated with physics.
なので雲の中に入っていくと、質感や温度まで感じられるような、水滴だったりとかっていう表現まで挑戦しています。
So we've tried to push the boundaries, and when you go through the cloud, you can actually feel like that sort of like the wetness, the dampness, and sort of that turbulence too.
What prompted the return to the Strange Real universe?
ストレンジリアルのユニバースにまた戻ったのは。
やっぱりナンバリングタイトルということでユーザーが一番望んでいるっていうものを実現しようとしてストレンジリアルをもう一度戻りました。
Because it is a numbered title in the Ace Combat franchise and legacy, we wanted to go back to sort of the roots and what the fans really considered the true line of Ace Combat.
What does it allow you to do to return to Strange Real that you couldn't do before then?
ストレンジリアルに戻ることによって、何が新しくできるんでしょうか。
そうですね。やっぱり現実世界にはない架空の兵器だったりとか物語だったりとか、あとはエースコンバットのフランチャイズの歴史っていうところから来る、ストーリーの魅力が提供できると思います。
I think it really allows us to explore some non-real or semi-sci-fi type weapons and enemies, which is not something we can do in sort of the space of reality, and really kind of expand on the story of Strange Real.
Sure. I'm interested. Ace Combat 7 has been, Ace Combat as a series has been going on for so long now, and it's such a much-loved franchise. How do you balance trying to appeal to long-time fans of the franchise, like you were saying, returning to Strange Real, that's going to attract to them, but also how do you attract new players at the same time?
従来ファンと新しいファンどうやってバランス取って両方。
そうですね。やはり、従来のファンにはこれが本当のエースコンバットが帰ってきたって思うものにしています。で、新しいファンにはもう本当気軽にセブンから魅力を感じて入ってもらえるお話になっています。
So it's kind of a two-pronged attack, and that's a very good point that you bring up. For a lot of the existing Ace Combat fans, you want them to see this and feel like, wow, this is it. This is the Ace Combat we've been waiting for. But it feels very revolutionary in the sense that we made the sort of overall appeal very approachable. So even if you're seeing this for the first time, it's not like you need to have experience with all the past Ace combats to be able to dive right in.
本当単純に空を飛ぶのが気持ちいいだけで新しい人が入ってきてもらいたいと思います。
And I really believe that just the visuals and the skies and people who just want to try soaring through them, that appeal alone will be enough to get a lot of new people.
The game was originally a PlayStation 4 exclusive, but is now, I believe, on all platforms. Can you explain why it's coming to such a wider audience?
最初のPS4 だったんですけど、こう幅広いオーディエンスに広げたかと。
そうですね、やっぱりできるだけ多くのお客様に楽しんでいただきたいというところで、PlayStation 4と Xbox One と Steam に挑戦しています。ただ、PlayStation VR は、エクスクルーシブで PS4 です。
Of course, we wanted to share this with as many people as possible, but I do want to remind you that the VR experience is exclusively on the PlayStation platform.
What's it been like designing for a VR? Because it is such a difference in hardware, difference in how you have to design for the design.
このノン VR は本当に映画的な手法だったりカメラが使えます。ただ VR に関してはもう最初から最後まで一人称でパイロットでいるっていうことが目的になるのでアプローチが全然違います。
It's a completely different approach, and in the sort of non-VR, which we're calling, you get a bigger focus on the campaign and the story. So there's a lot more cinematography. So you're looking at it through a third-person perspective. You can move the camera around, whereas in the VR aspect, from start to finish, you're always going to be in the first-person perspective.
How has it been developing for VR? I assume that's the first time that your studio has done it, or?
VR 開発初めてっていう理解、その経験について少し。
チームに関して本当初めてで、ただ最初にその 3D 酔いの部分だったりとかっていうのはかなり苦労していますね。
So as a team, you are correct. This is the first time we were developing on the VR platform, and we had to take a lot of caution in approaching it and making sure people weren't getting any motion sickness and that kind of thing.
ただ僕はアーケード用にドームの戦闘機ゲームとか作っていて、それの経験はかなり生きています。
But I personally have had experience developing, I don't know if you've seen them in the arcades, a very dome-shaped kind of arcade fighters.
Like the Star Wars or something?
Yes, like the Star Wars. And in doing so, a lot of that experience is kind of, you could see here, and it applies in the motion sickness aspect.
I gather you've been with the series for a long time now as franchise director. It must, by this point, feel just like a baby of yours, right? Like, how does it feel going into the new game, having been with the series for such a long time?
そうですね。かなり大きな責任は感じています。20年間の歴史は当然重いと思ってますし、そのままただ挑戦がないとシリーズが死んでしまうので、いつもレガシーだったりとかルーツは大事にしながら何に挑戦できるかっていうことを考えています。今回の場合は VR です。
And I think it's really a balancing act, and I feel a lot of responsibility coming back to the main line of numbered titles in the Ace Combat franchise. That being said, I don't believe in just recycling the same game and kind of putting a new number on it. In fact, I think if you do that, the series is going to die. So what I really wanted to do with this one is kind of challenge a new status quo, and for Ace Combat 7, that was the VR aspect.
Not only do you have the VR, but nowadays modern consoles are so incredibly powerful. We've got the PS4 Pro, the Xbox One X. What differences do they allow for the game?
積んでるので、そういったものもどういったゲームの変化と進化を
そうですね。ただやっぱりクリエイターは素晴らしいと思うのはいつまで経ってもやっぱりクリエイターの実現したいことはハードの性能を超えてきますね。今回もそれでかなり苦労しています。
Obviously the evolution hardware is a huge factor, but as one in the position of creator, we always feel that boundary, and no matter what we try to do, we're like, oh cool, we have more potential to work with, but we're always going to hit a certain wall. I think that sort of is a fun part of the development process.
What to you is the heart of Ace Combat?
Ace Combat の芯というか魂たるものは何だと思いますか？
やっぱりどれだけこの美しい空を自由に思いっきり飛べるかっていうところだと思っています。
I really believe it's just the sort of vastness of being able to fly freely throughout the sky and how well you can do it.
空を飛びたいっていうのは人間の本能的な欲求だと思っています。
And I truly believe that flying is one of the sort of very innate desires that everyone kind of has somewhere deep down.
This is like you said, the first time that Ace Combat has gone into VR. Can you ever envisage a VR-only
Ace Combat game?
VR 初め挑戦したんですけど、VR オンリーのゲームは想像できますか？
エースコンバットのフランチャイズ上では十分可能性があると思ってます。ただ、まだ市場の大きさもありますし、ユーザーが望まれているのはやっぱりこのノン VR のキャンペーンだと思います。
As the Ace Combat franchise, I think it's entirely possible. Having said that, I think the adoption rate for the VR platform is still very young and infantile in its state. And what I've sensed from looking at all the communities and fans is that this is the sort of format of Ace Combat people still want at the core.
How has the fan reaction been? Do you find that compared to, say, 10, 15, 20 years ago, you have a deeper relationship with them?
すごいファンとのこうやり取りってのはどういう感じですか？その20年前と比べて結構もう少し親身がある。
今になると本当 SNS で僕のところに直接いろんな質問、返しきれないんですけれども、いろんな反応が返ってきているので、絶えずそれはチェックしていますね。
Yeah, I think the sort of distance between developers and fans has been closed significantly, especially with the adoption of social media services. And a lot of times I'll get tweets or messages directly to me from the fans with some feedback. And of course I can't address every single one of them, but it is a large part of the development process.
そう、世界中から来るので名前さえ読めない人もいっぱいいます。
And because it's coming from all over the world, there are some whose names I can't even read or pronounce, unfortunately.
What's the language?
Yeah, I don't know what language it's in.
Well, it sounds like it's going to be a really great entry in the franchise, but it sounds like, to me at least, that you're putting the fans first going back to Strange Reel. Is that the priority for you going forward, to always put the fans first?
すごくこのストレンジリアルに戻したことは本当にフランチャイズとして大きなマイルストーンになると思うんですけど、すごいここファンを重視しているような風にこのインタビューをして感じたんですけど、やっぱりそのファンが一番っていう感じなんでしょうか？
そうですね。やっぱり開発だったりパブリッシャーだったりいろんな問題が起きたときに最後の回答はファンの目線だと思ってます。ファンの目線が最終回答でそこに沿うってことが一番正しいというふうに考えています。
It is my belief in development. There are many elements at play. You have the developers, the publishers, the pipeline distribution, but at the end of the day, the people who are going to give you the final answer and evaluation are the fans and the community and the consumer.
Do you see Ace Combat 7 as being the start of a new future, or what do you hope the legacy of the game will be?
この7を出すことによって新しい未来がここから始まるのか、それともレガシー的になんか変わると思いますか？
ここがスタートです。もう次どうするかっていうことを考えていくのが僕たちの仕事です。
This is kind of like a starting point for us, and what will come next, thinking about that is always our job.
まだ秘密ですけど。
And I can't tell you what that is yet.
Well, Kono-san, thank you so much for joining us. Mike, thank you as well. Guys, make sure you don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with some Project Cars 2. Great. Thank you so much. Thank you. It's lovely to meet you. Hey everyone, welcome back to the GameSpot demo stage here at E3 2017. Joining Oscar and myself is Andy from Slightly Mad Studios here to, well, we're going to have a live demo of Project Cars 2.
Hey, how's it going?
Very well, thank you. How's your E3 been?
Yeah, crazy, busy. Have to be as enthusiastic with the next person as the previous person. Got some amazing stuff to show you guys.
Yeah.
A few truths to set straight out there.
Ah,
so,
okay.
yeah, absolutely. Let's get going.
All right, what truths do you need to set straight?
Well, there are a few racing games out there at the moment. Yeah.
I might have heard, I might have seen.
Right, and the guys at home may not know which one to get. So therefore, we're here to tell you that Project Cars continues to be the most authentic racing game out there, the most technically advanced racing game out there, and also it's still by far the most successful and #1 racing esport out there as well.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. So it's built in from day one to support esports and to help sort of cultivate that community.
Yeah, so we started doing this in 2015. We've had weekly events ever since and monthly finals. Red Bull 5G were kind enough to remove Gran Turismo from the roster and put us in there instead. We've been to Intel Extreme Masters. We've been to DreamHack. We've had 2 major series with Logitech and Nvidia. We've got a current Season 3, which has got the 7 of the biggest and best teams out there fighting for the championship. We're going to be going to the World Finals in Gamescom to truly crown one of those guys the champion and give them a great big trophy. So yeah, Project Cars 2 has got esports built in from day one because it's just naturally happened and we've cultivated it as such.
What's it like sort of coming up, I mean, you mentioned Gran Turismo there, having, these mainstays in racing games and you guys kind of, pardon the pun, overtaking them, right?
There we go, that's right. I
Nice.
love that attitude, that's true. We've been making racing games for a very long time. And over that time, we've been gradually nipping at the heels of those guys and building up our own technology, building up Project Cars as a franchise. Remember, we made it alongside the fans, so we put in features and game modes and stuff that they wanted in the first game. We launched in 2015. We were the best racing game of 2015 from a number of credible sources. We did financially and successfully well there, and it started what we hoped would be the start of a brand new franchise. So here we are, and whilst other people may have rested on their laurels with that stuff, we've continued to innovate in that. And as you may remember from the days of like Pro Evo Soccer and FIFA, they were battling it out for supremacy, and now we've got to the stage where, yeah, we can wholeheartedly put our hand on our hearts and say that, yeah, those guys are now playing catch up with us, which is a fantastic position to be in.
Do you still feel like you can learn stuff from those other franchises though, or do you purely feel like you're head and shoulders above them? Or?
No, it would be completely arrogant for me to sit here and say, oh no, we're the best, and be completely blind to that. Of course, we play everyone else's games. We have our little spies working out to try and find out what everyone else is doing. Absolutely, we're big racing game fans. Personally, I've been a gamer all my life, so every game that I play, every game that the guys back home are playing in the studio is going to be influencing every game we make from now on. So yeah, of course we're looking at what the competition are doing and making sure that we continue to innovate and set a brand new benchmark in a number of areas of what we are doing in Project Cars 2.
But also you can learn from yourself as well, right? Is there anything from the first Project Cars that you look back on and think, oh, we could have done this differently, and for the second one now you've improved on that?
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what we did day one. So although we made it with the fans, we released the game. There were a number of things, like a top 10 list of things that the fans felt we hadn't quite gotten to, or things that they felt could be improved upon. So we fixed that stuff straight away, yeah? So things to do with the force feedback handling on the wheels, stuff to do with the gamepad handling. In the first game, we gave you 3 different presets, which were based off how you may feel other people's racing games play, and you would choose the one which is most appropriate to you. But the feedback that we got was that people just want it to work great out of the box, and quite rightly so. So yeah, absolutely, we learned from things like that, and we fixed that stuff straight away. So yeah, Project Cars 2 had all that stuff fixed very early on, and then we got to the brand new game modes, brand new tracks, brand new cars, all that kind of stuff.
What would you say has been the biggest change, the biggest innovation between Project Cars 1 and 2?
I mean, it goes across the board. So brand new cars, brand new tracks, that's easy, right? That's just even more assets to play with. When it comes to like Rallycross, which you guys are watching right now, that's a game mode that we wanted to get to for a very long time. It's an awesome game mode which has both tarmac and dirt-based stuff. And yeah, we're very pleased to be able to say you do not need to go and buy a separate dirt-based racing game in order to get that fix. You know, you can have it straight here in Project Cars 2, as well as sliding sideways and the Mercedes ice racing circuit over in northern Sweden and Lapland. So the ability to do things like Rallycross all kind of comes out of the fact that we've got a brand new physics and tyre physics system, which I could go into in infinite detail, but I can see your eyes are glazing over already.
No.
But absolutely, the thing about it is that the complexity and accuracy of your tyre physics is almost like the Colonel's secret recipe. It's if you have that awesome stuff there, that really dictates how accurate your game is, how authentic it is, how the car feels, how the wheel works as well. And we've got a brand new system for Project Cars 2, which goes even above and beyond what the competition are doing in that respect.
I think in a lot of ways, sometimes people don't really understand how changing things like physics can be so instrumental in improving your games. I would actually like to talk about more of the physics things that you've added. I mean, like, did you just play the first game and think, I wish it would do this, I wish it would do this? And are the more powerful consoles that we now have, like the PS4 Pro, Xbox One X, are they enabling you to do that?
Yeah, they are. We can do even more stuff on those consoles, but absolutely we know that PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC all need to have complete parity. We want you to be able to play the game to our standards, on any single platform whatsoever. So it has to work on every console out there anyway, regardless of whether you have the Xbox One X or the PlayStation 4 Pro version of it. But yeah, there is a lot of stuff in there that has been rewritten, brought in from the ground up, stuff that the code team looked at and we were like, we need to rewrite this from the ground up completely. Stuff that was just not possible in the first game that they've now added in there. So yeah, and all that stuff makes it even more authentic, even more accurate, even more fun in the case. Because, we're saying words like complexity and things like that, which can maybe be interpreted as hard and not fun, yeah? But actually, all this stuff, in this particular case of Rallycross, the new tyre physics actually mean that you can slide sideways even better when you couldn't really do that as much in the first game. And that's especially important in game modes like this, where you're supposed to be going sideways and not in a straight line.
Now, you touched on platforms there. We've seen the Nintendo Switch come out in the past few months and absolutely blow up. Is there any chance of a Switch version in the future, do you think? Either this game or another one in a future Project Cars game in the series?
I'm not going to allow people to get their hopes up for this kind of stuff, unfortunately. Yeah, we're not looking at Nintendo Switch currently.
Sure.
You are looking at VR, right?
Absolutely. We were a launch title for the Oculus Rift when that came about. We'd been working with Oculus for 3 years before it even came out, right? And we were making sure that the entire game was completely comfortable experience, and it was as immersive as we possibly could make it. And therefore, yes, when Project Cars 2 launches, the entire game can be played in VR. We're that confident that it's a really comfortable experience that you can actually sit there for hours on end. And actually, as we found in Project Cars 1, it makes you a better driver. The sense of spatial awareness means that you can judge braking distances better. When you go into a corner, you're looking at the apex, you're tilting your head in to counteract the camber on the actual road. When somebody overtakes you, you can't help but instinctively glance left or right. You can look in your rearview mirrors and see who's behind you. All that kind of stuff, makes the game far more immersive. When our real drivers get in there and put VR in there, they are treating it like real life. Something clicks in their brain, and whenever they go to crash or something, they immediately go into the brace position because the sensation of realism is absolutely accurate.
Do you find that people's lap times are quicker when they're playing in VR then?
Yeah, I mean, what we're seeing is that many of our esport pros are actually moving to VR because of what I just said. It gives you a tactical and skill advantage over those who don't. So yeah, the racing genre has always been pretty accepting of brand new peripherals, wheels, pedals, seats, all that kind of stuff. And now finally we've got a helmet. So yeah, absolutely. VR, when the game launched, we supported so many steering wheels. We actually caused a international shortage of wheels, which was an amazing thing we're very sorry for, of course, but equally like amazing that, you know, because a wheel is of course the most natural user input device for a racing game, and now we believe that VR is also, like, it's Project Cars 2 especially is a pinnacle title for VR.
You said earlier that it's, I think you said the #1 hardcore simulation game, I think were your words. Is it hard to try and balance appealing to that hardcore audience at the same time as appealing to people like myself who maybe only play one racing game a year? You know, I'm not a hardcore fan in the genre. Is that difficult to try and balance those two audiences?
So what we do is that the same game that you buy for $60, whether it's on PC or PS4 or whatever, it's still the same game that the pro drivers play on a motion rig in VR, training for their real life races, which is the same one that you sit down on a Saturday night with a beer with your feet up, you know, just playing a completely different experience, but it's still the same underpinning game there. It's just as complicated and authentic and challenging as the one that the pros are driving, but we now make sure that the user interface, the presentation, the way that we present things to the player, whether it's the defaults that we put in, or adding in additional sliders to make sure the opponents are set correctly, the way that you can now simply choose, you know, car, track, press start, and off you go, as well as having all the advanced settings in there if you really want to dive deeper. On Project Cars 1, it was a little overwhelming, the number of sliders and features and options that we gave you. This time around, it's a lot more slickly presented, which is going to allow you to get into a game a lot quicker. And in things like career mode, we're adding in even more accessibility options by allowing you to do short seasons as opposed to long, so you don't have to do 12 rounds of a whole season. We've made it even more streamlined to get into a race in the first place, and removed things like the calendar, where previously if you got an invitational event, you had to wait all year for it to appear in the calendar, then play it, and if you failed, you had to then wait another year to do it. Now we treat them like rewards, and they're in this awesome bucket that you can go into and play as many times as you want. So yeah, we've really learned from the first game, and also the feedback that the players at home have been telling us, and we've refined and streamlined the whole experience.
Well, Andy, thank you so much for joining us. I'm afraid we're out of time, but it's not long to wait until we can play Project Cars 2.
Yeah, absolutely. September 22nd on PlayStation 4 with PlayStation 4 Pro enhancements, Xbox One with Xbox One X enhancements, and Steam as well.
Thank you so much for joining us. Guys, make sure you don't go anywhere. In a couple of minutes, we will have The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild Master Trials live on the stage. See you then. Hey everyone, welcome back to the demo stage here at E3 2017. Joining Rob and myself is Danny from the Nintendo Treehouse. Welcome back.
Thank you.
What are you bringing with you today?
Here toward the end of day 3, we're bringing Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, the DLC, the Master Trials.
All right, and waiting as well. That noise was Rob.
Yes, Rob was very excited to get a chance to see this finally. So yes, we're finally able to show the Master Trials, the first of the 2 DLC packs that'll be available. Here we're actually starting, Sarah's playing for us off camera, which is great, again, as always. But here we're showing off the Great Plateau, which people might remember from the very beginning of the game. But this is in hero mode. So it's a mode you can access from the very beginning of the game. You don't have to beat normal mode to get in here. But a lot of the enemies have been replaced with, instead this used to be red bokoblin, there's now blue bokoblin.
Right.
Also, their range of ability to hear you and detect you is much further than it was before.
I was going to say, because he blocked you from very far away.
You also notice his health meter's blinking.
Yeah.
He actually regenerates health now. Enemies regenerate health, so you can't do the little throw bombs, run away, throw bombs, run away.
But that was my main tactic.
That you've used before, so you can't use that as much anymore, no. But Sarah's really good at this game, and she got a bunch of armaments already, so she's pretty stocked up. Yeah, they spot you a lot more easily now than they used to.
Great.
So it makes it more challenging for everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah. So how do I access this? If I'm playing Breath of the Wild, do I have to start a new game, or do
No. You can say you start a new game. It will be a separate save file, so we start from what you already have before. But you don't have to beat the game to get there. So that's a big help. So you don't have to worry about that.
So it's like a new game plus, but without having to do that.
Yes, it's replaying the game on a harder mode. There are a couple of new enemies. Oh.
Nice.
There you go, Sarah.
Wow.
So red bokoblins are just not really present at all? Is that kind of the idea?
You'll have to discover everything for yourself. There might be enemies in other locations, but yeah, overall, a lot of the enemies that you were used to seeing have been upped a bit.
Okay.
There's even a different type of Lionel now as well.
Right.
Oh wow.
More challenging in that regard as well. So they'll have a lot going on. But what's cool here, so now we're going to leave the Great Plateau, but one other cool feature that's added to this one is something called the Travel Medallion.
Right.
So you can now, wherever you're standing, you actually can place this Travel Medallion wherever you're standing, and now you have a place to fast travel to that is not a shrine.
Right.
Anytime you want. So you have that freedom to now kind of do that.
And that's a pickup that you'll have to find on your own, right? As far as where it lies? Yeah.
Yes. And then here's Master Mode, so it's a different screen even, the whole red screen, the different colored screen, what's going on here from you've seen before, so we'll get a chance to see what this mode looks like. So now we're jumping to a different area to show off another type of enemy that exists in the game. Not more of an enemy, more of a mixture. There's actually, it's going to be a platform that's going to look a little different than what you've been used to seeing in the past.
Right.
Hey.
So that's the Travel Medallion right there, your fast traveling right there.
Looks pretty cool.
Yes. Yep, and then he goes, there's Link, all happy as can be. It's raining. It rains a lot in Hyrule for some reason.
You know, I hadn't noticed.
I know. But this is a new thing right here, this sky platform that's there now, which actually, if you notice, even the enemies that are actually holding up recognize that you're there.
Octoroks, right?
Yes.
Good knowledge.
Yeah. So what Sarah's doing here, she's actually just stealing this poor guy's treasure chest. He was doing nothing to bother her, but
the one thing he had going.
I know, one thing.
Oh.
He's stuck on this platform in the middle of nowhere, but he has a treasure chest. But Sarah took it away from him.
Oh.
And now she's going to be probably really mean.
Oh no. Oh. Oh wow!
Oh, he got a revenge shot off before he went down. He wasn't going down without a fight. So yeah, so that's a new enemy you'll have a chance to experience here and get to have fun seeing what else you can discover in the game as well. But another cool thing they've added is new armor. So here we've got some new armor options as well.
Oh my!
I can fly.
That's the one. This is the one I want to see.
Phantom Hourglass. It looks pretty badass.
Oh man, yeah, the first one where his head is completely covered.
Take off his helmet.
Yeah.
Oh, so he looks pretty good.
Oh, that looks
God.
And though some of them will have different abilities, like this one has Guardian resistance up when you've got them all matched up together. There's even the Midna helmet.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah.
Little tail back there, and there's even Majora's Mask. It's
Of
not
course.
the Majora's
No, I was
Mask
gonna
because Link
say.
might become really evil and not succeed.
Twisted.
But then
And does the Majora's Mask have any kind of perk like the other?
we can go back to what is that? Let's go back to the Majora's Mask real quick, Sarah. Real quick. Go out to the menu screen.
Hint at anything in the description?
Wearing it makes it harder for certain enemies to spot you. If sold,
you
this
go.
rare
There
find
you go.
can't be replaced. Oh wow! So you really have to hang on to it.
Yes.
Something that would be great for Master Mode, right?
Yes. Yeah, for the hero mode you're going through right now. But Sarah has a favorite outfit.
Yeah. Tingles tie.
Look at that.
which gives you the ability to run faster at night.
Oh.
Oh, okay. Cool.
There's a ability behind that. So now you can kind of explore around as in this Tingle outfit. The other cool thing though too, there is a new mask as well beyond all of that. when you're trying to find Korok seeds, which I know some people, there's like 900 to try to find in this game, so there's a lot to go through.
Yeah.
But what's cool at this Korok mask is you're running around, when you get near where a Korok seed would be, it starts to kind of jingle and and moves around as well.
So can I buy that without having to start like in new mode? Okay, is it going to be a part of like the main game?
The Korok mask?
Yeah, so in my save like right now.
You'll have to go. You have to find. I believe so. Yes.
Yes.
I believe so.
I want to upgrade my inventory.
I know.
But it even has the same kind of particles of the Koroks.
Yes.
Ah.
So what's cool here, though, this is where the Korok. I'm not sure people have gotten this one themselves, but there's these three trees here.
Somebody just told me about this, and I was like, I'd probably run into these like left and right. I mean, I put 300 hours into the game, and I was like, oh shoot.
Yeah. I have never been. I didn't figure when we decided to put this as part of the demo itself. I didn't know that was right there either. I'm like, oh, look at a new find for myself as well. So it was great.
Right.
There's so many in this one.
Oh my god. Yeah.
But now we're going to head up to another new part of the game too. We're going to the Korok Forest, the Korok Village, where the Master Sword was, and now we get to something called the Trial of the Sword, which is the opportunity to unlock the full splendor of the Master Sword. But to do so, Link needs to train his mind and body. So there's going to be a bit of a trial to go through to do this. What it does, though, so the Master Sword is a pretty durable sword in the game, but it has a power level of 30. But when you fight Calamity, it jumps to 60, starts glowing that bright glow, and has a bit more powerful there going on there. So what's going to happen here this time, though, is if you complete this entire trial that's inside the sword, you will then be able to have it always be at 60
right.
in the very beginning.
Awesome.
But what Sarah loves to do is she loves this is her favorite part right here.
So this mask should be going nuts right now, right?
But Sarah's favorite thing to do here is to go into this trial in a Tinkle outfit. So what's going to be interesting here is what's going to happen once we get inside.
Cool. So remind me, is there a difference between Master Mode and Hero Mode?
Master Mode is the whole thing. The whole thing. Yeah. No,
gotcha.
Sorry, that's the new difficulty, but the higher difficulty is called the Master Mode.
Gotcha.
Right. Oh no, where'd my Tingle outfit go?
You lost everything.
Oh.
Very much, yeah, like Eventide, right?
Yes,
yeah.
just like the Eventide. So you lose all your armor, all your weapons, all your food. You can't use your amiibo, so you can't use that to call down treasure chests to get different armor around in there. It's all just about your wits about you to go through that. And there'll be about 45 rooms you have to go through to complete this.
In Eventide, did you have food with you? Was that the only thing that you got to eat? I can't remember.
I can't remember off the top of my head either.
Yeah.
I think you could find food pretty easily on Eventide.
Sure, yeah, not here, obviously.
And there is some food here you can find as well. So there's going to be, in this one room here, we start right here, there are a couple of blue bokoblins hanging out there, and they have a steak. Sarah loves to steal their steak. He's kind of evil like that. They're just having a good time, and Sarah just takes away everything they have, so it's kind of just rude of
She's
her.
nodding off screen.
Yes, she's nodding. So here we are for the Trial of the Sword.
The beginning.
Yes. It's the room one, so she's got a tree branch, really powerful weapon.
Yeah.
But again, they are able to notice you more easily, so she's trying to be really sneaky.
Yeah, generally I throw tree branches pretty quickly, but here...
That's all she's got right now.
Yeah.
Oh, good find. All right.
She's got 2 eggs.
Of course, perfect. Yep.
Right. Yep.
Investigate, yes.
Oh.
So what she's going to try to do here, sneakily, is grab all their weapons. Oh, you got it.
Missed one, no problem.
Good.
She got most of her
Ducking and
weapons in
weaving.
I love that drop. Don't look behind you.
Yes,
Drop and run. Yeah, it's a great tactic.
So now it's trick those here. Remember, they also get their health back, so that's the other challenge behind all of this, that you need to basically be able to zone in on one person.
And these are rough hits.
Yeah, she's figure out who she can take out.
Oh, that's right, their health is regenning.
Yes.
Yeah, I keep forgetting that.
Yeah, so that
That's
makes it
big
a
one.
bigger challenge there in that. And weapons break. Oh, grab the weapon. Weapon on the ground.
Yes.
Kill the guy with low health, Sarah. Wrong one. There it is. And she's stealing their steak.
Now they are superhuman.
Yeah.
She got 1 down.
All right, 1 more to go.
Oh, she already got 2 of them, I think? Or she did get 2 of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like
this is probably one of her best run-throughs. No, this room is hard. I mean, I've only gotten to the 4th room myself, so it's not.
4th out of 40 something?
45.
Really? And you didn't get past the 4th?
I've only tried a couple times.
Okay, sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, that's good. It's challenging. That's the purpose
Yes.
of it, yeah.
But that's wow. Good job, Sarah.
Nice.
Excellent.
That unlocks the doorway to the next room. She can go see what's going on in the next area and see what's happening there.
Gee, so I would imagine the last trial would be some sort of line. But
You'll have to wait and see. I'll keep going as you go. She's trying to collect anything she can find right now before she moves on to the next space.
Okay, cool.
Every little bit of health is important.
Right.
You know, she's wasting your club. I don't know why. You don't use bombs. You don't damage your weapons. That's my suggestion.
So yeah, resources are very much something you want to manage as well as you go through the trials.
And we'll actually get to the second room. And the rooms aren't always just all enemy filled. There's a puzzle mechanics behind them as well, so it's not always just one room to have to worry about. She's gonna eat all her food now.
Or heck, you might want to. Are there like herbs and stuff scattered around as well? Like, would you be more inclined to make like a dish
if you could find we have nothing to find a fire to cook.
Right. I thought I saw one. What was that? I'm sorry. Baked apples.
Oh yeah, because.
But is there like a pot or anything like to cook in?
We'll have to discover.
We'll have to discover.
Yeah. The second room she's made it into. We'll see how she goes.
Floor 2.
Right, and as I say, yeah, if you get to a certain point,
Ding! Wow.
if you get to a certain point, there is some save points throughout the trial itself you can get to over time. But
I was going to say, because I imagine that would be really frustrating if you got to like 43.
and then lost.
Then you're out.
Yeah.
Oh.
I've never seen a menu this empty.
Yeah.
And again, they're still regenerating their health.
Yeah.
So that's for the challenge. But she's got the
Right.
bow now, which she does love using.
The health regen is going to be the same for all enemy types?
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice.
Look at the face.
Oh, right in the nose. Oh, he's just wondering about his buddy.
I know. Sarah doesn't care.
There is still something about bokoblins and other. I mean, mainly the bokoblins. I feel like that they're so humanizing, right? Like I don't know. Like I love how they have their like chats around the campfire.
I know they're like chanting, they're having a good time.
They're all listening and nodding. It's like I want to know what they are talking about.
Sarah's beating this poor guy.
Yeah, Miss Choo Choo is just doing laps. It looks like.
He's burning everything.
Yeah.
Right in the face.
There's doing well so far.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Solid.
Now she's doing the spin move.
Nice.
I think she finished him off. She's got most of these guys taken out. But she is running out of weapons. That's the thing too, durability is still gonna be a big factor in this. Oh, but she's finding arrows. Oh, the poor fire Choo Choo.
Quite the explosion.
They'll burn. One guy left.
All alone.
All right, we've got about a
nice.
minute left
So see
before
if
we
Sarah
have
can
to.
get past this room.
Oh, we've got like a minute left before we have to cut gameplay.
Okay.
Let's try.
Oh, that's true. There's the other thing to mention too. We didn't show is the hero path. So that's another feature of the game. Did we show the hero path earlier? No, we didn't.
We
show the
did
hero path.
not.
We showed it before we
but-
started the second. But yeah, you can now see up to approximately 200 hours of your gameplay. Even if you already played so far, it's compatible with your current save data.
Wow, so like
It shows you everything you've done on the map. Like it even shows you when you've been traveling to every location, so you can find those places you've been to versus the places you might not haven't gone to yet.
is there any way to like specifically mark an area with it?
With it, you've always had the ability to mark
Yeah, I
it with
mean you
100
can mark
pins.
with like your pins, but
Yeah.
I mean like if there's maybe you want to use all your other pins, you want to maybe do something in Hero Path.
The hero path just shows you the path you've traversed
Right,
the whole
right,
time. So yeah, you could use it that way if you wanted to.
Right, so you can see areas maybe you haven't seen because the map is so dense that any absence of the path can easily mean something.
Yes.
Yeah.
Does
Woohoo!
I forgot my question regarding the hero path. When you fast travel, is there an indication? Because I feel like does it trace in like kind of like a real time or speed up?
It's real time way. Yeah, you
So
can watch this. It'll show you a little icon, bloop, and just reappear
Gotcha.
somewhere else, and the path continues in the location where it jumped to. So yeah.
Gotcha.
So can you like is it just like you open the map and it's all going to be there, or do you have to like activate it?
Yeah, activate it, and it kind of fast travels through the whole thing as well.
Right.
So this is the first pack of the DLC. There is a second one coming out as well. We haven't announced the date yet. This first one comes out June 30th, so real soon. And the second one's called the Champion's Ballad, which is with the 4 heroes and the Divine Beast, and we even showed amiibo off for each of those new ones as well. So
My wallet felt light.
I know.
Again.
Same here. I have to buy them too. Just like the rest of you. I don't get them for free. I have to buy them as well. So.
Oh, so what's been the most exciting thing about showing off this DLC? Because I know people have been hungering for it.
People have been hungering for a lot. People are excited. People are just excited to see what this is. And now we finally got to reveal at least what the next one's called, the Champion's Ballad. So people are excited for that. Just the music. I'm a huge fan of the music of the game too. So no, perceiving people's excitement that they've been waiting for this. It wasn't that expensive either. It was like only $20 to get both the whole season pass. So, and it's coming out this year, both pieces. So that's been the best excitement so far, just seeing people's reaction. And people are still playing the game. Like I haven't personally defeated Ganon yet.
Nope, me
I
neither.
want to finish everything. I'm trying to get all the shrines.
That's the problem.
And
we have this discussion all the time, and there are a couple people who have not been Ganon yet, and I feel like there's a point where you just got to get it over with, just because it's. I want to say that you eventually can get a little overpowered when you get to them, but regardless, it's an important thing that you just have to eventually do, because I've done it and I'm still finding myself going back to the side quests. Currently, right now, over 300 hours. I'm just knocking out each side quest, and each one just feels like so big, like and important. And
But now you'll have Master Mode, so you can play the whole game over again.
I intentionally left quests that had combat in them, just so I could like come back to those, and just did like the cooking ones or making a monster cake for a girl or whatever it is. Yeah, I love this game.
Those are always good things.
Well, Danny, thank you so much for coming back. We hope you've had a great time on our stage. And
It's
had
been a great
E3.
time here. Thank you so much for having me.
This is your last thing.
It's my last one. I'm done for the day, and the E3 ends in
Half
30
an hour.
minutes. 30 minutes. Finally, I'm sure we're all. It's been a wonderful show for everybody, so it's been great.
Awesome. Well, thank you again so much for joining us. Guys, make sure you don't go anywhere. We're going to be cutting to our co-op stage on the show floor, where we're going to be talking about Insomniac's Spider-Man. So don't go anywhere.
Hey guys, Chastity here at the GameSpot co-op stage. I'm here with my friend Timur, and we're going to talk about Spider-Man. Marvel's Spider-Man, coming from Insomniac Games. We have Brian Intihar, the creative director of Insomniac Games here. Thank you for coming.
Round of applause, I like it.
So excited. We have to talk about Spider-Man. I love Spider-Man. Timur, what do you want to know about Spider-Man?
Yeah, I'm a big Spider-Man fan too, and I guess it's kind of obvious why you'd have a Spider-Man around now, a new Spider-Man game, but why do you think this is a good time to return to Spider-Man? There's been a kind of lack of Spider-Man games recently.
Yeah, I mean, I just think it comes down to right time, right, hopefully developer, right partners, and with Marvel and Sony, and you know, I think we made Sunset Overdrive. I remember actually reading a really early Sunset Overdrive review, and someone actually wrote, Insomniac would be great at making a Spider-Man game, and I actually copy and pasted that and sent it to Sony saying, see, we should do this. And, you know, just in terms of us as a developer, you know, Sunset Overdrive, we had a lot of fun with Traversal.
Right.
A character that traverses a lot around. His sense of humor and his gadgetry fits Insomniac really well. And just as being a Marvel fan my whole life and being a big Spider-Man fan, it was a perfect fit.
Yeah, and obviously you're bringing a Spider-Man game to market at a time when the superhero genre has shifted quite significantly. Now there's games out there that, like Batman, for example, that have changed the perception of superhero games. So you can't get away with a half-assed superhero game anymore.
No,
so
I mean,
is that something that you think about? And
yeah, I have a lot less hair on my head because of that exact thing. I mean, first of all, a huge fan of Arkham, obviously, and but just if you even look at the movies, right? Like what Marvel's doing on the movie front or their TV shows, the level of the quality bar is raised so high, and I think, you know, you go back to your question, why now? Well, the need for a Spider-Man game that is, you know, that people really going to love, that's what we want to do. I mean, we feel like it's really the right time, and we feel like we hopefully can deliver it.
Yeah, I remember the sheer joy with the reveal last year, and then I felt equally excited seeing this trailer this year.
Yeah, I mean, and that's all gameplay. Like, I mean, that's the mission. I mean, we put some parts a little bit shorter just for time, right? But that's an actual mission from the game. The mission start to the mission end. So
nice.
I think some people were kind of confused. Is this a trailer? No, like, this is just we captured a mission. So it's and we're playing it. We've been playing it live at the Sony booth, both behind closed doors and at that big theater.
Cool. So for those that are not at E3 and have not had a chance to play, let's dive a little bit into this trailer.
Sure.
So let's talk about the mechanics. So we see web slinging. What's new?
Yeah. So I think I think of three big things. This is really a demo we put together that really shows what is our Spider-Man like. And first of all, it starts with combat, which you're seeing now. This idea of he's not just a bruiser. Actually, he's not a bruiser. He's more of an acrobatic improviser, right? He's combining webs, ground combat, air combat, environment action, stealth, and even gadgetry to give you a lot of player choice. And what you're seeing people play the game at Insomniac's playing it this week, they're changing up their strategy a lot. Second thing is traversal. We have to nail traversal. That's signature of the character, but we also want to expand his moveset and add elements like parkour. And in this demo later on, you'll see him running through an office building. All those parkour elements apply to when you're in the open world as well, whether you're on the street level or even on the rooftops. And then lastly for us, it's the spectacle moments. So it's like big blockbuster moments you would see like in an epic Marvel movie, right? And bringing those to life and letting you making you part of it. It really nailing that. So those are the three big elements when it comes to the Spider-Man side of this experience.
Can you talk a little bit more about the swinging? Because the trailer was quite focused on the action element of it. We saw a lot of combat, and we saw him kind of transitioning through these set-piece moments, but we didn't get as much swinging as we might expect.
So the portion after the crane till when you actually get thrown into the building, that's all gameplay traversal. Or just happen to be chasing a helicopter.
Right.
But you can do that same sequence. I mean, you could traverse that same area in the open world. So that for us, it's about fluidity, flow, freedom, style, but at the same time expanding his moveset and, you know, and speed as well. So this is a short section of the game. It's a very story-based mission. The whole island of Manhattan is going to be available to you from day one.
So one of the
And also, just clarify, the webs actually do attach to buildings. That's a
All
very
right.
big
I
thing
was
for
going to
people.
ask about that.
Webs attached to buildings, I promise you.
So obviously everyone brings up Spider-Man 2 as the
I
the
talked
benchmark.
a lot about it this week.
I actually, unpopular opinion, I love the swinging from the Amazing Spider-Man game.
Okay.
I think that is probably my favorite swinging mechanic, just because the way you jump off a building and the camera swoops in behind you, it gives you this exhilarating feeling.
Yeah, I mean, we are still in development, so we're going to be doing more things with our camera to kind of sell the sense of speed, flow, and cinematic kind of feel as you swing into the city.
I guess I was going to ask, like, what have you been looking at in terms of games and other Spider-Man material?
Everything. I mean, obviously, I go back as far as Spider-Man 1 on the PS1. When Eversoft, that game, that didn't have open world, but it definitely made you feel like Spider-Man. And then obviously Spider-Man 2, and then everything has come with it. But not just looking at Spider-Man games, but open world games in general. Obviously looking at Arkham and all, how they handled, dealing with an iconic character like Batman. We look at pretty much everything. I mean, this is a pretty beefy game, and we obviously want to see what other people have done, but add our own Insomniac flavor to it.
In terms of the combat, people are going to look at it, and from a surface level, it looks very much like Batman combat. But you've clearly done a little more tweaking to it. So can you talk a bit about how it kind of differentiated
I
it?
think, I mean, not to go too much in comparison, but I think one thing we really want to capitalize on is what makes Spider-Man unique. He's much more acrobatic. We have this idea of feeling like a ping-ponging around a different environment. That's what we want to sell. That I don't want to see him walking. I want we have a button dedicated to web striking because we want you to be really moving around the environment pretty well. Like you can see people when they play, they actually jump off enemies onto another one, combining that with webs. All the environment interaction we have, really, I think it's again making you feel like you can play how you want, and depending on what situation you're in, the environment, the enemies, really being able to improvise and change your tactics.
Right. I think it's time to get a bit nerdy.
Yep. All right. So we
go
see
on.
Peter Parker in here, but we also see Miles at the end, right?
Yeah, Miles is in the game.
Okay.
What is the deal? What is his role?
So I can't go too much into it, but I think with Miles is I've been saying three things really. One is we talked about it making a unique Spider-Man universe. Miles is part of that journey. It's not some weird interdimensional portal that Miles came through and now he's there. He just is in the same world as Peter. Okay. Two is this is very much a Peter Parker story, yet having Miles there allows us to kind of tell a different side of Peter, show a different side of Peter. And third is I just love the character. I think he's fantastic, and I want to expose him to more people.
Right. Obviously, Miles is known for also being Spider-Man. Is there only one Spider-Man in this game?
We'll talk more with Miles about it.
Okay then.
This is our first extended version of the look at the game. We'll have much more to talk about. This is really, whether it's the combat, traversal, the world, and particularly the story, we're really scratching the surface. I was actually, a couple weeks ago, talking to some people about the whole story, and I went back to our lead writer, John Paquette, and I said, man, this is a pretty big game.
Yeah.
And I think what you're seeing is just scratching the surface. And we talk a lot about what makes a great Spider-Man story, and for Marvel's all about story. And when Peter's world and Spider-Man's world collide, that's when the magic happens. And we're going to see that not just with Martin Lee, who works at Feast, and Aunt May works there as well, but multiple characters and situations in our game.
Yeah. Can we talk about the villain here?
Martin Lee, So Martin Lee is a relative newcomer to the Spider-Man universe, which I would say represents we have a group of familiar villains like Kingpin, which you also saw on this, but you also see Martin Lee, a newcomer. And what we like, going back to those worlds colliding, Martin Lee allows us to kind of see that, whereas, because Aunt May works at Feast, the Feast shelter where Martin Lee's established them. But at the same time, from a gameplay standpoint, the inner demons with their abilities, the negative weapons, saw the big guy with those negative energy attacks, it allows us to add a different type of strategy to our combat encounters.
Right. There's also, eagle-eyed viewers will notice, Yuri Watanabe is mentioned there.
Yeah, she's his police contact in this game.
Right.
Like another character we wanted to highlight, and I think Spider-Man's story, his relationship with the city is complex.
Yeah.
Some people think he's a hero. Some people love him. Some people think he's a vigilante. Some people call him a menace.
Right.
Yuri happens to be one of those people that believes the city could use someone like Spider-Man, so she goes out of her way to keep him in the loop.
I mean, Spider-Man's relationship with the city is complex, but his relationship with Yuri is also complex because obviously Yuri has an alter ego. She's Wraith. So is that something that you're kind of thinking about as well?
We have a lot. She's a great character, isn't she?
So are you going to try and kind of build in, you don't have to mention specifics, but like there's so many different complex characters within the wider Spider-Man universe. Are you kind of bringing those in?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the great thing is he does have a huge cast of characters, not just the villains, but also maybe characters like a Yuri Watanabe, right? And I think that we're going to lean on having a lot of Marvel characters that are part of the Spider-Man universe in this game, even in, let's say, not as well-known roles.
Okay, cool.
Nice. So let's talk about Peter's backstory in this game.
Yeah.
So he's been Spider-Man for 8 years, right?
You did your research.
Okay.
That's impressive. Yeah.
So what else do we need to know about him?
So he's 23.
Okay.
He's just graduated college, and he's working as a scientist. So it's not the Daily Bugle in this game for him. We really want to push the, Peter's a really smart guy. He's really, and whether that's the design of his suit, his gadgets, we really want to lean into that side, the scientist, aspect of him.
Right. And his supporting kind of family, Mary Jane, any of those guys showing up? Gwen Stacy?
I talked about Aunt May.
Aunt May's
But
the
I would
only
say
one?
It's a pretty big cast.
Jameson?
Pretty big cast.
Pretty big cast.
Give us
I
more.
got
Give us
to come back and
more.
talk to you about.
Okay,
right?
cool. That's fine. That's fine. But yeah, I'm kind of like interested more in the way you're kind of building the city and what happens at ground level. That's the thing that is difficult to do. You get you have space in the sky, but when you reach the ground in a lot of Spider-Man games, it can feel quite empty.
So
how are you approaching that?
Yeah. So for us, New York City is a character within itself.
Right.
It was very important that it felt like a living, breathing city, and you can't have a living, breathing city without people and vehicles and interactions, and that's all there.
Right.
I'm not going super details of the open world, but I will tell you that this is a living, breathing city that knows Spider-Man is there and reacts to Spider-Man.
Okay. And in terms of like your progression through the story, is it it's an open world, but is it similar in terms of you have missions and side quests and that kind of thing?
Yeah,
or
I
you
mean,
kind of lead?
I would say we're not, like I said, I'm not going huge into the structure of the game, but there's a mainline story, and there are other activities to do in the world.
Okay, cool.
I want to ask about the White Spider.
Okay, so
Tell me about that.
I will tell you, I can't tell you why the White Spider is there, like story reason, but I can tell you like the White Spider for us kind of signifies the suit design actually signifies our philosophy of the game. When you look at that character, you know that's Spider-Man, right? It's got the red, it's got the blue, it's got the mask. But you look at the big white spider, it looks a little different, right?
Yeah.
You know that's Insomniac Spider-Man. That's our universe. But at the same time, we didn't want to do it just for shock value or to get some hate email or whatever I've got. There's a very specific story reason for it, and you'll understand that reason when you play the game. Everything we do, we try to have a story reason for it.
Cool.
Will there be a moment where something bad happens and he gets all angsty and colors it in black? Because if that happens, I'll be very upset.
Now, do you like the suit?
I like this suit.
Okay,
yeah, I
good.
like it. I like the eyes. Can you talk about the eyes?
Oh yeah. So that's a great question. I actually haven't got that question a lot. The challenge with obviously you can tell it's a very it's a realistic looking game, right? And when you have a character whose face is covered, it's hard to get emotion, expressiveness. But you look at the comics, his eyes are very expressive, right? And while they may not be as dramatic as some of the comics do, we wanted to use the shape of the eyes to kind of communicate how he's feeling, give him some expression. So, that's really our animators, our riggers, our character artists really gave us that flexibility to be able to manipulate his eyes to have more expressive character.
And it seems to work. I mean, you look at the Deadpool movie, and that's one of the things that people praise it
the
for.
thing is, I saw it in Civil War, right? And I was like, we're going to do this already. We were going to do it already. But it just shows we're on the same page, which to me says we're doing something right.
Yeah.
Okay, so the game is coming in 2018?
2018,
That's all you can say?
That's all I can say.
That's all you can say. All
we got
right.
to get it right. The most important thing about this game is we know how important it is to fans. We know how important it is to us because we are fans, and we just want to spend the time to get it right because they deserve it.
All right. Brian, thank you so much for coming.
Thanks for having me.
Give a round of applause for Brian.
Thanks, everyone.
Looking forward to Spider-Man. Thank you.
Thank
All right,
you.
we're going to bring up two of our friends that you know well. We've got Mike Mahardy and Peter Brown, and we're going to round up this show because this is the last panel at E3 2017. Guys, we made it.
Yeah.
Did it.
We made it.
Can't believe it.
Somehow.
All right. Let's let's round it up. Like,
Right.
what do you think of E3 2017?
I loved it because Nintendo gave me a great show, and that's what I was hoping for. I got a lot of Metroid stuff, but otherwise, a lot of publishers had great things. It was a good year.
All right, Mike.
Yeah, Nintendo was awesome, but I also was kind of like pleasantly surprised by like Ubisoft and stuff like that, and Microsoft. You know, I think Microsoft in the last couple of years kind of struggled to present itself well at the conference, but they did really well this year. E3 in general was really fun, tiring, but it's cool to see like the public this year, like 15,000.
How does that compare?
I've only,
How many E3s have you been to?
This is my second full time.
Okay.
I started like right before Yeah, this is my second E3 with GameSpot, but I wasn't down here as much as I would have liked to be because I was doing the stage upstairs with people. But yeah, no, it's definitely a little more crowded, but lines were longer. But at least
What do you
people
think, Tam?
Yeah, I agree. It's good to see like the consumers and people who love games about. Like as people who work here, we often are like, oh, we got to get through these people. But like when you're down here, you see the excitement, you see people, you know, really looking forward to seeing games, and then you see the developers seeing those people in line and noticing that people care. It's kind of like it builds a good atmosphere. It's good. I think it's been a good E3. Microsoft did really well. I felt like they had a lot of games, and they've, like Mike said, they've struggled in the past. So they came out really strong. Ubisoft was a big surprise. They gave us a Rabbids game and Mario game, and despite the fact that everyone was everyone hated the idea of it, and then they came out and were like, here it is, and everyone went, damn, now I want to play this. And I played it, and it was great, and I really enjoyed it. Yeah, and
Mario and Rabbids is your big
Mario
surprise.
Rabbids good. Dragon Ball Z.
Dragon Ball Fighter.
Legit Dragon Ball Z game.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
I'm so excited about that. Yeah, and Mario looks great.
Yeah.
How can you not be excited about throwing your hat on a bullet bill and then
What about
flying
you guys?
around?
Biggest surprises for you?
Metroid was a huge surprise.
Yeah.
But I think, you know, Bethesda was really strong with their 2017 lineup, and I'm, you know, surprised and delighted to see Evil Within 2 and Wolfenstein 2 both coming out this year. Like, awesome.
Yeah, Beyond Good and Evil 2 was a surprise to me. I'm not excited for it, and I don't have that much of an attachment to the first game. I'm just more surprised that they actually showed it after like clamoring for it for so long, but at least people who wanted it got it. The reveal.
How about biggest disappointments, Tam?
I think I wanted to see The Last of Us 2. Sony's press conference was quite. I expected what they gave, and which is a bit of a shame because they usually come out and throw out something that no one expected, and we're like, wow, that was unbelievable. And although it wasn't a bad press conference, there were no major surprises, and the fact that they didn't have The Last of Us 2 was kind of disappointing. I expect we'll see that at PlayStation Experience, and we'll have more surprises there, but I wanted a bit more from Sony, even though I did ultimately enjoy what they showed us.
Got it. What about you guys? Biggest disappointments?
I was really hoping for Microsoft to show off some first-party stuff that was going to be exciting. Forza's good. I have no doubt that game will be good, but it's always expected, right? So Microsoft, despite having a great console to show off, didn't have the games I was looking for, honestly.
Mike?
Yeah, Last of Us 2 and the lack of first party on Microsoft, I would also say were probably my biggest. But I also kind of wanted to see something farther in the future for Bethesda, just because I'm such a big fan of all the things they publish. It was nice to see so many like games that are soon to be released announced and shown off, but I would have kind of liked the tease of something in 2018, but I guess that's how it went.
We forgot an Anthem. Anthem was a big surprise, and that was at EA's press conference, and it looks
That was a big
really,
surprise.
really cool. Looks like Iron Man mixed with Destiny,
Yeah.
which I am all in for. And we got to see quite a bit of that this year, so that's cool.
Thoughts on Xbox Scorpio? How about that?
I'm tentatively excited for it. I don't have a 4K TV. And
Or
the
Xbox One X.
Yeah, Xbox One X. I'm not sure about that name yet. I keep calling it Scorpio, and I called it Scorpio to Phil Spencer.
Well, he said it too on that.
And he did it. I said it, and I felt bad, and then he did it, and I was like, well, I don't need to feel bad anymore. He can't do it, right? Yeah, but it's a 4K machine. I don't have a 4K TV, and it doesn't have many first-party titles. I expect I will be an idiot and be bad with my money and buy one eventually with a 4K TV. But right now, I'm cool. I'm all right.
It will make games on a 1080p screen look better by the way, means of downsampling and having to do different anti-aliasing techniques. But I'm with you. You need that 4K TV for it. But the console looks great.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Mike, are you getting an Xbox One X?
I don't know if I'll get it right away. Like I said, I'd like to see more of the first-party exclusives. Although Ori and the Whispering Willows.
Yeah.
No.
That'll come to PC as well, though, won't it?
No.
Yeah, it probably. Yeah, Windows 10 and whatnot. But yeah, I was pretty impressed by it. But like I said, I'd like to see more first-party stuff on it.
Yeah.
Before I get into it.
The other big game I think that I wanted to see that didn't show up was some sort of Fallout or Skyrim follow-up. We got Skyrim.
No, they showed off Skyrim and Fallout in VR.
Yep, they're both in VR.
I need new, not the same old one.
Yeah.
Skyrim is still around. Skyrim is still a threat.
You were on Reddit for that No More Skyrim. So.
No more Skyrim. That would be good. I think Skyrim's been at more press conferences now than Call of Duty, which is unbelievable. Like somehow. But yeah, I'd like it if they wrap up the Skyrim story and move on to something else now. Sick of seeing those dragons and stuff. But
we know that they're making it. I mean, that was.
Yeah, they are making it. Yeah. But I wanted a big RPG from Bethesda to kind of round out their games for 2018, even if it was further in the future. So that was a bit of a shame. But
did anyone get to play Mario Odyssey?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I just did like an hour ago, and you played it what, a few days ago?
Yeah, on, like last Sunday.
Yeah.
Thoughts?
Really, it's fun.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's great. It
really
really adapts, the traditional 3D Mario controls into a setting that is surprising and unusual, and damn weird. It's so strange, but in like a really great positive way.
What is Mario? Does that make him?
That's the biggest thing about Odyssey.
him?
The implications it introduces to Mario lore is mind-blowing. Is Mario even sentient, or is it is Cappy?
Exactly.
Is
Mario
Cappy
is
been
a
controlling him the
parasite.
entire time?
Yeah.
Mario is a parasite.
Mario could be a parasite. It's just and Cappy is the main life form, struggling to deal with this plumber jumping around all the time. So yeah, I'm excited to play that game. It's freaky in some ways, but they haven't revealed too much about how it all fits together. But they have the Odyssey, the spaceship that moves you around.
Yeah.
But like when we had it on our stage, they were showing off an area which is really vibrant and like it was a desert area, but there was loads of ice there.
Yeah.
Which kind of like is confusing. And then like you skip to New Donk City, which is like a New York type area.
Still love that name.
Yeah, New Donk City
Donk
is an
City.
excellent name. But it's like concrete jungle, really grey, and so I was worried for a bit where it was like, oh, they don't have the vibrancy of a Mario game, and then they showed off that stuff, and I was like, wow, they're all in, and they have Mike was with me when they were showing off Mario, and they had the 2D side-scrolling stuff.
Yep.
That was amazing. That was really cool.
Yeah, it's really fun. I played the Toast Arena town that they showed off on our demo, that desert with the ice. Yeah, it's really fun. You go into the pipe, and then it's almost like a Link Between Worlds.
Yeah.
Kind of becoming a painting, but it just goes, you can't throw your cap. It reverts to the old school Mario controls because you can crouch and everything, but you can't throw your cap. But you also keep whatever outfit you were wearing in the 3D world, so you can have that Safari outfit but side scrolling.
Yeah.
That part's really fun.
We were talking about how it's really good for kind of testing the skills of a classic Mario fan. So instead of having all the 3D stuff, if you were playing Mario back in the day, you can play this section of the game and get a little flavor from the old school days. And like there was one bit where a bullet bill was in the 2D plane and it went off the side and just came out in 3D, and it was really cool to see. And I was like, damn, that's cool. But yeah.
Did anyone get to play any other Nintendo games? Nothing.
I didn't get to play it, but I saw a game coming from the creative director of the Darksiders series that will be on Switch.
Nice.
It's a dungeon crawling game, but it has like JRPG style turn-based battles. And it's got that great sort of like painterly style that you'd see in like the Darksiders games. It's called Battle Chasers.
Okay.
It's a very generic name, but the game is very striking.
It's the sequel to the comic book series that's been missing for a really long time.
No
So
kidding.
Joe Madura is he worked at Marvel and DC. And he was kind of behind the art. But before he made Darksiders, he created a comic book series called Battle Chasers, and then he didn't finish it. And for the longest time, people have been begging him to finish it. And he's not done it in the comic book world, but he's done it in the video game world. So this is picking up where that comic book left over. So it's got a lot of like RPG fans coming into it that are interested in it because of kind of like the Chrono Trigger-esque of it, elements of it, and the artwork and that kind of stuff. But it's also got comic book fans kind of paying attention to it now, which is really cool.
I also got to interview the head of Monolith Soft, who's making Xenoblade Chronicles 2 for the Switch today. A couple interesting revelations. He doesn't like to play RPGs, despite that's all he makes for a living. So he actually plays Battlefield 1 more than anything else, which I found super surprising. We started talking about VR, and I asked him, okay, well, you're impressed by it. What things have you played in it? What do you like to spend your time in VR? And he goes, adult things. It was a very candid interview, but yeah, that guy really knows his stuff.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
What'd you say?
Nothing.
Did anyone get to check out Sorrow's Battlefront 2?
I did not, unfortunately. No, that was
Rob played a decent amount of it. It was one of his favorite things from the show.
I really want to play it. Really bad. I just really want to be a battle droid, and I want to win as a battle droid because I feel like it'd be really insulting to lose to a battle droid.
It looks really enticing to me because it's actually more of a shooter this time around than the first one seemed to be. The first one was all like Star Wars Surface, which I like for like 5 hours.
Well, there's supposed to be an awesome story mode.
And the story mode, yeah. The progression, the multiplayer, the actual deeper shooter mechanics, but the story mode as well is probably the main allure for me. Telling it from the Imperial side of things seems really appealing.
Yeah, like a whole new perspective just that you've never seen before. I'm really excited about that.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think you know, like, in the GameSpot office, you're one of the, foremost Star Wars experts, I would say, like, between you and Rob. So you must be excited that it's, like, bridging the gap,
I've
right?
seen a Star War or two.
between Return of the Jedi and The Force Awakens, kind of not bridging the entire gap, but it's at least set between them.
Yeah.
That's exciting.
I'm really excited about Call of Duty World War II.
Are you?
Surprisingly, yeah.
All right.
I'm
Did you play?
Sorry, I haven't played it, no, but I interviewed the developer and I saw a bunch of it and I've been doing a lot of research about it and I like the idea of stripping away some of the more modern, like the movement stuff to try and... I'm interested in seeing how that changes the way Call of Duty fans play the game. They've had so many of these games now where it's been... If someone's shooting at you, leap into the sky and then climb along a wall and fire a rocket at their feet or something like that. So I'm really interested in seeing what happens when you give them a game where you can't automatically heal your health. You have to, have someone come over and help you. And, you can't sprint for infinite amounts of time. So going online, and I'm hoping that I can finally play multiplayer again and not absolutely get stomped by kids behind, that I've been playing it for hundreds and hundreds of hours. I got the old school skills for Call of Duty. So hopefully I can be on a competitive surface again.
Will you guys check out World War II, do you think?
No,
I haven't seen it yet.
Not aside from the reveal, but I'm excited for it. I was telling him, like, I wasn't at first just because we played so many World War II shooters. And from what they've shown in the trailers, it looks like it's just more of like the Saving Private Ryan kind of storyline. But the more I think about it, the more I'm like, well, that actually wouldn't be bad to see it with like updated graphics that are better than Call of Duty 2.
Yeah.
Or what's the last World War II shooter I played? I think it was Call of Duty 2 followed like that stuff. You go on that, but yeah, regardless, I'll play it.
I agree.
Yeah. What's your highlight from E3 2017, experiential or not, or just something that happened to you?
Metroid coming back.
Yep.
It's a big deal to me. Got 2 games that represent like 2 eras of the series that are both really great. So that was more than I could ever ask for.
Did you make a sound when you heard about it?
Huh?
Did you make a sound when you heard about it?
Yeah, well, so I saw the Metroid Prime announcement in like a closed door session with Nintendo people, and
I just wanted to know if that was
trying to like maintain composure, and it was like, the hell. But the Samus Returns, like that reveal that came during the Treehouse, I was like not paying attention in the Treehouse because they had finished their spotlight. And I was talking to video editors, and I'm like looking at the TV, and it just like, wait, what the hell? Holy shit! There's another Metroid. Like I just so blown away by that.
Really
Super
quickly,
happy.
we have 2 minutes left. Mike, what was your highlight?
We got to interview Phil Spencer to kick off our upstage demo, or upstairs stage demo.
Pretty
Sorry,
awesome.
I'm really tired. But yeah, he was really, like, it went really well. He's fun to talk to, but it was also nice to, he was pretty candid, because we kind of, like, grilled him a little bit. But yeah, he was a great guy and, like, really candid, and people seemed to be pretty positive in the comments, despite the fact that a lot of it was, like, you expect the fanboy kind of stuff. But yeah, worked out well.
Tam?
Yeah, similar. I was interviewing Phil Spencer. I'm glad to see there's a good Dragon Ball Z game.
Yes.
I ran into H3 outside while I was going to have a quick vape, which was pretty good.
You showed everyone the picture,
yeah,
like,
I showed
guess
everyone
who
the
I
picture.
ran into.
Yeah, ended up on the top of Reddit, so.
Yeah.
That's
Wait, you
pretty
got
good.
2 things on Reddit this week?
No, the Skyrim one did. The other one is
okay,
just,
sorry,
the
sorry.
Vape Nation thing is just between me and him.
I see.
It's cool. It's cool.
I got pulled up on stage for my Just Dance appointment, which I thought was be private, but it was on the stage in front of everyone, and I did a Just Dance 2018 demonstration.
But you're a good
I did
dancer,
okay.
so
I did okay though, so that was my highlight. Getting over
Nice.
my fears of dancing in front of a large audience.
Yeah. That's kind of like the worst way to dance is in front of a ton of people if you're afraid of dancing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and learning choreography on the fly.
Yeah,
Terrifying.
That is terrifying. I do not envy you one bit.
Yeah, but that was it. We survived.
We did it.
E3 2017. We did it.
It's over.
Thank you guys so much for watching all of our GameSpot coverage. Keep watching all of our videos because there's so much you probably missed. There's so much I missed. There's so much you guys might have missed. So keep it locked to GameSpot for all your E3 2017 coverage. I'm Chastity, Tam. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Peter. We'll see you next year.